Hello, everyone. Let's check once again if everyone can hear me. Okay, I guess it's time to start already, though I'm not sure if every participant for this session is present. But let's start and hope that they will join us soon. And if anyone has any technical problem, I hope that our assistants from GOOM will take care of that. So, welcome to the second day of our EFTR meeting, our EFTR fourth annual conference, Beyond the Magic Mirror, Imagination, Politics, and Media. It's an honor to welcome you on behalf of the Scientific Committee of the European Fairy Tale Roads Association. As you can see, I am Barty Baloyan. I represent Hovannes Tumanian Museum in Armenia, and I'm also a member of the Scientific Committee of the European Fairy Tales Association. So, welcome once again. Whether you were with us yesterday or are joining for the first time today, we are really delighted to have all of you with us. This conference brings together scholars, practitioners, researchers from diverse disciplines to explore the intersections of imagination, media, politics, dynamics in media, and we're really very thrilled to have all your presentations, and we are really very happy to see the richness of insights you shared so far. I'd like to briefly remind all presenters that each presentation should adhere to the 15-minute limit, ensuring time for discussions and engagement after each session. So please also remember to keep your microphones muted when not speaking, and you can use the raise hand function to participate in questions and comments. I hope that we will have a really very interesting series of thought-provoking presentations and discussions. Thank you for all your engagements, your contributions to making this conference a dynamic and vibrant space. Our first presenter today is Ben Lahbeen from the University of Sidi Mohammed Ben Abdullah. And I'm trying to make sure that the presenter is here because I can't find the name. I hope that all of you entered the room with the name that you have registered for the conference. I see Michelle Moroli, Dariusz, Maria, Nicolette, Hasmik, Marta, and Mila, but I'm not sure I can see our first presenter. So maybe Gun representative, maybe you could tell me if someone is trying to join maybe, or someone has canceled last minute, because I don't have any information about anyone canceling the participation today. Hello? Okay, maybe we can proceed with our next registered participant and wait for the other participants to join. The next person who is on our list is Hasmik Galistyan. Hasmik represents the Institute of Archaeology and Ethnography of the National Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Armenia. Hasmik's topic for today's presentation is Re-imaging Saturn in Armenian Folk Mythology, Language, and Cultural Identity. I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting presentation and a very interesting topic. So, Hasmik, thank you for joining us today. And we will start with your presentation. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. I hope that everybody else can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good day, everybody. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Now, I'm going to speak about my field of interest. It's Armenian lore mythology, the study of stories about benevolent and malevolent spirits based on folklore texts. Armenian folklore has very ancient roots. As early as the 5th century, numerous examples of oral tradition have been preserved in written sources. However, many people around the world are unaware of or only slightly familiar with it. Using this platform, I will present a segment from my research which is dedicated to certain characteristics of one of the most widespread evil spirit, the figure of the Satan. Our analysis is based on materials collected from various ethnographic regions across historical Armenia and the present-day Republic of Armenia, dating back to the 19th century. Among the most famous characters of the Armenian pandemonium, lower mythological stories about Satan are the most widespread and are found in all ethnographic regions. Satan has a pre-Christian origin, but Christian ideas about devils and demons have had a decisive influence on the development of this character. In religious and mythological belief systems, Satan is seen as the opponent of God and all his followers, both in heaven and on earth. He is considered the Lord of Hell and the leader of all impure forces. The image of Satan serves as a generalized representation of evil spirits. He is one of the most complex characters in folklore, yet at the same time, he easily blends into various plots, integrates into different genre systems, and adapts to the rules of various genres, legend, superstition, fairy tales, and lower mythological stories, and etc. One should not confuse the biblical Satan with the domestic Satan found in lower mythological stories, the latter being the primary subject of our study. This research was conducted with the financial support of National Association for Armenian Studies, NASAR, of the United States of America. The word Satan is common in many languages of the world: Hebrew, Assyrian, Arabic, Greek, German, Latin, Russian, and etc. In Armenian mythological stories, the spirit under discussion is mostly referred to by the general name Satan. However, in some ethnographic regions, this satanic spirit is also referred to as Mezanitz Laver in Armenian, better than us. In our view, this phenomenon has two possible explanations. This name, "you are better than us," was likely used as flattery in hopes of avoiding Satan's evil deeds. The name stems from the belief that uttering the name of an evil being would summon it, and by avoiding the direct name, one could prevent an encounter with it. In Armenian stories collected from regions of Armenia, Satan is depicted with a fairly consistent physical appearance. These are humanoid creatures, typically with one or two short horns, small and fiery eyes, a protruding nose and cheekbones, thin and hooked tails, and small hands. If Satan appears as a male, his feet are cloven like hooves. If female, she has a tail and long hair. His entire body is covered with black, thick hair, which completes the dark and ugly appearance. The most important and defining physical feature of Satan is his feet. His heels bend forward while the toes point outward. This is also reflected in expressions commonly used in colloquial Armenian, such as reverse Satan or twisted like a Satan. One trait attributed to Satan is all ethnographic versions of the stories is this: Satan's feet and tongue are reversed. He also always acts contrary to what is told or commanded. For example, if he needed to be sent for water, instead of saying "bring water," one would have to say "take the jug and break it." According to ethnographer Levon Abrahamian, like other unclean or demonic forces, Satans have a number of mirror-like characters. For instance, they walk with their heels forward, and they do everything in reverse. They may even serve harms, but the tasks given to them must also be phrased in reverse. One must say, "do not do this" or that, in order for them to actually do it. Researchers describe these beings as mirrored reflectors or doubles of humans, and also as anti-humans. We have also examined the issues of the age and gender of Satans. In stories, opinions and beliefs about Satan's gender and age are often contradictory. The primary view regarding this spirit is based on biblical conception, according to which Satan was originally an angel. Angels, in turn, are considered more masculine than feminine, and they do not experience death, birth, or physical weakness. Concepts of the gender and age of Satans are diverse and vary by region. Regional belief and narratives show that the figure of the Satan is not uniform in terms of gender and age. Some think gender is clearly defined, while in other cases it remains ambiguous. As for age, it is often depicted not as a changing state, but as a fixed, timeless condition. There is a divination from the biblical image. In folk belief that Satan possesses more human characteristics. In the biblical tradition, Satan is an angel, a celestial immaterial being. He has no gender, does not age, does not die, and does not reproduce, while often perceived as male angel and as essentially genderless. In folk beliefs, the devil has a gender. Often both sexes are represented, though in some region of female form is more prominent. In some areas, for example in Artsakh, devils are believed to have children, which are called pupushiks. In certain regions, Satan appears as a woman aged about 40-45 years who never grows old. In other regions, Satans are imagining as eternally adult, never young or old, and do not age. In conclusion, we can say that in Armenian folk belief, the Satan is a corporal living being with human traits. Compared to the biblical image folk representation, assign a gender to the devil, attribute productive abilities, portray the Satan in male or female form, depict a specific but unchanging age. This suggests that in Armenian folk tradition, the devil is much more anthropomorphous, a being resembling a human rather than a supernatural, generalist, and angelic figure. In Armenian folk belief, people often attributed new technological innovations or mysterious, seemingly unreal phenomenon in daily life to Satan or other supernatural forces. These beings were often imagined inhabiting the very places where such phenomenon occurred. For example, oil mills and water mills were believed to be typically dwelling of Satan, stemming from this way of thinking. In Armenian folk stories, Satan does not always appear as purely evil. Instead, he displays a dual nature. He teaches humans skills or crafts. He helps humans achieve their goals. He is defeated or outwitted by humans. For example, Satan naively mentions that vessels are sealed using cotton. The person then learns this technique without ever admitting they learned they learn it from Satan, or to extract oil from flaxes, you need hot water. These stories attribute positive traits to Satan, such as intelligence, knowledge, and even naivety. In some folk stories, humans turn to Satan for assistance, to take revenge on a priest, gain wealth, find lost objects, or fulfill other desires. There was even a belief that Satan could bring good fortune. There are also many parables or anecdotes where humans outsmart Satan using expressions like the man takes Satan to fetch water and bring him back thirsty. Such stories are especially common in tales about people from Mox, Garbi, and particularly the women of Karbi, who are famously called those who deceive Satan. Satan in folk language and daily life belief about Satan are not limited in folk stories. They are found across nearly all forms of folklore: fairy tales, fables, proverbs, riddles, traditional games, and extend into literature, visual arts, and beyond. Even place names may include the word Satan, often referencing natural elements or mysterious phenomena. According to tradition, Satans exist everywhere, in air, water, land, underground, and beyond. He is the only spirit in the Armenian spiritual world who constantly interferes in human life, regardless of the time of day or season. Satan was seen as part of daily life, and many otherwise occurrences were attributed to him. Speaking about folk beliefs and practices involving Satan, I would like to bring some specific examples. Echoes, believed to be Satan's voice. When someone speaks near an empty jug, cave, well, or riverbank with high clicks, Satan is said to repeat their words. These places I thought to be full of Satans. Lost objects. If a non-metal object is lost while working, people believe Satan hid or took it. To retrieve it, they say, Satan, Satan, under your tail is the thing, half for me, half for you. It looks like an agreement with Satan. Or Satan, Satan, big tray of pahlava. Pahlava, you know, what does it mean? Half for you, half for us, and the rest also for you. If the item is found soon after, it's believed that Satan returned it. Sometimes people would say, let's blindfold Satan while searching. When standing up, they say, Satan wants to see how tall I am. Restrails are animals. When goats or sheep behave erratically, people say Satans have entered and are stirring them up. Wire winds, seen as Satan's wind, and in various regions they call bulijik, alabujik, satana bulijik. It's a kind of wind. These are believed to be caused by Satan spinning after flying into the air. People say it's Satan's wedding. The figure of Satan in Armenian lore mythology is far more pronounced than a simple embodiment of evil, rooted in both pre-Christian and Christian traditions. This character reflects the complex ways Armenian folk culture interprets the unknown and the supernatural, from a feared adversary to a knave helper, from a demonic preserve to a mirror of human behavior. Satan takes on multiple roles across narratives, idioms, rituals, and beliefs. These stories are customs not only reveal deep-seated culture, values, and fears, but also highlight the rich imagination and humor of the Armenian people. By reimagining Satan through the lens of folklore, language, and everyday practices, we gain a deeper understanding of Armenians' mythological landscape and the cultural identity shaped by it. And in the end, I would like to end my speech with the following story. Once I asked my narrative why people don't see devils or satans now, but you tell me about a lot of stories about them that you met with them. And she said, now people are satans and Satan has nothing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was really very interesting, especially the parts that you mentioned from the folk traditions and on colloquial levels. So that was really very, very interesting. So what do you think? I have a just small question for you. How does the positive folklore portrayal of Satan challenge or maybe complement the dominant Christian theological narrative in Armenian culture? So how does this some positive portrayal of Satan challenge or maybe it complements the theological narrative in Armenian culture, which is dominant Christian narrative?
Vartucan, I'm very, very sorry.
Uh-huh.
Could you a little bit get deeper in it, reformulate it? I also didn't get your question. I'm very, very sorry.
Okay.
I want you to listen the question again.
Okay, but you can hear me, right?
Yes, there I have
Yes.
poor internet connection.
Okay, so we could see that Saturn was portrayed quite positively, right? And there is humorous approach to whatever Saturn is saying, etc. So I'm mostly interested in your opinion, Hasmik, maybe. What do you think? Does this complement or challenge the dominant Christian narratives in Armenian culture? Maybe I can help you with the formulation also in Armenian.
Yes.
Դրական է ներկայացվել, չէ, ավելի շատ կերպար է սատանայի, նաև հումորային այդ վերաբերմունքը եւ այլն։ Խնդիր ստեղծում է քրիստոնեական պատումների առումով կամ լրացնում է։ That's just your opinion.
Ես հասկացա, ես ավելի ճիշտ հայերեն ասեմ, դուք թարգման եք։ Լավ, եթե կարելի է։ Ուրեմն ես այստեղ փորձել եմ ցույց տալ քրիստոնեական, այսինքն աստվածաշնչյան սատանայի եւ ժողովրդական սատանայի տարբերությունները։ Ժողովրդական սատանան ըստ զրույցների ինքը ավելի միամիտ է։ Այստեղ ժողովուրդը ուզում է ցույց տալ մարդու սատանայական դրսևորումները վատ իմաստով, այսինքն ինքը վերցրել է այդ կերպարին աստվածաշնչյան, ավելի միամիտ դրսևորումներով է ցույց տվել, համեմատելու համար զուտ մարդու ավելի սատանայական դրսևորումները ժամանակակից կյանքում, ի նկատի ունենալով թե նախկինում ժամանակակից, թե հիմա, այսինքն մարդը օժտված է բավականին վատ հատկանիշներով, ինչը ժողովրդական խոսակցության մեջ գնացել է, որ սատանային մարդը կարող է տանել ծովը եւ ծարավ հետ բերել, այսինքն ինքը գերադասում է այդ վատ հատկանիշները մարդուն կցել, քան սատանային, այսինքն սատանան որոշ առումներով խեղճանում է մարդու այդ սատանայական հատկանիշների դեմ, այստեղ ոչ թե գերագնահատելու խնդիրն է սատանայի, բնականաբար ինքը չար կերպար է ու մնում է չար, այլ մարդու հետ համեմատության մեջ դնելով է ժողովուրդը ավելի նսեմացնում սատանայի սատանական հատկանիշները, քան մարդկային, չգիտեմ կարողացա բացատրել ձեր հարցը ճիշտ պատասխանեցի,
I think that was really interesting. Sorry, dear participants, I will translate. So our question was how this image of Satan challenges or complements the Christian ideology narratives, because Armenia is a predominantly Christian country. So, and the answer was that the report was more centered on the imaging, on the comparison of biblical and folkloristic Satan. And in folklore, people tried to show that the humans' nature is even more kind of a satanistic, let's say, or cunning than the image of Satan, because there are some aspects of human nature that can be even more evil than the biblical Satan that is depicted in the narrative. So the folklore tried to somehow show a less evil and less negative or image of Satan in comparison to the nature of humans. So that was a really interesting aspect. So I hope that I was able to convey the meaning. Okay, anything else to add? Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Hasmik. Okay, let's see our next presenter, if I'm not mistaken, let's check once again, is Maria Sandali. Yes, Maria Sandali from the University of Athens with a presentation on the topic of the literary and the spectacular image of the Romans during the 1st and 2nd centuries. And that's a very, very interesting topic. So the floor is yours, and please, you have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Good morning from Greece, and congratulations for the organization. And I really thank you for letting me participate. So I will try to share my screen. I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation. I hope that you could see it.
Right now, we only see you, so we are
Good.
waiting, yeah, for you to
Yeah.
share. Yes.
Yeah, I cannot share it anyway. So my topic is focused on the political propaganda of the Romans during the first two imperial centuries. A political propaganda with which they tried to promote and be connected with the ancient Greeks. All this happens during the Second Sophistic, a period between approximately the first two imperial centuries, a period when we have the letters rebirth and the return in the part of the literature, the return to the ancient Greek past. The Romans wanted to be connected with the ancient Greeks and their glorious deeds because they wanted to present themselves as the heirs of the ancient Greeks. And this happens because the ancient Greeks and the Romans had or have faced the same enemy. I mean that the ancient Greeks had faced the Persians, and the Romans at that time, during the first centuries of AD, they faced the Parthians. So on the one hand, we have the ancient Greeks with the Romans, and on the other side, we have the Persians and their heirs, the Parthians. So we have like a contradiction, and the Romans wanted to promote that as the ancient Greeks have won the Persians, with the same in the same way, the Romans will win the Parthians. And the contradiction is even more interesting because they added the topographical, let's say, element, which is that they presented a victorious West against a defeated East. So the Greco-Persian Wars, the 6 battles actually that took place at the beginning of the 5th century BC, was a very popular topic during the Second Sophistic, very popular among the schools, the rhetoricians. So the emperors, beginning with Augustus, promoted and gave beneficiaries to rhetoricians or to educated people who promoted this topic, the topic about the Persian Wars. The truth is that we have plenty of sophists, as we call it, the rhetoricians of the Second Sophistic. We have plenty of sophists that they speak of the Persian Wars. I chose to present to you Elias Aristides. He is one of the most famous sophists. He lived during the 2nd century AD, and he had personal connections with the Emperor Hadrian. He truly believed in the Roman Empire, in the power of the Roman Empire, and in the safety that was the result of her Pax Romana. So he wrote many speeches, many orations, and one of the most popular and one of the topics that he wrote was about the Persian Wars. The first oration is the Panathinaik oration, and the second one is the oration to Rome. Both of them are orations, are speeches that that were heard it, that were listened it by the people, and both of them are speeches of praise. The Panathinaik oration praises the Athenians and the city of Athens. The oration to Rome praises the Romans and the city of Rome. The Panathinaik oration is one of the most extended speeches. It includes approximately 250 paragraphs, but our focus is on specifically on the paragraphs in the middle of the speech, between 76 until 150, because in these paragraphs he is focused on, and he presents the Persian Wars. He presents the whole 6 battles between Persians and Greeks, beginning with Marathon, Thermopylae, Artemisium, Salamis, Plataea, and Mycale. He praises the way that the Athenians, so the Greeks, so the Romans, faced gloriously, bravely the Persians, and on the other hand, in his speech to Rome, he refers to the Persian Wars, and he especially tries to praise Rome and the Romans by presenting them as the best of all. The Romans are the best soldiers. The Rome is the best city. So I chose these 2 speeches in order to present to you. I hope that I have done it successfully. That the Persian Wars were a very popular theme, a very popular topic, and Aelius Aristides is a characteristic example of presenting them. And at the same time, we have the promotion of the ideology of the Romans during the second sophistic. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. That is really a very interesting historical topic, and Roman influence, Greek influence is something that is also very well recorded in Armenian history of the time. So that was really something very interesting, especially in terms of influence in the fields of literature, culture, etc., and also the concept of peace. What do you think? How does the knowledge of this kind of narratives, historical facts, and interactions help modern people, modern nations to cooperate, communicate, maybe work together towards peace, shared cultural heritage, etc.?
It's like promoting war.
Promoting war, or just
it wasn't the goal. That wasn't my goal, definitely, and that actually wasn't the goal of the Romans.
Yes, right.
They tried to share the fear of a war, but actually they didn't want war. They wanted peace.
Right.
The Pax Romana
Uh-huh.
that they tried with so efforts to
Uh-huh.
achieve. So it's like they tried to share the fear in order not to make war.
Right. Right.
So the literature and the spectacles, I forgot it before, spectacles that they organized in Rome was a way to show that they are truly powerful. So
Mm-hmm.
the wannabe, let's say, enemies um, should take care of them. Actually, they should take into account the power of Rome and not to become the enemies of Rome. Otherwise, they will answer badly with the war, and that
Yes.
wasn't a good idea.
Right. You know, during that period, the first and second centuries, Armenian rulers also like Deodat the First, he accepted Roman recognition and traveled to Rome for coronation by Nero, which took place in 66 AD. And that was kind of a symbolic gesture of peace under Roman order. And that was kind of showing like that Roman peace was not imposed on any nation, but that was kind of negotiated. So really very, very interesting. And I think I have a chat message for you. Someone asked you to write the name of the writer of the speech because the meaning that's from Dalton, right? Can you type the name of the speechwriter in the chat and also the name of his? I don't see the continuation of the chat. So can you write the name of the speechwriter in the chat box, or maybe say it once again so that everybody can remember?
Yeah, I have already done it. It's
Right.
Elius Aristides, the author, Elius Aristides, and in my opinion, the most interesting speech of him is the inauguration.
Yes, right.
The extended one.
The extended one, right. Okay, very interesting. Thank you
you.
for sharing. That's something really important to know from the historical and modern perspective. So thank you. Any other questions? Unfortunately, I don't see the chat messages all the time. So if there are any questions that are left unanswered, please raise your hand so that I can see it better. Okay, no raised hands, which means that we can pass on to our next presenter. Thank you very much once again for being with us and for your very interesting presentation, Maria. Our next presenter here is Lucine Madatian. Lucine represents the Institute of Archaeology and Ethnography of the Republic of Armenia. She's going to talk about Zhuk and Zhamanak, the personification of time in Armenian folktales and its narrative transformations. Dear Lucine, the floor is yours. You can start the presentation.
Thank you, Vartui. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I want to express my warmest greeting. I'm very happy again to join this nice conference the second time. Yeah, my speech I will keep short as I'm very, very sorry. This is the second year, but again, I don't know how it happens that we have coincidence. I have a conference in Armenia and at the same time here in Italy. It's really very, I don't know how it coincides all the time. Last year, I was at a conference and now. So I will do my best to keep short, to try to join to my other conference. So the personification of time in Armenian folktales and its narrative transformation. A little bit, I would like to speak that all of us know that folklore is a mirror, as Dundas mentions, which reflects our thinking, the thinking of nations, humanity, society, life, nature, everything, the reflection of our society ideology we can see in our folklores in different genres. But today my just in the center of my presentation is is not exception. It can be not in only Armenian folklore. We can meet it in other different folklores as well, but I'm not going in the article. It is presented very detailed, but here I want to just get into Armenian side. And in Armenian folklore, time is personified as a gray-haired old man who sits atop of a high mountain holding two skeins of yarn, a white skein representing day and a black skein symbolizing day. I'm very, very sorry. Okay. When the white skein is unrolled down the mountain, it signals dawn. When the black skein is unrolled, it marks dusk. This figure is known Zhuk u Zhamanak in Armenian, but I would like to a little bit explain what is Zhuk u Zhamanak, as there is no exact translation in English. I just transliterated this name. Zhuk doesn't have any translation in other languages, and U, this is conjunction and Zhamanak in Armenian in English is Zhamana, but I try to keep transliterated. I prefer this way of approach of translation. Analyzing Armenian folktale collections, we identified several tales that feature the motif of an old gray-haired man, Zhuku Zhamanak. According to our study, this motif appears primarily in tales of magic, though not in large numbers. Some notable examples include Little Mirza and Demon Gorgocha, which is indexed as ATU 304 in the RNA Thompson Author classification, Zaval, Star, and Nernahat and the Golden Haired. And we have two more, just the names are typically Armenian and again transliterated. I don't want not to go through them. So in only 4 and 5 folktales, we could find the motif of Shuku Zhamana. In these tales, the protagonist
dear Lucina, sorry, sometimes your voice is not very clear. Hello, Lucina.
Who is curling the black and prepared
Lucina, can you hear me?
Really, yeah, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Maybe you can turn off your camera. Sometimes your voice is not very clear. Maybe there is a connection issue. So please turn off your camera and.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'll try.
Yeah, please.
Now, do you hear me? Can I read it? Can I?
Sometimes your voice is again interrupted, but let's try with the camera off and see if we can hear you better. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So the part where I stopped and guessed that you were not listening to me, this was that I was speaking about the motif of Shuku Zhamanak, which we have not in all the folktales in Armenian folktale collection. Only 4 or 5 folktales in folktale we can find this motif of Shuku Zhamanak, and mainly how it starts. The protagonist, while on quest to bring fire, encounter Zhuku Zhamanak, who is curling the black skein and preparing to unroll the white one, signaling that the day will start. The heroes ask him to delay unrolling the white skein and prolong the night. But when Zhuku Zhamanak refuses, they seize the skein and throw it down the mountain, postponing the coming of day. So this is about motive, but I'm very, very sorry. A comparison of these tales reveals a recurring narrative pattern in which characters try to disrupt the natural cycle of day and night. We suppose this motive reflects a deep human desire to control or resist the passage of time. In this sense, the folktale becomes a psychological expression of the collective unconscious human anxieties. So the image of the old man Juku Jamanak functions not only as a character, but also as a condensed mythological idea conveyed through fixed narrative formulas. Generally, we know, and I'm sure that most of you know, that formulas act as structural markers that distinguish folktales from other genres. We distinguish between beginning, opening, intermediate, and ending folktale formulas. The formula Juku Jamanak functions both as an opening, as an intermediate narrative element. As an opening, it reflects a mythical concept of internal time that transports the reader and the listener into a distant, undefined past. For example, Juku Jamanakov, in a city there was a king. As an intermediate formula, Juku Jamanak signals the passage of an indefinite amount of time between events, and it becomes a linker of episode. It tries to link the episode. For example, Juku Jamanak, the day stay, but the girl and Badika were anxious. It should be noted that this Juku Jamanak is a rare. We can meet very rare cases of usage, and but in some cases we can also meet separate part of Juk in Armenian folk tales. Our research shows that Juku Jamanak is relatively rare, both in regional and it has regional concentration. We could find Juku Jamanak formulas only from the folktale collections from Sunik, Mushbulana, Bagrevand, Alashkerd, Baresh, and among some Persian, Armenian folktale collections. Contrary to the commonly held view that all opening formulas are variants of single basic type, Juku Jamanak is an exception. It is not a variation of another phrase, but rather a compound expression consisting of two near synonyms. Linguists, Armenian linguists and dialectologists offer different views regarding the origin and meaning of this component. According to some Armenian linguists like Aberyan, Juk is Persian loanword. Jahukian suggests that Jamanak is of Armenian or Iranian origin, formed from Jam and the suffix anak, and considering Juk, it is a phonetic variation of Jamanak. And I have in my examination, I have a list of different ideas of Armenian linguists who offer that this Juk is abbreviation of Jamanak, or some of them think that it is Iranian loanword, and anyhow, there are different approaches to this compound word. In analyzing Armenian speech dialects, especially, we can meet in some dialects it is still possible to come across with the usage of Juku Jamanak, especially Juk mostly, but it is not so abundant that we cannot find in all the dialects, but in all the dialects we have different variations of the name Jamanak, that is to say time. Thus, based on both linguistic and folkloristic analysis, we conclude that the use of the compound formula Juku Jamanak in Armenian folktales is a vivid reflection of folk worldview and represents a unique linguistic and narrative phenomenon that encapsulates ancient mythological perceptions of time and continues to serve as a meaningful, symbolic, and structural element in Armenian oral tradition. And very briefly, I will try to speak about the transition of Juku Jamanak. We say that from mythology, it came as a person, gray-haired man. It transported into folk tales, then and also became formulas in folk tales. And now we want to show how it got into literary fairy tales, based on the idea that folk and literary fairy tales are in a stable two-way interaction. It is appropriate to study how the mythological concept of time enters literary adaptations. Literature frequently returns to the fairy tale genre either by adapting folklore folklore or by creating original literary fairy tales. The rich legacy of literary fairy tales created through innovative storytelling and rooted in a strong literary traditions confirms that this genre has remained important in Armenian list quality, universal themes, clear plot structure, character archetypes, and the use of traditional formulas. Among these, the folk concept of time Zhuku Zhamanak appears in Ghazaro Sagayan's tale, childhood, Wolfu, or light and dark worlds. And this tale introduces the concept of mythical time through the voice of Grandma Gulnaz, though the exact phrase Zhuku Zhamanak is not mentioned. But as the Gulnaz grandma presents all the story, we guess that the question is about Zhuku Zhamanak, but not given the exact name. Again, we deal with personification of time here. Another use Mawasabe, where it is presented, where we can find a story centered on this disrupting time's natural rhythm. In the tale, an aging noblewoman falls in love with a young knight and wishes to regain her youth, even briefly, to experience love. She does regain her youth and captures the knight's heart. However, due to her emotional struggle, she cannot enjoy this second chance and dies in his arms. Also, found only 2 tales in Armenian literary writings that clearly reflect the mythical concept of time. It is also worth noting that we encounter a similarly rare use of the Zhuku Zhamanak formula in literary works and fairy tale adaptations. Those some Armenian writers emphasize the importance of including folk-style formulas in prose. For example, Avedik Isaakian stated, "Fairy tales are the Armenian prose form from which our novel must evolve." He argued that realizing this vision required serious study of fairy tales and even suggested starting stories with traditional formulas. Despite the high regard that Armenian authors tried to keep this Zhuku Zhamanak formula in our fairy tales, our analysis shows that it is barely impossible to find any Zhuku Zhamanak formula usage in Armenian literary fairy tales. The only case that we encountered, this is Hovannes Tumanyan's fairy tale, The City of Gold. Although the story is often considered as translation, but Tumanyan tried to keep it and keep Armenian thinking in this fairy tale, including Zhuku Zhamanak opening a formula. So, the scarcity of Zhuku Zhamanak in modern literary tales may reflect not only aesthetic shifts, but also broader cultural changes, distancing contemporary literature from traditional mythopoetic structures. This phenomenon deserves further interdisciplinary research, especially in the fields of cultural memory and narrative identity. Our study demonstrates that in Armenian magical tales, Zhuku Zhamanak appears not only as a symbolic character who governs time, but also as a narrative mechanism expressed in stable formulas that marks transitions, emphasizes timelessness, or initiates storytelling. Moreover, the general decline in its use also reflects broader aesthetic and sociocultural changes, including shifts in how time, myth, and tradition are perceived and narrated. This much, I'm very, very sorry if I had some internet problem, but I tried to do my best.
Thank you very much, dear Lucina. I think that we were able to catch almost all that you were saying.
I hope so.
Yes. So, just a quick question about whether you have done any comparative analysis with the opening formula Once Upon a Time and Zhuku and Zhamanak. Any ideas or any experience comparing these 2 opening formulas?
Վարդուջան, Yeah, I have an article which is just now getting
Uh-huh.
published about opening all the formulas,
Okay.
Armenian and British. But
Okay.
unfortunately, I could not find any similar type of that can be similar with English one. Look, once upon a time, it equals Armenian Dinume Chili or
Yes.
Garchkar. But exactly to find
There was
anything
and there was
which-
not, right? Which is
Yes,
directly translated. There was
yes,
and there
yeah.
was not.
Yes, and just that it has equivalent with the personified, like we have Juku Jamanak, I could hardly find. If any of you have any ideas you have come across with English one, this time being formula, I would be very grateful if you share with me.
Okay. Maybe later when your article gets published, we all will have access to it and try to have our own contributions to that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much once again. Let's see if we have a question.
Armenian folktales in English. Vartujan, here we have question whether we can recommend any English books translated Armenian. I mean Armenian folktales into English. Maybe I forget who was asking. Maybe later, if you have contacts, I can find the links and send PDF files and send to Trini Dalton. If I'm very
Yes.
sorry.
Yes, you're right.
Maybe I will, through Vartui, I will send some information and okay. Okay,
Yes,
thank you very much.
please. You
Thank you
can
for your
use, you can use our contact informations to share. And I also know that there are various collections of translations of Armenian folktales into English and French. And there is this collection of 100 Armenian tales into English. There is a hardcover book, so I will also try to find links or other options to share the information. Thank you very much for your interest, Trini Dalton. Okay, any other questions or comments? As I said, I don't always see the chat messages in time, so just in case I miss something, remind me or either raise your hands. So Lucine, once again, thank you very much. Yeah, that was your second time, so I hope that we will see all of our participants multiple times during our conferences, which means that EFTR is becoming more popular. And good luck with your other conference, Lucine.
Yes,
Thank you
I'm
once
very,
again.
very sorry to leave you, but I would like to, I hope that next year when you organize it will be completely different day and no coincidence with Armenian conferences.
Yeah, but this is one of the reminders that Armenians and Italians are still cooperating in sync. So,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
just
Okay,
a joke. Thank you.
See
So,
you.
see you. Thank you. So our next presenter is Mila Maraniello, independent scholar, with a very interesting presentation on Rural Madness, a journey through Serbian folktales. I'm very, very much anticipating to hear your presentation and get more insight about Serbian folktales. So, dear Mila, the floor is yours. Please start your very interesting presentation.
Thank you for letting me participate in this conference. I'm gonna share my screen because I prepared some slides. Okay, can you see?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, perfect. So, thank you.
One moment. My name is Mila Maraniello. I'm a visual designer with background in communication design and multimedia arts. My work explores the intersection between folklore, memory, and digital media, and especially within the cultural landscape of Serbia, where part of my family roots lie. This presentation is part of a larger work that started with my bachelor's thesis on Serbian folktales and evolved into my master's project called Katabaza, an interactive reinterpretation of Wallachian folklore. To introduce you to the topic, I would like to show you a video which is in Italian, but I have English subtitles if you don't mind.
Of course, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear it?
Yes, yes.
A quasi tutti noi da bambini è capitato di imbatterci nelle favole, nelle fiabe e nelle leggende, che ci fossero raccontate dai nostri parenti prima di andare a dormire, o lette nel corso del programma didattico delle scuole frequentate, o persino narrate attraverso un film o un videogioco. La nostra infanzia è stata accompagnata dai loro racconti, che ci hanno regalato sogni, elargito insegnamenti, ma soprattutto hanno alimentato la nostra fantasia. Spesso si tratta di racconti a lieto fine, senza eccessiva crudeltà, e nelle quali il bene vince sempre sul male. Nel tempo, però, non è sempre stato così, e nel mondo non tutte le culture presentano fiabe, favole e leggende con le caratteristiche indicate. Parlando specificatamente della Serbia e dei suoi racconti, bisogna immergersi nella cultura rurale del posto, comprendere i luoghi e i tempi in cui le cosiddette bajke, fiabe in serbo, venivano inventate e raccontate. Nella Serbia arabica il prelo era una delle forme di raduno femminile e non solo, ampiamente utilizzata dal popolo serbo. Gli incontri serali di donne, ragazze, anziani e giovani del villaggio avevano lo scopo di aiutarsi a vicenda nei lavori utili sia per le singole persone, come il corredo delle ragazze prossime a sposarsi, sia per l'intero villaggio, preparare il mangime per gli animali, fornire le calze e le maglie di lana ai soldati, eccetera. Gli anziani raccontavano le loro esperienze reali o fantastiche, ricche di incontri con le dive, le fate balcaniche, o le streghe e i vampiri. Durante il prelo spesso venivano cantati canti epici legati alla storia della Serbia, accompagnati dalla gusla, uno strumento che deriva dalla lira bizantina. La cultura europea occidentale ha conosciuto i canti popolari serbi grazie all'antropologo e filologo Vuk Stefanovic Karadžić, che vivendo a Vienna, influenzato dal romanticismo tedesco, decise di trascrivere le musiche, i canti epici, le fiabe e le ballate popolari. Le favole sono giunte a noi così come le ricordavano i migliori cantori e narratori del tempo. Non le conoscevano a memoria parola per parola, bensì facevano l'uso del gioco delle parole, cambiando le sequenze degli eventi, abbellendole e rendendole più interessanti, omettendo e aggiungendo particolari secondo i propri gusti e la memoria, scegliendo parole pittoresche, sonore e insolite, per descrivere e dipingere con le proprie emozioni il mondo di una fiaba. Vale a dire che le fiabe sono giunte a noi come opera collettiva di quasi tutto il popolo e proprio per questo motivo sono preziose, perché riflettono l'anima, le tradizioni, gli usi e i costumi del popolo.
Okay, so Serbia geographically and symbolically stands between East and West, between Christianity and pagan remains, and Europe and the East. This crossroad gave birth to a hybrid folklore that merged Christian saints with ancient spirits, pagan rituals, and church traditions. For example, in rural villages, nowadays people will attend Orthodox services, but still perform rituals to honor the dead or to heal the sick through charms and incantation. This coexistence of words, sacred and profane, old and new, is what makes Serbian folklore so layered and rich. As said in a video, Vuksanović Karadzic was a Serbian philologist and language reformer that collected hundreds of folk tales and epic songs during a time where Serbia was struggling to affirm its national identity after centuries of Ottoman domination. His collections, such as Serbian folk tales and Serbian folk songs, were not merely ethnographic documents, they became a form of cultural resistance. So Serbian fairy tales and folk stories are rich with recurring characters and motifs that reflect the culture, values, and imagination of the region. These archetypes function as double instruments. On the other hand, they preserve social and moral order, reinforcing traditional values and hierarchies. On the other, they open imaginative spaces for disobedience, allowing people to dream of justice, freedom, and transformation. This duality makes the tales political because they encode the subversion in symbolic form. And as anthropologist Ivan Skolovic wrote, Balkan folklore is a theater of opposition between authority and cunning, fate and magic, submission and rebellion. So let's see these archetypes. The first one is the just ruler. This figure, often a czar, a king, or a judge, represent legitimate authority and moral order. In Serbian tales, however, the ruler's justice is not always divine or flawless. It symbolizes people's desire for moral balance in contrast to the rules of the oppressors. He restores harmony between the human and spiritual worlds, yet he also embodies hierarchy, patriarchy, and control. His ambivalence is that he guarantees stability, but may also personify the structures that suppress change. An example of that is in the tale The Emperor's Daughter Who Couldn't Laugh. The ruler's authority is undermined when the humor and empathy restores justice more than power itself. The cunning hero is the most Balkan archetype because this hero is not always noble or pure, but clever, ironic, and resourceful, often a peasant or trickster or the third brother who uses intelligence to overcome injustice. He symbolizes survival under oppression. His cleverness becomes a symbol of form of rebellion, turning the hierarchy upside down without comforting it directly. And this archetype echoes global tricksters figures like Odysseus or Nasreddin Hoca, but with a uniquely tragic and realistic tone. The most famous example of that is in Bashelik. The hero defeats a seemingly invincible demon with this knowledge and cunning, not brute strength. The wise old woman is my favorite archetype. It's a deeply rooted archetype in Serbian rural and magical tradition. The Baba, grandmother, or also witch healer, embodies ancient female knowledge, herbalism, divination, and the wisdom of oral tradition. In patriarchal and religious context, this knowledge was often marginalized, yet in folk tales it survives as a vital source of power. She represents a hidden wisdom in mediation between words, the ancestral voice. Sometimes she's a savior, sometimes she personifies liminality, knowledge that lives in the borderlands of the sacred and the forbidden. An example is in Three Rings, in a tale in which the old woman offers transformative knowledge, guiding the hero through symbolic death and rebirth. In contemporary culture, these motifs continue to evolve to interdisciplinary practices that merge anthropology, art, and technology. Today, the same narrative structures can repeat in the most unexpected forms, for example, in illustrated children's books, where moral complexity is once again allowed to exist, or in experimental video games where myth and interaction create new kinds of empathy. In my bachelor's thesis, I explored how Serbian bike differ visually from Western fairy tales. Over time, Western narratives from the Brothers Grimm to Disney became sanitized and commercialized. The cruelty and rural harsh disappeared, replaced by pastel colors and happy endings. Serbian tales, however, never lost their rawness, but that doesn't mean that they weren't made for children. In fact, they are made for children and also for adults. Moving from fairy tales to rituals, my master project, Katabaza, is a graphic adventures video game. It dives into another layer of Serbian folklore, Wallachian magic or Vlaška Maya. It's an ancient system of beliefs still practiced in Eastern Serbia, often misunderstood or demonized. It blends pre-Christian and Indo-European tradition with Orthodox Christianity. These rituals involved candles, incantation, and objects that symbolize the passage between life and death. What fascinated me most was how these rituals preserve identity. They are both spiritual practice and cultural memory. And these are topics that are of great interest to generation between 15 and 30 years old. These tales are not dead. They still live in our culture, and also they can interest people from very young age. I thank you for your attention, and if there are some questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you very much. That was really very interesting, and especially when being on the crossroads of cultures and civilizations, folklore absorbs so many interesting layers of various times, epochs, and let's say historical periods. Any questions from the participants? I don't want to be the only one who asks questions. I just want to make one interesting, let's say, remark in comparison of the period that you mentioned, especially the Karadzic's time, right? The linguist who made so much contribution into the Serbian identity. That's quite fascinating that at the same time, Armenia was also under the Ottoman rule, and the same revival, let's say, episodes happened also in Armenian reality. And we also had like poets, Khachatur Abovyan, for example, writer who also thought about the building of this language, nation, identity, etc. So that's really very fascinating how different cultures across the globe resonate with each other and almost at the same time, apart from each other, find something similar for the identity of their own people. So that was really very interesting, and I hope that you will share your presentation with us too, and maybe send links or share links with the videos that you played, because that was really very interesting in terms of music, culture, in terms of presenting folklore, songs, etc. So if you don't mind, after the conference, maybe you can share the link with all of us so that we can have more deeper understanding of the content that you provided. That was really very interesting, Mila. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can share it on the chat and also my email contact.
Okay, you can share by chat and mail contact as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I think I was talking to you with my microphone muted. So our next presenter is Mohsen Masoudian from Iran with a very interesting topic about genes, rules, and the engineering of fear from the Institute for Research and Development in the Humanities. Dear Mohsen Masoudian, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, we can hear you. Please begin.
Morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Mohsen Masoudian, and I am an assistant professor at the Institute for Research and Development in the Humanities, SAMT, based in Tehran, Iran. I currently serve as the head of the Department of Social Sciences at SAMT, and my academic interests lie in the sociology of literature, myth, religion, and the family. It is truly an honor to be here in Italy. I find that Iranians and Italians share a deep cultural sensitivity, a passion for beauty, storytelling, and philosophy. We are two ancient civilizations that understand the emotional and moral power of narratives. Today, I would like to invite you into a discussion that blends folklore, sociology, and media studies, a journey into how fear itself can be engineered and managed through mythic imagination. The title of my talk is Gems, Rules, and the Engineering of Fear, Supernatural Beings in Iranian Folklore, and their media reproduction as instruments of social control. Okay, research title and context. In Iranian culture, supernatural beings like jinns, ghouls, and divs, jinn, ghoul, div in Persian accent, creatures that exist somewhere between the visible and the invisible, have long played an essential role in shaping social behavior. These entities are not just remnants of ancient superstition. They are cultural technologies that have been used to regulate moral order and instill communal discipline. While modernization and technology have transformed Iran, these figures have not disappeared. Instead, they have migrated into digital culture, into television series, YouTube horror channels, and even social media posts. In this new context, the supernatural is no longer confined to folklore. It becomes a political and media instrument for constructing and reproducing fear. Background. For centuries, Iranian oral traditions have used supernatural beings to teach moral lessons. Parents used stories of ghouls and jinns to warn children against wandering at night, to encourage obedience, or to prevent immoral behavior. These narratives were never just about monsters. They were about social order, creating invisible boundaries that disciplined behavior without the need for constant supervision. In this sense, folklore functioned much like what Michel Foucault described as disciplinary power, a system that operates not through violence but through the internalization of control. The cultural persistence of these beings reflects a deep sociological through fear when ritualized and narrated becomes a mechanism of governance. Okay, research problem and question. Now, despite Iran's rapid urbanization and exposure to global media, belief in genes, spirits, and unseen forces remains remarkably strong. In fact, these beliefs have been repackaged and modernized, appearing in horror movies, social media storytelling, and even advertising. So, the central question of my research is how are supernatural beings from Iranian folklore employed in modern media as tools of fear and mechanisms of social regulation? Okay. To explore this question, I do not treat these myths and simple entertainment. I approach them as discursive technologies, narratives that carry social meanings and that sometimes serve to reinforce dominant ideologies or conversely to subvert them. Theoretical framework. This is slide 5. This
I'm sorry, Mohsin. I think you are not sharing your slide. No, we can see your slide, but I'm not sure we see slide 5. Oh, okay. Theoretical framework. That's here. Thank you. Thank you.
theoretical
Thank
framework,
you.
slide 5. Okay. This study draws on several key theoretical perspectives. First, Michael Foucault, concepts of power, knowledge, and disciplinary technologies from the backbone of my analysis. According to Foucault, modern societies govern not only through law or violence, but through subtle forms of observation, normalization, and self-regulation. In this sense, myths of invisible beings mirror the logic of surveillance in either that someone or something is always watching. Second, I rely on Barry Glassner. Barry Glassner's idea of the culture of fear, which describes how modern societies use exaggerated fears, often disseminated through media, to control public behavior and legitimize authority. Finally, I integrate critical discourse analysis as CDA to unpack how these methodological figures are linguistically and visually represented in media narratives and what ideological messages are embedded in a way portrayal. This is methodology slide. Okay. Together, this framework allows us to read supernatural folklore not as fantasy, but as a social text of power. Okay. This is slide 6. Yes, methodology. This research is qualitative, drawing from both narrative and semiotic analysis. My data corpus includes two main components. Traditional folk tales collected from various Iranian provinces, particularly Khuzestan, Gilan, and Kurdistan. Khuzestan, Gilan, and Kurdistan regions with rich oral storytelling traditions. Contemporary media representation from 2022 to 2025, including Iranian television series, Persian language, YouTube horror channels, social media content on Instagram and X, formerly Twitter, and Persian horror podcasts. I conducted semi-structured interviews with local storytellers and media producers to understand how these beings are adopted for new audiences. In addition, I performed a digital ethnography, observing online communities that engage with supernatural content. Okay, the data were thematically coded following the framework of Brown Clark and Clark, which allows for the identification of recurring motives such as fear of disorder, divine punishment, or social deviance. Through this method, I sought to trace the excuse me, please wait. Okay, I sought to trace the migration of myth from oral culture to digital platforms, and to examine how the same symbols of fear are reconceptualized within the modern media ecosystem. Slide number 7, findings. Traditional functions let us begin with what I discovered about the traditional functions of supernatural beings in Iranian folklore. In a rural and pre-modern context, jinns and ghouls and thieves were never merely creatures of fantasy. They were moral instructors. They were used to shape behavior, maintain order, and warn individuals about violating social or religious boundaries. Parents, for example, would tell children, don't go out after sunset. The ghoul will catch you. Behind this warning was not just superstition, but a moral code, one that encouraged obedience, family cohesion, and protection from danger. In this sense, fear functioned as a social technology. People internalized caution, respect, and hierarchy, not through laws, but through mythic stories. This aligns closely with Foucault's notion of disciplinary power. fear becomes a gentle but effective mechanism of control, operating invisibly within the mind and soul. So, in pre-modern Iran, folklore served the same function that institutions serve today, to produce predictable moral subjects who understand the cost of deviance. Slide number 8. Findings. Media reproduction now. In contemporary Iran, these same beings have not disappeared. Instead, they have been repurposed within modern media, particularly television dramas, online horror stories, and social media narratives. In Iranian television, for example, jinns often appear in moralistic storylines. They represent temptation, deviation, or cause, reinforcing a sense that the world is constantly threatened by invisible disorder, and that social or religious discipline is the only protection. Okay. On YouTube and Instagram, these beings often take on a more psychological or even political dimension. The ghoul may appear as a metaphor for surveillance, the thing that watches you, while jinns may symbolize algorithmic manipulation or moral corruption in digital life. So, while the surface narrative is supernatural, the underlying message is deeply social and political. It tells us there is always something unseen, be it spirits, cameras, or codes, watching and judging our actions. In other words, myth and media have merged to produce a new regime of fear, one that is both ancient and hypermodern. Slide of number 9. Findings. Digital narratives in digital spaces, the evolution becomes even more complex. Social media creatures often mix ancient myth with modern technology, producing hybrid stories where old fears meet new anxieties. For example, in Persian horror products, you might hear stories of jinns haunting smart homes, manipulating CCTV cameras, or entering mobile phones. Here, supernatural beings become metaphors for technological intrusion, for algorithm surveillance systems, and artificial intelligence that seems to know us better than we know ourselves. This
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the time is up already, so please wrap up so that we have enough time for our next presenters.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
just say a concluding remark, though it was so interesting, I didn't want to interrupt you, but just a concluding sentence, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Conclusion to conclude Iranian methodological beings from genes and rules to divs and spirits continue to shape how fear, morality, and power are communicated. They are not just echoes of the past, they are active agents in the cultural production of discipline and desire. By studying them, we uncover how societies engineer fear, not only through political systems, but through imagination, story, and emotion. These myths allow people to internalize power, but they also open a window for a creative resistance. In decoding them, we understand how the politics of fear and the politics of imagination intersect in everyday life. Ultimately, what this research shows is that Iranian culture, like many others, transforms ancient myth into a modern social grammar. Fear becomes both a tool of governance and a mirror of humanity's inner ancient. And perhaps by reading this myth critically, we also learn how to move beyond fear, how to reclaim imagination as a site of freedom rather than control. Thank you very much for listening. I would be happy to take your questions and discuss this intersection between folklore, media, and power. Since I'm running very late and just stepped out of class to give my presentation and return to class, I'll say goodbye to you here. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your very insightful presentation. Okay, and our new our new next presenter for today is Michelle Moroli from the University. I will read in Italian because that's written in Italian. Università degli Studi Roma 3, mapping myth, a network analysis of themes in Native American children's literature. I'm sure it will be a very interesting topic for discussion. By the way, my PhD thesis is based on the translated English children's literature and especially from English language sources. So I'm very sure that this will be also a great contribution to the topic that I have already discussed. So dear Michelle Moroli, the floor is yours and you have 15 minutes for your very interesting presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the hosts for this opportunity. I just wanted to acknowledge first that I am not an indigenous researcher, so I tried my best to approach indigenous literature with humility and respect. So I wanted to share my screen if I manage to. Okay. Maybe these, I don't know.
We don't see the screen yet, but you should find somewhere to share the share button so that you can share your screen.
Okay. Yes, maybe. No. Yes, okay. Here, can you see it?
Yes, that's
perfect.
there.
Perfect. So, my presentation for today is titled Mapping Myths, social network analysis of themes in Native American children's literature. So I tried to convey both a sociological and a literary lens for this study, asking how these works construct, share, and sustain indigenous knowledge systems. And my key questions were: which key cultural and sociological themes do indigenous authored children's books convey, and how do they do that? But why is this important? I believe that this is fundamental because in a world where children are treated as a minority group, as stated by Viruru, there is a deep need for a reconceptualization of what it means to be a child and of what literacy stands for. And this perspective invites us to see children's literature not as entertainment, but as a sociocultural act. I decided to link these to Vygotsky's theory, and I'm quoting here from Mind in Society. Human learning presupposes a specific social nature and a process by which children grow into the intellectual life of those around them. So, according to Vygotsky, learning happens through participation and connection. And I believe that picture books in these can become and are collective teachers. So not just entertaining, but also modeling. So, of course, my study is based on post and decolonial perspectives because I believe that in addressing these issues, they are fundamental. And the cornerstones for my study have been Debbie Rees's, Margaret Kovacs, Audra Simpson's, and Andrea Smith's studies. But what is the main objective of their work? It is to decolonize or better indigenize the academia, as Professor Edmondo Grassi was stating yesterday in his introduction. These perspectives invite indigenous but also non-indigenous scholars to rethink Western academia and help reshape it into a more relational and inclusive space. So, what has been my methodology? Since I decided to study the main themes of native authored children's books, I wanted to go beyond just close reading to grasp the author representation of indigeneity. So my data set for this study was based on 30 picture books chosen through 4 criteria. So the books had to be native authored, less than 50 pages, addressed to K to 5 children, and recommended by Debbie Rees, that, as we have seen, is a very important scholar in the field of indigenous children's literature. For the method, I decided to go through social network analysis using the software UCINet 6. I decided to analyze 2 main themes per book and develop a bipartite network through an Excel matrix, along as an Excel table. And I also decided to color classificate some aspects. But why network analysis? Because I believe that network visualization helps reveal not just which themes appear most, but how they interconnect. So this is the dataset with the books. This is taken from the Excel table with the paratextual information. And this is the resulting network from the analysis. As we can see, there are some nodes, the circles and the squares. The orange nodes are the themes, so the squares are the themes. The blue nodes, the circles, are the books. We can observe that there are some denser clusters representing the shared conceptual ground across books. So let's make it a little bit bigger. We have some central and some peripheral themes. So we have, in the center, we have cultural stewardship and intergenerational knowledge transmission. Why are they in the center? They are in the center because they are the busiest themes, so the most linked ones. Whereas in the periphery, we can see that there are some other themes that are less linked. So for example, activism is just linked to 2 books and everyday indigeneity to just 1 book. I also decided to focus on 4 thematic clusters, so to divide the themes in clusters. So we have the cultural continuity and knowledge transmission cluster with books such as We Weave or A Day with Yaya.
Michelle, scusami.
Yes.
Scusami se ti interrompo, ma la presentazione non è partita. Si è fermata la prima slide.
Oh. Ah, oops.
Ok, ora vediamo quella corrente.
Okay, it's fine. Sorry, I'll show the network here. Can you see it?
Sì, a posto.
Okay, thank you. As I was saying, there are some central themes that are cultural stewardship and intergenerational knowledge transmission that are central, whereas there are some other themes that are peripheral, as activism or everyday indigeneity. So I was saying there are some thematic clusters, so cultural continuity and knowledge transmission, with books such as We Weave and A Day with Yaya, that show how culture and knowledge are transmitted through generations. Resilience and healing, with books such as I Am Not a Number or Shinji's Canoe, which show resilience and healing, such as a collective process rather than individual. Then we have Land and Kinship, with books such as Thanks to the Animals and We Are Water Protectors, where the environment is not in the background, but is a teacher, is a relative. And lastly, Representation and Agency, with books such as Let's Go, However, and At the Mountain Space, which which center the indigenous presence in Western, let's say, contexts. So then I wanted to show these other data with, here. Sorting the books by year, we can observe that there are some themes that are flourishing more nowadays, such as indigenous womanhood or cross-cultural continuity. Whereas there are some other themes that are more present in the past. So for example, cultural erasure. I also wanted to show the network, the relation between themes and tribes. So we can see it here bigger. So I decided to color classificate here because I wanted both to show and to represent the actual tribe of the author, but I also wanted to highlight the connection within a tribal family. So for example, here in fuchsia, we have the Cree family, or in dark green, we have the Ojibwe family. And they are linked to the different themes. The thicker the lines, the more links there are between them. An even more interesting relation is the factions relation. So I divided through the factions algorithm the different themes and the different tribes. So here we can see. So the factions algorithm divides the nodes with the most links on one side. So here we have a faction, and we can observe that there are some tribes from within the same familial family that are linked to the same themes. For example, here we have the Ojibwe, here we have the Cree. So I believe that this is deeply interesting that tribes from within the same family address the same themes or similar themes. Then, since my background is a literary one, I wanted to also analyze some comments I wrote during the book's close reading. which I believe is fundamental to capture some elements that would have been not visible. So, for example, many of the books are steeped in knowledge and epistemology of the author's tribes, as understood by Kovac. Secondly, many books present an author's and/or an artist's notes at the end, often giving historical information, but also cultural, such as recipes of the dishes presented in the narration, as we will see later. The main intent of many books is to reclaim indigenous ways of living and of being in order to perpetuate indigenous cultures in light of what Gerald Weisner called survivance. That is survival through presence, survival through creativity, and survival through resistance. In conclusion, I decided to define my approach as observation, so observing the most recurring themes in indigenous literature to help identify the actions needed by all community to build a more equitable literacy, as stated by Rios Aguilar. And so observing becomes an ethical act. So what kind of knowledge do we want to nurture and to cultivate? These are some next steps, some possible next steps. So, for example, we could expand the data set or include elders' opinions, suggestions, and analysis, since elders are fundamental and crucial in indigenous cultures, or maybe analyze the role of colors in the books in relation to native epistemologies. I just wanted to show here some pictures from the books because I believe they are beautiful. This is from We Are Grateful, Ojali Heliga. This is from We Are Water Protectors. This is from Sweetest Kulu, which is an Inuit story. This is from Remember, which is a book written from a US poet laureate, Joy Harjo. And lastly, this is from Fry Bread, which is very interesting because, as I mentioned before, we have the recipe to make fry bread, which is deeply interesting. So thank you for the attention, and this is the corpus and references.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's a really very interesting research, and I'd like to hear more about it. Maybe later, if you turn it into a research, or you already have a research on this topic published, maybe you can share it with us through our chats, through our mails, because study of indigenous peoples and especially minorities is really very interesting, especially of native people. So if you have anything published, I'd very much appreciate if you could share it with us through our channels. I noticed that some people wrote in the chat box that the presentations were visible. Unfortunately, I noticed it a bit later, but the presentation was visible to me at least all the time. So maybe or whoever has connection issues, you can maybe later ask for the presentation to see it. And if you have any questions, of course, you're free to ask those questions. I have one question, and after that I will listen or see for other people's questions. So what do you think? Will those studies that you made based on Native American literature, will they help the policies regarding any aspects of their lives? Will they be available to policymakers to be more maybe target-oriented, etc.? Just in a nutshell, how these literary studies will help maybe improve something in the lives of Native people or in the perception of them? What is the connection of literature and politics in this domain?
Thank you for the question. That is very interesting. I believe that politicians, let's say, need to look more at the interests of indigenous writers. I'm talking here about North America, of course.
Of course.
Yes. I believe that they need to look deeply into the literary aspects of indigenous writers, because they share much of their, I don't want to say need, but I think that they are needs. I mean, cultural needs that are fundamental to address to in policymaking. For example, language revitalization, I think that is the central aspect nowadays, because there are many languages, indigenous languages, that are dying. And I also addressed in some other studies the fact that there is a shift towards urbanization nowadays, but there are very few language policies about this. So in urban centers, there are few language courses that are addressed to indigenous people. So I believe that, for example, just in the context of language, that would be very helpful for policymaking.
Okay, very good. So are you taking any steps to make your research more available so that maybe policymakers can also think about all these issues? Because we believe that writers are true voices of their communities, right? So,
yes.
So any steps towards more popularization of your research?
I'm trying to go through a PhD, but that is kind of hard at the moment. But yes, I'm trying, and I will try surely.
Okay, great. Any questions? I know that you have comments about thanking you for the great presentation, very interesting presentation from Diana, sorry. So I don't see any hands. Any other questions? Anyone wants to have a question? In fact, because we had one presenter who missed the session and didn't show up, we have a bit extra time. So after we finish with our last presenter for this session, maybe we can have some more time for question and answer section if you have any. So thank you once again, Michelle, and good luck with your research. I strongly encourage you to continue the research because this is a very sensitive and interesting topic. And our next presenter for this session is Dariusz Rahiminia from Ascensia Business School, Malta. Once Upon a Throne, Power Archetypes in Persian Fairy Tales and Iranian Storytelling. So go ahead and start your presentation. I'm sure we will enjoy another interesting insight into the Iranian and Persian storytelling. So Dariusz, you have a great name, by the way. Very historical
Thank you.
name.
Good morning. Thank you. So, thank you for inviting me, first of all. Now, let's imagine we are sitting in a candlelit room somewhere in the Middle East. In the air, you can feel the scent of saffron and rose water. And there is a wise storyteller that begins to speak of kings, queens, battles, loyalty, love, and divine justice. But behind every sword stroke and every whispered prophecy, there is something stronger than the story itself, the idea of power. Who owns it, how is it justified, and how it can be lost. So let's see why power archetypes in Persian tales and Iranian storytelling are not simply about the stories, but about how storytelling itself becomes a throne, where power sits, shifts, and sometimes topples. I would like to begin with the national epic of Iran, Ferdowsi's Shahnameh, which in Persian is the Book of Kings. This book is not merely a collection of ancient poetry. It could be described as a political document, a political manifesto disguised as a storybook. Because Ferdowsi composed this monumental work about the 10th century, during a period when Persian cultural identity was undermined by the Arab Islamic domination following the fall of the Sasanian Empire. So the language of administration at that time, administration, literature, and theology had shifted to Arabic, and Persian culture risked being forgotten. So in this context, the Shahnameh was more than storytelling. It was a cultural reclamation of Ferdowsi's deliberate use of Persian language. And so it was an act of defiance, a reaffirmation of the collective identity, and a continuation of the historical consciousness of the people. So at the same time, the Shahnameh serves as a moral sociology of power, because each story functions as an exploration of what happens when rulers forget their obligation to justice and to divine order. So in this sense, we can say from a sociological lens, Ferdowsi's work mirrors what Max Weber would later call the legitimacy of authority. Because Ferdowsi's stories, particularly the ones of Jamshid, Zahok, and Rostam, are filled with symbolism. For example, Jamshid begins as a just king chosen by divine right. He's the embodiment of the traditional authority, whose rule is sanctified by moral virtue. But as his pride consumes him, he shifts toward illegitimate domination, and his legitimacy crumbles. So his fall is a lesson written in poetry, warning that kingship without humility, without humbleness, becomes tyranny, and symbolizes the Weberian warning that charisma or divine right alone cannot sustain legitimacy without ethical integrity. So, in Ferdowsi's narrative, we can see that moral failure becomes political decay. Pride transforms kingship into tyranny, and the sacred became profane. On the other hand, we have Zahok, that embodies pure corruption. His shoulders sprout snakes that feed on human brains. It's a grotesque metaphor for rulers who consume the very minds of their people, and shows a deep sociological truth. Tyranny thrives on the subjugation of thought. We can see that Ferdowsi's genius lies in this dichotomy. On one hand, he celebrates the splendor of power. On the other hand, he exposes the corruption of power. Every tale becomes a mirror held up to a kingship, revealing both the divine glow and the demonic shadow. So, from a sociological perspective, this duality echoes Michel Foucault's notion of power as a network, where power is a relation between compliance and resistance. So, Ferdowsi's work operates in the same dynamic. Authority is sustained only if it's morally disciplined. Otherwise, it becomes self-serving and engenders rebellion from it. And then there is the warrior Rostam, the hero of the heroes, whose might and bravery often rescued kings, but whose independence constantly challenged them. Rostam's relationship with power is complex. He serves the throne, but he never fully belongs to it. He acts out of loyalty, but his loyalty is to justice, not to the authority of the king. The tragedy, especially when he kills his own son, Sohrab, who was his enemy on the battlefield, reflects what Émile Durkheim will describe as a tension between personal conscience and the demand of the state, a classical conflict of roles in sociology, general sociology. So we can say that Rostam is the archetype of the noble rebel and a sociological allegory about the alienation, let's say, produced by the rigid system of power. So if Ferdowsi laid the foundation of how Persians imagine kings and heroes, Hassan al-Sabah built the legend of rebellion. Hassan al-Sabah was one of the leaders of the Nizari Ismaili branch of Shia Islam in the 11th century. This branch of Shia Islam still exists nowadays and is led by Aga Khan V. Hassan established a fortress in Alamut in northern Iran, 2 hours from Tehran, and that became a symbolic space of resistance. Western travelers like Marco Polo later called his followers assassins, a term derived maybe from Hashashin, suggesting that the adept will commit their political murders under the influence of hashish, leading to what in popular culture nowadays the video game series Assassin's Creed. Persian sociology, however, suggests that Hassan al-Sabah and his followers created one of the earliest organized ideological movements, founded on education, loyalty, and symbolic violence. They were not just drug fanatics, but they were believers operating within a highly and disciplined system of meaning, a structured system of meaning. Their violence was not random, it was ritualized. It was designed to communicate power, not to exercise it. Hassan al-Sabah understood what Pierre Bourdieu would later call symbolic power, which is the capacity to shape perception and define reality through belief. Hassan al-Sabah, for me, is a very sociological, fascinating figure because he created his throne by fusing mysticism and strategy. His slogan was, nothing is true, everything is permitted, and expressed the symbolic core of this tale, which is the rejection of imposed truth in favor of interpretive freedom. Let's go fast forward to the 20th century, and we find another tale of a figure ascending to near mystical status. I'm talking about the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. He was exiled to Paris, first to Iraq and then in Paris by the Shah, but he was ever present in the imagination of millions of Iranians. Khomeini returned in Iran in 1979 following the Islamic Revolution, he came back as a messiah descending from the clouds, literally, because his plane touched down over a sea of believers in Tehran's airport, Mehrabad airport. So the revolutionary narrative portrays him as both redeemer and avenger, the one who would restore justice after centuries of tyranny. His image became an archetype of sacred resistance. His image merged the aura of prophets and kings with that of the modern kind of revolution. The interesting thing that we need to analyze is that this myth-making did not happen by accident. It followed the ancient Persian pattern of storytelling, where leaders become vessels of divine destiny, like we saw with Rostam, with Jamshid and Hassan and Sabah. Instead of a crown, Khomeini wore a turban. Instead of a divine right, he claimed divine duty. So his leadership followed a familiar mythological script. And the difference lies in the ideological medium, Islamic theology rather than royal lineage. So the synthesis of this spiritual and political legitimacy transforming what Michel Foucault called during his reports from Iran, because Michel Foucault himself was in Iran during the Islamic Revolution, writing some reports, and he called him a political spirituality. So we can say that the myth of Khomeini's return is about the reenchantment of political imagination. It is what Emile Durkheim called collective effervescence, because the streets of Tehran in February 1979 were a living embodiment of this phenomenon. It was an eruption of sacred energy, transforming the ordinary into the transcendent. Khomeini's speeches were treated as revelations. His image today is still carried as like an icon. And the Ayatollah's figure is transformed into an archetype of sanctified resistance. So, from a sociological lens, the Iranian Revolution can be also seen through the framework of Roland Barthes' mythologies, in which myth functions as a speech that turns history into nature. The revolutionary narrative surrounding Khomeini naturalized, some way, we can say, naturalized his authority, because his political ascent was presented not only as a human struggle, but as a fulfillment of destiny. His image today is in the murals, banknotes, and daily rituals is what Barthes would call a signifier of purity, a symbol empty of contradiction, radiating moral inevitability. So I'm approaching to the end, and what ties all these figures together, Jamshid, Rostam, Hassan Sabah, and Ayatollah Khomeini, is not that they just wield power or resisted power, is that their story continued to evolve. This narrative continued to evolve. Power in Persian storytelling is never static. It shifts between the sacred and the subversive, between the visible and to the hidden. So, to understand better this, we can draw on the ideas of Jules Ben-Durand, who is in his anthropological structure of an imaginary focus of archetypes at deep patterns of human imagination, patterns that shape how societies think and dream. In Persian culture, the king, the saint, the rebel, they're not just characters. They are recurring symbols that help people make sense of authority, justice, and destiny. So if you apply Durand's and Barthes' ideas to Italian storytelling, we can see that fairy tales and revolutionary rhetoric both transform political ideas into timeless narratives and make them feel like sacred, inevitable, and unquestionable. You can say also that Iranian storytelling has never been about submission, and that's it. No, it has always contained the seeds of defiance, because fairy tales, as we know, as argued by Jack Zipes, are not innocent bedtime stories. They are ideological roots, and they reproduce or challenge dominant values. In the Iranian context, we have other traditional tales like the 1001 Nights. Okay, the 1001 Nights may not be Persian in origin alone, but they have become part of the Persian cultural tapestry because they carry messages about cunning, justice, and survival under tyranny. For example, we can speak of the figure of the protagonist, the main character, Sherazad, Princess Sherazad. For instance, Princess Sherazad uses storytelling itself as a weapon. It's a way to delay death and reclaim her power in that patriarchal world. So her strategy mirrors what Iranian people, Iranian people use narrative through history to survive oppression, to resist invisibility, and to grow power with imagination. Also in the modern era, we have Iranian artists, filmmakers, and writers who have continued this dialogue between myth and power. Because cinema, literature, and even social media have become new arenas when all archetypes are reborn and reborn in a continuous way. Because during moments of course, you know what I'm talking about, of political unrest in Iran, there are all the uprisings, the revolution, who are, say, writing the Iranian history. Familiar figures reappear in unexpected forms because the martyred hero becomes a protester, and a protester becomes a hero. The unjust king becomes a dictator, and a dictator becomes a king or a figure of power. The wise sage becomes a dissident intellectual, and a dissident intellectual becomes the wise sage. So this transformation show how mythology still provides a language for expressive dissent and hope. And for instance, we can say, for example, during the Green Movement of 2009, protesters invoked epic heroes and poetic metaphors on the Shahnameh to frame their struggle. So they turned ancient tales into digital resistance. We can see this also in the Women Life Freedom movement. So this fusion of folklore and activism demonstrates how storytelling remains still a leading force in Iranian society, which is constantly reinterpreted to suit the needs of the moment. So I'm concluding to this lens, we can see that Persian fairy tales and Iranian storytelling form a kind of narrative ecosystem where power is constantly negotiated. Because storytelling itself does not merely reflect politics, it creates it. Each generation reclaimed this myth, and each generation reshaped these myths to express new forms of legitimacy or rebellion. So kings may fall, empires vanish, but archetypes remain. They shift costume to fit the time. And what endures is a narrative struggle itself, the eternal debate between the sanctity of authority and the necessity of dissent. So when we speak of Persian tales, we are really talking about cultural bloodstream, where history, religion, poetry, and politics intertwine. So these stories are not frozen relics from the past. They are mirrors in which Iranians continue to see themselves. For example, the theme of Jamshid warms pride. The legend of Hassan al-Sabah glorifies belief, and the myth of Khomeini sanctifies revolution. So in the end, I'm concluding for real this time. When we look to the Persian storytelling today, literature, film, and memes, social media, we are witnessing a continuation of this ancient conversation, whether through the allegorical cinema of, for example, Abbas Kiarostami, or the feminist poetry of Farooq Farrokhzad, or the anonymous graffitis on Tehran walls, or the underground hip-hop scene of Iran. The Iranians keep reinventing their myth to make sense of power, injustice, and their own identity, Persian identity. So these are not just stories. They are negotiations of meaning and acts of cultural memory. So this is why I struggle to understand Persian fairy tales, because it's not just a nostalgic exercise. It's a study of how imagination governs reality. And it's about realizing that every throne is temporary, but the story behind it lasts forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting and, let's say, relevant, very absolutely relevant presentation. It's not only 100% relevant to the conference topic, but also to current realities that we're in. And I particularly appreciate how you trace this connection from Shahnameh to the contemporary political myth thinking. It reminded me of parallels in Armenian epic traditions like David of Sassoon or Daredevils of Sassoon, where heroes also negotiate authority, resistance, cultural identity. So very insightful work connecting folklore, power and modern storytelling. So I'm just wondering if you have drawn any parallels with the epic, because we're like historically neighboring countries. So I don't know if you have done any research or comparison with the Armenian epic novel of David of Sassoon and Shahnameh and their in any aspect.
Honestly, not, but it's something I would like to analyze better. Yes, unfortunately, I have very little knowledge of the Armenian, let's say, cultural scene. But yes, I would love to discuss it. Maybe we can do something together. Would be really nice to share our ideas. I would really love to do it. But yes, I would be really nice. I'm also reading your messages in the chat right now in the meantime. So yes, I would really love to further discuss it together.
Yeah, great. And you had a very interesting remark at the end of your presentation about the fact that fairy tales, they create politics. Yes, and I think that all kinds of literature, including fairy tales, they are kind of propaganda that were used for many centuries to guide the mind. And especially with the rise of children's literature, these narratives became more politically centered, because children's literature is something that is shaping the mindset of people and generations. So what they read and how this readership is presented really affects the mindset of people. And if the politics uses children's literature and fairy and folk tales to create national identity and serve the rise of the nations and building peace and understanding, then this serves really a good cause. If it is used just to distract or maybe seed animosity towards other cultures, then of course this is a very bad political thing. So that's really, well, whether we accept it or not, literature is highly politicized, not only now, but it has always been so. So the more we learn to appreciate, value, and show the things that unite the nations and worlds, the better, the more we can work towards self-identity, respect, and mutual cooperation between nations and cultures. So really, thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Thank you.
Any comments, any questions? We still have some time before we finish, so I would appreciate anyone if you want to make any comments, additions, or ask a question or have a discussion, please raise your hands or unmute your microphones and share your comments and appreciations, because this is the end of section 5 and we still have some time if we want to add something or have some kind of discussion. So anyone wants to add something or maybe ask a question? Okay, I see no question, no hands raised, and I see Luca Sarti, yes, joined our chat recently. If I'm not mistaken, you're from another section. Yes, you're from the afternoon section, so thank you from section 7. So thank you for joining this section. I hope that you enjoyed the presentations that you were able to hear. If you have any comments, you're more than welcome to do so. Okay. I guess we should finish this section already. Thank you, everyone, once again. We've actually finished a bit earlier, so I'd like to thank you for your participation, your active chat messages, and so thank you for staying for the entire session. Your attention and engagement was really greatly and highly appreciated. Our next session will begin at 2 p.m. Rome time, which is GMT +2 for your reference. And we hope that we will see you also there for stimulating presentations and discussions if you want to join. If not, thank you once again for the insightful presentations, for your efforts, and for the thought-provoking discussions and presentations that you shared with us. I hope that we will be able to see some of your research available. And if you have any ideas that you want to share with us, with the groups, you have our contact informations. I hope that we will create a very interesting network of scholars on this field, and your research ideas and your offers will become available for all of us for our next presentations and our next conferences. Yes, thank you. So I don't want to say goodbye, but I have to. So we will have to get ready for our next session. I'm still talking and looking at the chat box and to make sure I don't miss any comment. So once again, thank you very much. Continue your scholarly research, and we will be very happy to have you with us in our next conferences. Thank you once again. Have a great day, and hope to see all of you, or at least some of you, in our next conferences and presentations. Thank you once again. Have a great day, and bye.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Welcome. Hi, hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. We are waiting for Marta Miner, our chair. So she's coming, but we can take some minutes to talk, to meet all. Thank you so much for being here, for being part of this conference. So thank you so much. I hope that, I don't know if you could attend it yesterday.
Sadly, no.
Okay, but we recorded the speakers, so we will do the same for you. If you agree, if you're okay, I'll send you an email. Then we cut all the elements and we leave just the speech. So we'll have, yeah. So we're waiting. So Fabio, Federica, Shaiman. Ok, manca Giulia. Ok, Michelle, Cerruti e Leone e manca Maria. Ok. Marisia, via.
Ecco. By the way, Edmondo, we're having an interesting discussion on Facebook with a friend of mine who wrote a book about AI, which you might be interested to know about. So if you want to have a look, it could be nice.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes,
Don't mention it.
You have to know that me and Fabio are colleagues. We work together in Italy. I live in Rome. He too, but he's from University of Perugia. So we share a lot of things. We imaginary, identity, technology. So
yeah,
a lot of elements. And as you can see, as can understand, all these elements are connected with imaginary. He wrote an amazing book about the animal who is able to imagine, so the human being. Fabio, you think that you will translate it, or it's just in Italian?
I was just thinking about trying to have it published in English. I have some contacts, but I took some months to relax before engaging in this other in this other thing. Anyway, I hope so. At least I published an extended summary on LinkedIn in English already. If anyone is interested, I'll leave my slides and also the text to be downloaded whenever you want.
Before starting, if you want, I sent an email. I sent an email to yesterday's speakers. After your session, if you want, we can share the slide. You can send them to me, and
very well.
I will create a kind of Google Drive, so we have the possibility to look at our slides, our researches, and so on. And then if you want, there's the possibility to be part of the EFTR, and you have to write to the info at European Fertility Roots. So you will receive an email with all these details after this session.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you all. Allora. Yeah, subscribe, secretly, just one moment. Okay, Marta, she's coming, but she's having some problems with the video. So as yesterday, you know, technology sometimes could be like a very, very far fight suddenly in a fight. So I think that we can take 5 minutes, and hello to Julia too. Welcome. And I think that it's just Maria Pluchinska. I cannot see her, maybe between the spectators. No, Silvia. No. Okay, it's not a problem. Maybe we have more time to talk and discuss. I have to say that this session is very interesting for me because it's a connection between ecology, technology, and then there's some elements that can connect how we decided to narrate all these elements in everyday life, in this moment, from a dystopical or utopical point of view. And it was a little bit hard for us to choose the abstract this year because, as you know, this is the fourth edition. The first edition, we had just maybe 10 speakers and maybe 10 abstracts. This year, we have like 100 and something, and we choose only 60. So it was a little bit hard. And thank you so much for your experience and your research. Edmondo, yes, please. 2 links by yours and Fabio. Okay. Okay, Leonie, we will create a Google Drive and we share all these elements. So yeah, well, I know Italian is not so spread language all over the world, but we will try. So, no, but you like opera? Me too. So amazing. Okay.
My first name is Leonora. I'm named after Leonora in Verdi's Trovatore. So my father was an opera fan, so it's yeah.
It's
Since the
amazing.
beginning.
Yeah. Fantastic. Okay, and Leonie, you're from the South Wales University. That is the same university of Marta, right? Marta Miner. Okay, so okay. Good. Oh, vediamo che dice Marta, eccola. Diolch.
Diavolo finito. Me l'ho chiuso perché sono cretino. Che devi fare? A un certo punto, fisso.
And 9, 4. Come back. I want to be sure that in the other room we have the chair. Marta is coming. So 2 minutes and I will be back to you all. Here I am, and okay, so the other section is ready. Okay, now we have Maria too. Perfect. We are okay. The one is Marta. Okay, I think that we will wait 4 minutes. Then I could share just for the beginning because Marta is has some technical problems, so I could start for her and then she will enter after me, so just let's check. Yeah. So my India. Okay. Okay.
Hello. So while we wait, I would like to just apologize for being late. I had some traffic problems, but now I'm here, so everything is fine.
It's okay, Maria. As you can see, Marta Miner is having some technical problem. So in 2 minutes, if she cannot connect, I will chair this session. So it could be a pleasure for me to spend time with you all, and I don't have to move from a room to another. So it could be better for me too. So you're welcome. Just a check for Mark.
Che del quarto d'ora accademico è classico, stiamo ancora. Ciao, è alle 10, 16 e un quarto, più o meno.
Fabio, hai il
Oh
microfono
yeah,
acceso.
sorry, me l'ero perso.
In 1 minute, we will begin. As Fabio said, in Italy, it's typical that we have 15 minutes before starting lesson. So okay, Marta is in the other room, so she's coming. She checked the wrong link, so okay. So I can just begin, and I will give my my vision on this section. So 3, 2, 1, action. Hello, everyone. Welcome to session number 6. Welcome to the speakers. Welcome to the public. So good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. I don't know where you are in this moment. This session is titled Rewriting Words, Technology, Ecology, and Resistance. We are waiting for Professor Marta Miner. She's coming, but as director, scientific director, I would like to share with you my vision about this section, because I think that here, today, this session asks a simple but demanding question. What happens to our shared words when stories meet infrastructures, but infrastructures in a very huge, wide perspective, wide definition. For example, when mythic forms travel across platforms, sensors, cities, cultures, and so on, and when ecological imaginaries are remade by media and design. I think that in this session, we will move across different perspectives of our societies all over the world. We will start with Fabio De Andrea, that invite us to consider narration as a word-making practice. So something very interesting that can help us to create like a huge frame for this section. Then we have Federica Guida with a speech that can allow us to shift the focus to public space and collective action, exploring how myth, power, and other contemporary elements are debated in the public, in the contemporary square. Then we move to Chamae Ourari. I'm sorry if I misspelling the name or the surname, and if you want, you can correct me. And we will see how we can study and how we can see today the concept of forest. So the concept of, from the enchanted concept of forest, of nature, moving to a synthetic one. We will have then Giulia Grippa and a study, a research about deviant tales in a burning Brazil. So the possibility to use other perspective in imaginary to understand nowadays the ecological crisis. Then Michel Wahome and connection with the synthetic part of our world, if you want to use this concept. And the point is how we conceive artificial intelligence and what this kind of technoscientific tool can tell us about our beings. So it could be very interesting to find a connection between the natural, what we called past natural, and what we call today cultural. Then we have Shruti Sriram, and with her we will see how identity-based governance in the age of predictive politics, and this element is strictly connected with speech about AI. Then we have Leonie Sherrock and another perspective about how we can see nature, how we can see the concept of forest from fairy tales to future forests. And we will close with Maria Pluchinska and a narrative about the political involvement about medical marijuana in Poland and United Kingdom from a perspective. Yes, Maria?
Yes, so I was writing to you that I need to leave before noon because I have classes with my students. So you were supposed to move me somewhere
Okay.
closer to beginning.
Okay. Yes, perfect. So I presented all the speakers, and now I would like to ask you all if Maria could be the first one, if you agree. I don't know if you have other issues, other. Okay, you agree? All agree? Okay, okay, okay. So we can begin. So Maria, you are the first speaker. Maria Pluchinska, she's from Lodz University of Technology. Her speech is titled Narratives in Parliamentary Discourse on Medical Marijuana in Poland and the United Kingdom. So thank you to be here, Maria. The floor is yours. And if you need to share slides, you can, or we can just hear your voice and your presentation. So thank you.
Yes, I would like to share. I'm just looking, where can I share my presentation? Okay, maybe it's this
There's
one.
the sharing button. Okay.
Yes, yes. Can you see it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so thank you all for allowing me to speak at the beginning. I'm really sorry I won't be here till the end because I have classes. But I would like to tell you a bit about narratives in parliamentary discourse on medical marijuana in Poland and the United Kingdom. And it's part of my PhD thesis that I finished at University of Lodz. Now I'm working at Lodz University of Technology, so different university, but still I would like to present a bit about this topic. And maybe I will start with methodology. So I was analyzing transcripts of parliamentary debates. Okay, sorry. Of parliamentary debates on drug policy acts. And especially I was analyzing debates on amendments in Poland. It was in 2017 and in United Kingdom in 2018. So similar time. And it's when in both countries medical marijuana became legal. It was narrative analysis, and it had 3 stages. First stage was to describe the structure of the text. So I was looking for context, plot, characters, and moral. And characters was divided between victims, villains, and heroes. Mostly heroes and villains, mostly victims and villains. There was not so many heroes here. Moral was divided into 2 categories. One category was permissive narratives, so narratives that led to conclusion that the law should be more liberal, and paternalistic narratives that led to conclusion that the law should be more restrictive, or it should stay as it was. So that was the first stage. The second stage was, the second stage of whole process was categorizing narratives into themes, into topics. But here I will talk only about one of those themes, so medical marijuana. I'm sorry, it's okay. And the third stage was to was to see how those narratives, how those morals, how those characters, plots, etc. Relate to wider ideological and political and normative worldview. So, few words about methodology. I already told you about acts I was analyzing. So let's move to context. So in both countries, and not only in those two countries, but now I speak only about them, marijuana was illegal, was seen as dangerous drug that should be prohibited. And if someone was possessing marijuana or selling it or producing it, could get charges. So marijuana was illegal, but then there were some research already that proved that marijuana can be used in medicine. And there were some people who needed this medical marijuana, which I will tell in a moment. And that's why those discussions began. The second thing is strong polarization. So in Poland, since 2005, there is growing and growing polarization between two parties, center-right party and center-left. And this polarization influenced all discussion in the parliament. So looking from perspective of time, the older the debates, the more arguments, the more discussion, and with time it became less valuable and more of arguments, not discussion. And the third thing, in the United Kingdom, we can see similar tendency, maybe a bit less, but still in the past, for example, in House of Lords, many lords didn't belong to any of the parties, and now they do. So there is still growing polarization, maybe not as strong as in Poland or in United States, but we can see that as well. And the third thing is that those discussions began because of people who needed medical marijuana, and it was covered by media that they needed. In Poland, it was for left-wing party who had brain cancer and needed medical marijuana. And after his death, the parliament decided to proceed this act. And in United Kingdom, there were stories about children who needed medical marijuana, and their parents had to go to Netherlands to get those marijuana. And also there was a problem that it could create charges to them that they use something what is illegal. So those stories that appeared in media were the main reason why politicians decided to discuss this topic. Okay, so let's move to United Kingdom and narratives we could find in British Parliament. Firstly, permissive narrative, so narrative that led to conclusions that we need. I'm sorry, when I look at my computer, this presentation was, I could see the letters better. I'm really sorry. I hope you can see it. So permissive narrative was the one that led to that we should liberalize the law, and they argued that legalization of medical marijuana is necessary so that patients can access this treatment, and that other substances like morphine or heroin are available to patients, although they are more dangerous than marijuana. So they argued that because we can use in medicine such strong and addictive substance like heroin, then why we can't use marijuana that is much safer? And they also presented patients as victims because they lack access to this treatment and they needed this treatment. And those politicians who prefer this permissive approach talk a lot about patients, both those patients that were covered by media, but also patients in their shires or in their regions or in their cities that needed those treatments and couldn't get it because there is lack of access. And paternalistic narrative, those politicians who thought that the law is good right now and it shouldn't be changed, argued that other medicines are sufficient and there is no need to legalize medical marijuana because patients can use different substances that can help them, so they shouldn't have access to something what they consider dangerous. And they also explained that there is insufficient research on medical marijuana, so that we don't really know what if it has this medical usage, and also what are the consequences of using it. So that is dangerous to legalize something what is not researched well enough. And in Poland, those narratives were partly similar, but partly not so much. And there were also some other different topics. And if we talk about permissive narratives, Polish politicians talk a lot about stigmatization, and this stigmatization was connected to the substance, so marijuana itself, but also to patients who use it, and doctors who would like to prescribe it, or scientists who would like to research it. And this stigmatization and restrictive law led to fear that doctors and researchers are afraid to prescribe or research this substance. So it's difficult to research it and say that that it has this or this consequences because, or this usage, because people are afraid, scientists are afraid to research it, and also doctors are afraid to prescribe it to patients. They also were talking about a situation when medical marijuana is not easily accessible. So even if someone got this prescription, it's still difficult to get it, and it's also very expensive. So not everyone have access because of the cost of this treatment. They also were talking about patients in need of medical marijuana who were sentenced for drug possessions. So they got this substance for medical reasons, but they still get, or maybe they didn't get it for medical reasons because it was too expensive and they couldn't afford it. So they got it from the black market and were sentenced for drug possessions, although they needed it for medical reasons. And paternalistic narratives in Poland were very emotional. The politicians argued that marijuana is dangerous and people can commit crimes under its influence. There were politicians who were talking stories about murders or other very dangerous crimes. that were committed under influence of marijuana, and they argued that maybe this substance can help people who are sick or who need it, but it's also very dangerous. So there has to be a lot of control over this substance. There was also a lot of lack of trust towards citizens and towards state institutions. So there was a solution that maybe state institution can produce marijuana for medical reasons, so it can be cheaper. But those politicians who presented paternalistic narratives argued that it's dangerous because those institutions can later sell it to the black market. So there was a lot of lack of trust towards those institutions. And finally, they also argued that medical marijuana is not a medicine because it only alleviates symptoms, but not heal. So it only helps with, for example, release the pain, but it doesn't make anyone to be healthy. So that was the narratives, and where those narratives led us. So I would say that in United Kingdom, permissive narrative was definitely presented more often, but even though they were presented more often, paternalistic narrative became louder, and the solutions were influenced strongly by paternalistic narrative. So the discussion was one thing, but the results of this discussion were another, and they were not really connected. And in Poland, those permissive and paternalistic narratives were equally present in the parliament. And again, paternalistic narratives were won, and the act was more restrictive than it was supposed to at the beginning. It was also because in both parliaments, the government were connected to those paternalistic narratives. So there were more politicians who represented parties that presented paternalistic narratives than those with permissive worldview. So the results of those discussions were that both acts became unsatisfactory to specialists, to doctors, to patients, to people who proposed those acts, and it led to a situation that marijuana was legal but not easily accessible, and sometimes it was even more difficult than before those acts. So the law became more restrictive, and also in British Parliament, there was another discussion after this act that was about those changes, why those changes made it more difficult than it was before them. And also we can see over time in Poland especially that access became easier. So for example, there are online pharmacies that can prescribe or online doctors that can prescribe medical marijuana. So anyone can just fill a form and get prescription. But that leads to new problems, that is misused, and the parliament is considering new laws that ban those online pharmacies, online doctors to prescribe marijuana, that marijuana can be prescribed only in person. So moving to conclusions. Yes, so we can see a lot of similarities between United Kingdom and Poland. In both those topics became important for politicians because of media coverage of people who needed this substance because of their health. And it happened around the same time. In both, although permissive narrative was present more often during the discussion, paternalistic option won, and it led to laws that created different problems. In Great Britain, that it's even more difficult, and in Poland, firstly, that it's more difficult, and later on that it's too easy to get it online. And yes, what can we say was similar also is that in both United Kingdom and Poland, paternalistic narrative argued that medical marijuana is not really a medicine, because either we don't have research on it, either we can different medicines, either it doesn't heal, only alleviate those symptoms. And permissive narrative focused on patients and presented those patients as victims. And in United Kingdom, it was only about patients, but in Poland there were also other groups that were mentioned, like doctors and scientists.
Yeah, just 1 minute, please.
Yes, I was just supposed to say that I'm finishing. So yes, so that was the conclusions, and I would like to thank you for your attention. And here is my email address if you will want to have any questions. So yes, thank you.
Thank you so much to you, Maria. And we have with us Professor Marta Miner. So Maria, just 1 moment. Just introduced our chair, Professor Marta Miner from University of South Wales. I will leave to her the floor, the conduction of the chair. And again, thank you so much, Maria, for your speech. Marta, the panel is all yours.
It's all mine. Thank you so very, very much. And sincere apologies for being late this morning. I was in the wrong room, really. I was just following the calendar invite, which ended me up in the wrong room. And I thought this session would be following that session. So I wasn't worried. There we are. Sincere apologies, and lovely to meet everybody. So we'll get going, I think. Is it the way you've been running this, Edmondo, that there would be at least one question after each presentation, or
as you wish? The panel is yours.
The panel is mine. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we have maybe just one question for Maria before we move on to the next speaker. It's helpful to have a question or comment, I think, when we are presenting at a conference. So if there's anything in particular, this is the moment to speak up or raise a hand. Otherwise, we'll move on. And then if we have a little bit of time at the end, then I think we can come back to you, Maria, because people might think of questions by then. Thank you so very, very much. And now I can see we are sort of reshuffling the schedule just a little bit, ever so slightly then. So can we then move on to Shruti Sriram? And then after Shruti, I think because Julia is kind of in a class multitasking, which is very, very brave and kind, really. So after Shruti, we'll have Julia's paper, and then we'll revert to our actual schedule. Excellent. So let me please introduce Shruti Sriram from Shyam Lal College, New Delhi.
and the title is Platform Agonism and the Friend-Enemy Dynamic, Identity-Based Governance in the Age of Predictive Politics. Over to you, Shruti. I can't see you yet, which is moderately troubling me. Let me just check. Yes, perfect, excellent. Right, the floor is yours, and I'll be timing you in the background. You just need to unmute.
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
You are indeed.
All right. So, good morning, all of you. It's a warm afternoon here. And Martha just mentioned the title of my paper, so I'll just get into it and not waste further time. As we all know, we are all familiar and very much into the use of social media, digital media and everything, and Instagram, Facebook, all these things have become an everyday part of our life. But beneath the surface of our daily engagement lies an invisible infrastructure, one that comprises of a system of technologies, narratives, and behaviors that are designed to shape how we think, feel, and act. With the ever-increasing algorithmic influence and the possibility of real-time surveillance becoming a reality, the governments are also mastering a silent craft of control. The question earlier used to be, why should we be scared of, these big companies or technological companies having access to our daily lives? We don't have anything to hide, but it has a larger meaning attached with it. And the influence is no more a matter of matter that is solely managed through. So what happens is, with algorithmic influence and real-time surveillance, governments in a way are able to control even the way that we think and make use of it during elections and for their political agendas. So influence is not merely something that is managed through, say, building and sustaining a party cadre and a ground reach, or implementing targeted campaigns or speeches by, personal charismatic leaders, like Weber would say, whose charm would, make you vote for them. So the age-old idea that, governments using media to shape perceptions have also evolved. Today, media in all forms is no longer, media is not just broadcast, it is rather algorithmically tailored. Earlier, you used to have these state-run channels, TV channels. Like India, there used to be one called Doordarshan, which used to, show different shows and everything, and in between have some kind of social messaging or messages that the state wants to convey to the people. But now it is a altogether different ball game that is happening. And the best example of that is, many of us, talk about planning vacations. And when you're talking about this to your partner or your friends, and the next moment when you open your phone and start scrolling, you realize that you're getting ads for, packages to the very destinations that you had been talking about. So that's how deep this thing goes. So therefore, there is a drastic change in, more importantly, how we imagine the civic engagement itself and how consent works. So it is not something which is directly, making us or pushing us do something. It's more of a flow. You imagine something, you also, have a kind of, say, influence over how things happen, but you are also at the same time influenced and nudged in a different direction. So politics that way has also, moved away, slightly away from this episodic spectacle which you see, especially during elections, or some kind of, sporadic coercion or stoking of sentiments. It is not manufacturing of consent at that instant or moment. It is rather a continuous influence. And Surveillance, surveillance, behavioral nudging, and identity-centered mobilization have come to the fore ever more than before, because now there are different kinds of mechanisms available for surveillance and targeting according to our own preferences, and we are also deeply influenced by the kind of nudging that happens. So what happens is, citizens as data point, even Foucault talked about it long back, and how power and control can be achieved through data collection, public health, and everything. And Agamben also talks about it in his conception of bare life, and says how state of exceptions have also become a norm. Here, one example that I'd like to take is special law called Armed Forces Special Powers Act in India, which is an exceptional law to be deployed only in exceptional situations. And many countries have such laws, but in different regions, especially in India, in certain pockets of Northeast India, these laws have been in place for years together. And they are still in place in few regions, and to sustain that kind of consent and to also manufacture it, there is no widespread protest as to now it has to stop, but there is a sort of tacit consent with it. So such cases require more technologically driven form of control now, more than ever. So there comes a need to create and recreate identities in the process. So identity now is not fixed in space and time, where you are a certain person belonging from a certain social background or a certain class, but rather how Zygmunt Bauman talks about identities being fragmented and reassembled online in social media platforms, and used to manipulate these fluid identities through algorithms. So, and the conception of the political as one where emotions are, it is an intense emotional space where this friend-enemy logic or distinction is inherent part of it, is also something which we can see even now. But the only difference is that, you're not there to kill each other as enemies. You have become or transformed into a rather adversary, and that adversary also keeps changing. You're not constantly, in an adversarial relationship with the other. Sometimes you, come together on certain issues, but other times you are, the us and in that us and they distinction. So that kind of, so basically trying to use Chantal Mouffe's conception of agnostic pluralism, and taking this further, we can say that there is also within identities, when I say that there is this kind of recalibration and of the other, and at some points we are we associate with somebody and then we disassociate with somebody on certain issues. We can see that these very identities have a hierarchy to it. What kind of hierarchy? So for example, I am from India and I'm a person who speaks one of the South Indian languages in India. So when I come to say Europe, I would first associate with that Indian identity. But then when I am in India and probably in North India, then I would be more associated with that South Indian identity of mine. And when I go to that South India, I would associate with my linguistic identity more than the other identity, larger identity. So there is one kind of hierarchy, but within that hierarchy, which one takes preference at one point in time depends on the contingent situation. So before I go further, I'd like to, read out this quote by George Orwell. The war is not meant to be won. It is meant to be continuous. You do not demolish your enemy, basically. Rather, you sustain the other and reap the benefits. And to understand this further, I'd like to take the example of three countries, China, India, and US, to understand how this kind of linkage between identity and digital media and nudging actually happens. So let us look at China. So here in China, social credit scoring system has a very strong, evaluative grid. It even gives scores to people on their economic well-being and their political aspects. So this amount of control actually manufactures a kind of conformity and sustenance as well. And the biggest thing that we can decipher this kind of narrative setting and building is also from the fact that when one is asked, even people around the world, if you ask anybody, what kind of country is China, the first thing that you tend to say is it is a communist country. But we forget that it has one of the well-built corporate capitalist system, and it has a very huge number of billionaires in the country. So that's how the state in a way camouflages itself and tries to nudge us or set the narrative in a way that we believe what they want us to believe. And if we look at the USA, specifically the Trump campaigns, in 2016, the Trump campaign actually spent around 94 million on digital ads. But in 2020, the elections were around 70% of all election spending went to three major digital platforms: Twitter, which is now X, Google, and Facebook. So, but interestingly, in 2024, Trump's election campaigns actually spent significantly much less than the opponents on social media. Now we wonder why a person who has been campaigning over the last 3 elections, in the 3rd election, he suddenly brings down his election spending on social media. And the answer lies with his with the support that he had from Elon Musk and him owning the company X. So this kind of shows how corporate political tie-up also works, especially media and social media related companies. And moving on to India, here in India, more than 1.35 billion users are registered on something called Aadhaar, which is the biometric based ID. And targeted schemes are implemented through this. For example, clean cooking gas for women, partial wage compensation for pregnant women, etc. In India, you can see that there is a blend of welfare and persuasion which goes together. And it works well because around 65% of the electorate is under the age of 35 and with a phone. So, say for example, as simple as universal basic income for all women of all categories, irrespective of where they come from, is something that comes up during every other campaign, but it takes up a different form when it goes to when the campaign reaches a particular specific region, and the calculations of women's identity that other identities other than women are calculated within that region. So again, trying to look at this hierarchical identity structure, as well as looking at how targeting happens. So with this Aadhaar system, the Indian government has a huge amount of data of the people, of their bank account numbers, phone numbers, their permanent account numbers, and everything. So imagine the kind of reach that it entails. So before I move further, I would like to take 30 seconds and play this video by a Booker Prize winner, Arundhati Roy, and she says something very interesting.
It's becoming impossible. In the world today, it is impossible to have debates because there is no set of agreed upon facts. There are only competing fake narratives, So he who conquers and owns technology controls the narrative. Now you're in a situation where there has been a complete capture of the imagination and the dissemination of these fake narratives.
So the one who rules the world controls the narrative. Now we know why the most affluent and rich in the world control the major media houses, and those who control social media platforms are very close to the political clout. And algorithmic infrastructures are transforming the way the antagonism exists in the society, and they have become rather programmable variables. And the friend enemy distinction that I talked about earlier is now managed and mediated through these algorithms, which also do one more important thing, which is, I think, evident now, which privilege certain voices while throttling others. So dissent becomes legible only in controlled doses. Dissenting voices actually get submerged in the bombardment of propaganda or narrative voices. So platform agonism basically what it does is it tries to signify is that social media and digital platforms have become spaces where political conflicts occur, and these are how these are managed. So identity being the most fundamental factor is actually poked, prodded, or provoked as and when it is required. So stoking of sentiments when it is needed on certain issues can be done, and you bombard the this thing platforms of various users with these kinds of narratives. Then it is just a permutation combination to serve the strategic needs of the time. And stabilizing the incumbents become very easy, and that too without any visible form of oppression, coercion, while also narrowing down opposition views, hence in most cases consolidating power. So what happens, and we have also seen how the control over social media can have the control over how narratives are played down, how certain myths or say ideas are propagated, however baseless or factually incorrect they might be. So before I end, I'd like to, read this quote by Hannah Arendt. The ideal subject of totalitarian rule is not the convinced Nazi or the convinced communist, but people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction no longer exists. What Hitler did was to convince Germans that the Jews were the enemy that needed to be eliminated. And this convincing power has evolved to a different level currently. And the biggest example is how the world is divided over the Gaza genocide. And I'm not here to tell who is right or wrong. I'm just telling that the very fact that the world is divided shows the strength of narrative building through media and social media. So before I conclude, I'd like to just say one thing. When a person says that it's raining outside, and the other one vehemently says that no, it is not, and most importantly says with utmost emotion, it is not for us to believe either one of them. It is for us to just check out out of the window, look out of the window. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srote, much appreciated. Really, really rich and thought-provoking presentation. Really. Do we have a question or comment for Srote? I wanted to ask sort of in what discipline you are based actually formally. This is quite interdisciplinary, obviously, what you're presenting, but what department are you based in?
Political science.
Political science. I thought it might be the case. Yes, absolutely fascinating, and obviously you're drawing on really sort of
Marta, if I might, I can't seem to find my hands up here anywhere.
I didn't find the hands
I forgot
up.
what it is.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this interesting intervention. I would like to ask you if you know about Edgar Morin and his work, because one of the main things that he's telling us is about the difference between the exclusive and inclusive paradigms. And the base of the exclusive paradigm is the logical operation of disjunction. And I'm pretty sure that all this talk about, you know, dichotomies and oppositions and divisions in this world, in our world, which could be considered as global by now, I'm afraid, has much to do with the fact that we, in fact, chose the logical operation of disjunction as the natural way of thinking and building knowledge. And I'd like to know if you know something about it, if you've thought about this, and I think it might be useful for your work to ponder this. Thank you.
This is something that I would really love to read. I have not included that reading particularly in my study, and I would go back to it and try to see how it fits or enriches my study. Thank you, Fabio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabio. Perhaps you could put a title in the chat, and then Shruti can
I'm writing
that would be grateful. I'd be grateful for that.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you, Shruti, for the presentation. If there is time at the end, we can obviously come back to your paper if you are still on the call. But I would say for now, swiftly, let us move on. And Julia, can I call you? Are you on the call at the moment? Excellent. So Giulia Crippa will be our next speaker from Università degli Studi di Bologna. A warm welcome to you this morning. And let me announce the title of your talk, Deviant Tales in a Burning Brazil, Narrative Devices, Ideology and Eco-Political Resistance in Cidade Invisível. I'm not entirely sure, sadly. I probably butchered that entirely, but the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I should have checked before. My computer doesn't allow me to share the PowerPoint because they want me to enter the privacy settings. So I'm just going to speak, and I think, I hope it will be clear. Anyway, today I am resuming an article that I submitted, and I hope it will be accepted. Anyway, I'd like to thank you all for being here. And my talk today is called Deviant Tales in a Burning Brazil, Narrative Devices, Ideology and Eco-Political Resistance in this series, Brazilian series, Invisible Cities, Cidade Invisível. This presentation, as I told you, is based on a research I've been doing on the transformation of fairy tale monsters, folklorical monsters from a pre-modern prodigies full of symbolic meaning to a modern figure of deviance defined and disciplined by science and social norms. As a case study, I'll use this series made by Netflix in 2020, and then there is also the second season, and the third one is in production. And of course, I will not enter in the details, unfortunately. I'd like to have some hours, but I don't. So this series reinterprets traditional creatures through the lens of social exclusion, urban marginality, and environmental resistance. My goal is threefold in this presentation. First, to explore how the monster functions as a cultural device that reflects the limits of what a society considers normal. Second, to apply our Becker's theory of social deviance, which explains how the outsiders is produced by social processes of labeling. And third, to show how Cidade Invisível, Invisible City, uses these mythical figures to comment on Brazil's present on issues of class, race, gender, and ecology, of course. In the pre-modern imagination, as historians like Jacques Le Goff and others have shown, the monster was not a meaningless freak. It was a sign, a manifestation of divine will or cosmic order. A child with deformities, a hybrid creature, or a prodigious animal were not errors of nature, but messages to be interpreted. With the rise of modern rationality, as Michael Foucault analyzed, this symbolic order collapses. The monstrous body becomes a biological deviation, a pathology to be studied and classified. The monster moves from the realm of the miraculous to that of the abnormal, from meaning to disturbance. Umberto Eco reminds us that the monster is the violation of a natural and cultural law. But Mikhail Bakhtin, in his study on Rabelais, introduces another perspective, the grotesque body, a body that is excessive, open, fertile, and regenerative. Where the monster inspires fear, the grotesque provokes laughter, transforming deformity into vitality and renewal. In this sense, the grotesque can be seen as a domesticated monster. It subverts order while keeping life flowing. Howard Becker, in Outsiders, argues that deviance is not intrinsic to an act or a person. People become deviant when society labels them as such. It's a process of power and exclusion. Certain groups define what counts as normal and stigmatize what lies outside those norms. This theoretical lens helped me and can help us to understand Invisible City. The monsters in the series are not evil beings. They are socially labeled outsiders. They embody the fears projected onto marginalized bodies, the poor, the homeless, the prostitute, the black child of the street. To understand specifically these figures of Brazilian folklore and fairy tales, we need to look at how this national folklore became part of national culture and helped to shape an idea of national identity already at the beginning of the 20th century. Writers and artists such as Monteiro Lobato, Mário de Andrade, and painters such as Tarsila do Amaral and Cândido Portinari transformed local myths into symbols of national identity. Lobato's inquiry on Saci Pererê presented this creature, the Saci, a one-legged black trickster, as a Brazilian folk hero. Mário de Andrade's Macunaíma incorporated indigenous and African-based myths and European myths into a modernist reflection on Brazilian identity. Through literature, painting, and later television, these monsters were canonized, moved from oral folklore into official culture. In Invisible City, these creatures coexist in two regimes: the archaic, in which the monster is a prodigy, a bearer of meaning, and the modern, where the monster is redefined as a deviance and social disorder. The series constantly oscillates between these two, myth and pathology, magic and exclusion. Let's look at some examples. The boto, or pink dolphin from Amazon rivers, is a creature of metamorphosis. In traditional tales, it becomes a man during full moon to seduce women. In the series, it becomes Manaus, an alcoholic, womanizer, and environmentalist character. His monstrous nature lies in both his hybrid bodies and his social behavior. Even when he metamorphizes, he still has the sphincter at the top of his head, and he covered it with a hat. The kuka is the witch, traditionally an alligator-like old woman who kidnaps children. I don't have time to explain you their origins. They are European. And actually, the first representation of kuka was made by Goya, Francisco Goya. And the kuka, the monster, has not these characters, but she scares children. But then when we look at Spain and Portugal, we can find traditions linked to this dragon called coca or cuca. When she arrives in Brazil, actually she is intended like Goya did, but then Monteiro Lobato, who is an intellectual, transformed cuca in an alligator, in a blonde female alligator living in a cavern and cooking potions. And this is the popular version. An alligator-like old woman who kidnaps children. She becomes in the Invisible City a glamorous but dangerous nightclub owner. She's still a witch. She still cooks potions, and she still has exes. Her figures encapsulate the fear of female autonomy, of the woman who escapes social control. The Yara is a siren, a woman who kills men after being murdered by one. She embodies female revenge, transforming trauma into monstrosity. The Sassi becomes Isaac. Sassi is a one-legged creature, and he uses a red hat, and you can control Sassi if you can steal his hat. And of course, in the series, he has a red bandana, and it works the same way, and he has only one leg, and the prophecy is that he soon lose. And of course, Yara is a siren, and she's a singer at the Kuka nightclub. The pipe of the Sassi, it's traditional to show him with a pipe, is absent in the show because he is represented already as a black young boy, marginalized, and it is common to associate black young boys, homeless, with drug addicts using crack pipes. So it's somehow an attention to avoid this kind of association, deviant association. Finally, the Curupira, the forest guardian with feet turned backward, appears as a disabled man in a wheelchair. They all live in city, but they are all of them are natural creatures. They are linked to environmental environment. The deformity of Curupira symbolizes both ecological decay and social exclusions. One of the series' most original aspects is how it relocates these monsters from the forest to the city. The monsters, these creatures, the fairy tale creatures, no longer inhabit the wilderness. They live in Rio de Janeiro, marginal spaces, under bridges, in abandoned buildings, in the nightlife of gentrified districts. The nightclub Cafofo, literally the den, is a symbolic space, both refuge and trap, a liminal zone between visibility and invisibility. Beyond folklore and symbolism, Cidade Invisible City is a deeply political text. Produced between 2020 and 2023, it resonates with the Bolsonaro era, a time of sharp polarization, environmental distraction, and revival of colonial ideologies. The creatures, the fairy tale creatures, act as prophets of crisis, revealing a Brazil torn by class division, racism, and misogyny. They become metaphors of resistance. To conclude,
Thank you very much, Julia. That was absolutely fascinating. Excellent timekeeping as well. Thank you kindly. Can I invite questions and comments, please?
Martha, I don't know if I can, yes. So I would ask two very short questions, one for Maria, one for Julia, because I know that you have your class, your students, so I was okay. Okay, so I will start with Maria, because I was interested in your perspective, and as you know, this is a European fairy tale root, so we work a lot with imaginary and how a different perspective of imaginary can allow us to have a different perception of reality. So you highlight the paradox between the paradox whereby legal forms introduced new barriers instead of improving access. So, according to you, to your research, which rhetorical strategies, for example, I don't know, emotional versus fact-driven, or for example, the war rhetoric, proved most decisive in producing this kind of paradoxical outcome? And if these kind of strategies are context specified or structurally similar across both countries? And then I will ask a question to Julia. So thank you, Maria.
Thank you. So I would say it's different in both countries because in Poland, definitely emotional-driven narratives were more common, and both sides were using emotional-driven narratives. So there was not really a big difference between a permissive and paternalistic side. But yes, the emotional-driven narratives and also rhetoric of unreason. It's a category introduced by Ibarra and Kitsuzi that describes situation when the speaker say that everyone who thinks differently than me is not right because it's either stupid or has bad intentions or anything else. So those two rhetorics were definitely present in Polish context and influence the debate. In United Kingdom, the debate was much more fact-driven, and there were more fact-driven narratives, although there were also some emotional-driven narratives, especially those about those children who need medical marijuana and doesn't have access to it. I think what led to those conclusions is not the debate itself, but the overall political scene that exists in both countries, and rising populism, rising polarization that ended up in a situation where there was debate. That was one thing, and there were results of this debate, which was just majority of parliament, so the government party voting as they wish. So I would say that the problem is that debate doesn't matter anymore, and that its quality decrease over time. So I think that that's much more of a problem that rhetorics that were used during the debates. And if I have a voice now, I also would like to say to Julia that it was very interesting what you are saying, and I really wish you will send us this presentation, because I didn't write any titles or names, but I would like to get to those readings, to those texts, or to those TV series you mentioned. So thank you.
Marta, I don't know if there's someone else that want to ask something to Julia, or
Not that
maybe-
I'm aware, so please go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Oh, no,
Oh,
there's
sorry.
Chayamai. Yes.
Yes. I want to ask a question to Julia. So I got the impression, I think it's a Siri that you were talking about. I can't pronounce its name. But I get the impression that the monsters are part of nature, and you said that they became later a problem to be fixed. So I was wondering, like, can we connect this to our relationship with nature nowadays? That we see nature as a problem, that we need to fix it.
Okay, may I answer? Well, first of all, thank you, Maria. I will send at least the PowerPoint, and I hope the article will be published. So anyway, in answer to this, look, this problem is that Brazil was a colony, and it joined African descendant, native, indigenous population descendant, and Europeans. So what happened? There was the myth of indigenous people, the myth that are Afro-Brazilian, and the European myth in a country that has one of the most one of the largest space in terms of nature, the Amazonian basin, okay? And it is also one of the country that most destroy this aspect because of economical interests, okay? And during the political era of Bolsonaro, the fires became stronger. So what happened with this myth? This myth, most of them have this origin linked to natural or at least agricultural spaces, so not urban spaces, okay? And what happened with this kind of fairy tales? They become folklore. So they are somehow considered popular culture. That's not exactly what you use necessarily to represent an identity. So what happens in Brazil? Modernism, with these names, and they are, some of them are actually international, relate with these characters as example of Brazilian character, as they call it, okay? So they are still linked to nature, but they become sort of icons. What happens with the series? They don't lose this link with nature. In fact, in the pictures, I put some statues of Curupira, represented as a young indigenous boy with feet backwards, and they are present in some Brazilian cities, okay? So what happens with the series? These creatures were brought to a human environment. So when you have something that somehow is maintained with the mass media system, such as these creatures, but mainly for young people, but everyone knows, everyone literally knows who they are. But they are represented in this popular mass content. They preserve these characteristics of monstruosity linked to the tradition. When it becomes this series, they are in a urban environment, and how can we represent something that is deviant from nature conformity, because they were monsters, okay? They transform themselves, they are half fish, half human, they transform from a savage pig to a man, and so on, from a dolphin to a young boy. So in a urban environment, they are at the margin. And this means represent the marginalization that the urban space reserve to environment. By the way, the history is linked to the attempt of an enterprise to catch a natural space where a traditional community live, to develop buildings, to transform this into a city, a urban space. So they are marginalized. They appear marginalized in the urban space because they are marginal in the urban space. But how do I represent this marginalization in a urban Brazilian space? They are homeless. They are they don't fit with what is labeled as normal. That's why you have this passage, continuous passage. You can see them as fairy tale creatures, but you can see them as homeless, dirty, disgusting somehow. They don't fit what we deem socialized somehow. So it's a long, it's a long speech. In short, this idea is that something that it is very well known, popularly and massively well known, become this new icon related with a space that has been constantly destroyed, and this huge peak of destruction actually happened with this, with the political choices, anti-ecological choices. So they are quite strong as figures, and it is very interesting, but I can't tell you anything about this. The commentaries in social networks of Brazilian people about how they are used to imagine them, how they liked or disliked these choices of urbanizing them. I don't know if I answer. I hope so.
Thank you very much, Julia, and thank you for the questions and comments, both for Julia's paper and Maria's. I think we probably should move on, although I feel guilty, Edmondo, if we can't fit in your question. Is that sort of a burning question, as at times they ask? Or will you be
happy? It's okay. Me and Julia, we can talk later. We are colleagues, so it's okay. I don't want to steal time to speakers.
Fine. Thank you very much for understanding that. In that case, I think we'll move on because we still have quite a few papers. So we'll revert now to our regular schedule. So can I call Fabio D'Andrea, please, to get ready for the presentation. So Fabio is from Università degli Studi di Perugia. And your title, Fabio, is The Telltale Tale, How We Make the World We Live In. So a warm welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much. I'll share a little presentation, if you don't mind. I hope it's you're seeing it.
Yes.
Very well. And thank you very much. Brief introduction. I'm Fabio D'Andrea, and I've been working on the imaginary for years now. So I'm very happy to be here with you in a setting that a few decades ago would have been unthinkable, which is something that gives a little hope in hard times like these. And I'd like to talk about this thing that's the increasing pervasiveness of the narrative dimension. That's to say that I think that it's time to move on. Now we've established the importance of the imaginary in everyday life, in politics, in communication, in every context, I would say. But it still occupies an ancillary position. We still make reference to reason and then to imaginary like something that can be interpreted and taken into account or not. And I think instead that it would be time to try and put forward a radical hypothesis, different hypothesis. That's to say that I think that the symbolic imaginal dimension is much more crucial in our way of living and thinking and acting than the rational dimension. I'll try to sketch these in a few steps. I'd like to answer a question or give you any kind of other material you'd think interesting if you're interested in this heretic point of view. But the main thing is that, this increasing pervasiveness we were talking about is something that asks questions of a few certitudes, modern certitudes that we're not questioning, but instead we should. For instance, how is it possible that an objective reality changes in accordance with narratives? If it is objective, it should stay put and be that. It's a given. It's something that stays. It's something that is not possible to alter in any way, or at least this is the narrative that's behind the idea of an objective reality. And self-centered and independent rationality. I don't think that's the case. And so I'd like to make my case, taking into account a few things that science tells us. So it's not, I'm not a ludist, at least not yet. But I think that we might make a different use of science and its given to get into another kind of perspective about ourselves. And this kind of perspective has strong ecological echoes and could be something we should try to put into place as soon as possible. One of the main things I'd like to address is the fact that we still have a narrative of humanity that's far from anything real. That's to say that we still think that human is thinking. Humanity is someone that thinks or doubts, if we want to take Descartes into an option. Instead, we perfectly knows that according to science and all those who are thinking on these terms, humanity is to stand up and walk. Humanity is something that has to do with body and corporeality, and has been doing with corporeality for a few million years. As you can say in this illustration, we are slowly postponing the moment in which we became human. It was 6 million years ago. Now it's about 8 million years ago. I don't know where we're gonna end up in this continue research, but that has to do with being what we are and who we are. Because as you can see, Homo sapiens came around about 300,000 years ago. So it's a bit hard to define a process that's been taking place for 8 million years with a characteristic that appeared 10 or 15,000 years ago, because Homo sapiens wasn't always self-aware. Self-awareness was something that came up around 10 or 15,000 years ago. And we are the latest examples of this predominance in self-awareness. And I'd say we're not exactly a perfect example of something we would like to still be. So what about and how can we try and be a bit different? I think that we should try and end up the idea of being exclusively rational. The fact that science chose the moment of standing up was something extremely interesting from my point of view, because the act of standing up is also one of the crucial moments in the story of the imaginal dimension as put forward by Gilbert Durand in his The Anthropological Structures of the Imaginary, which is a text I strongly used and still refer to for most of my imaginary discourses. That's to say that the moment in which we stood was the moment in which we separated the earth from the sky, the moment in which we discovered the horizon, the moment in which we gained a different kind of perspective on the world, but we still were bodies. We still were bodies who had now an option to become something more, because we had, you know, hands and then thumbs and then lots of things that I'll skip because we don't have time, but I think you get the meaning. And so we passed from being merely bodies, and this is the merely is between commas, and this is manifested by this discourse about the architectural structure of the brain, which is the MacLean hypothesis of the triune brain. And we can see that first we had the lizard brain, which is still the main responsible for our being alive. So I'd be a bit slower in giving it names and things that are most equivalent to insults. But anyway, we had the lizard brain, then we had the mammal brain, that's to say the limbic system. The limbic system followed in the wake of the lizard brain, and the knowledge they were able to give our ancestors was a knowledge perfectly melted, perfectly linked, and it conduced to the imaginary. Oh, that at least is the idea of Durand, which I find extremely interesting. So from the gesture, we got to the ritual, and knowledge started making hierarchical difference and organization of the world. Values were born here, and wishes and intimations of importance in the world. So here we are still in the symbolic imaginal dimension, and it was a dimension that followed, that permitted us to go ahead and become Homo sapiens for millions of years. So it's not the fact that the problem is that we think that knowledge is something that can only be got in rational and abstract ways. It's something that has to do with our capacity of thinking, which I think it's fantastic, of course, as we're here and we're talking about it. But it's not only that. I think that knowledge is something that has to do with our corporeality, with our with capacity of orientation in space and time, and in our capacity to make wishes come true. And here is where this discourse links with Weber's definition of culture, which is a finite section of the infinity without sense of the becoming of the world. That's to say that we make choices and we make values and we have ideas that are not rational at all about how the world should be and how we could make it be so. So, I hope I've been comprehensible at least. And this is what I call my sketch of complex knowledge. A complex knowledge was made of 3 dimensions: the corporeal one, the symbolic imaginal one, and the rational one. But in this order, we have to remember that we are pretending that the only knowledge available is the rational one. And so we're opening doors to perturbations from the other spheres that are still there. We're still corporeal and we're still symbolical, imaginal in our doings. So my hypothesis, which I shortly now take into account by way of archetypology, is that rationality is perhaps the way in which our self-awareness tries to cope with the deepest pulsions and intimations that we still have. And this would make more comprehensible the way in which the world is being made these days. Because I can't seem to find anything rational in what we do. We have wars. We are making our principal mistakes and misunderstandings up as alibis and virtues. We've turned greed into success. We're turning clan thinking into community and whatever. So we are particularly apt to make things become what we think they should be. And it has to do with this idea of the symbolic world that Durand puts forward. That's to say that we have, lots of ways of understanding and distinguishing symbols and pulsions. And Durand tells us that we can divide, as you can see. I'm not going into it much, but we have 3 kind of anthropological structures and 2 kind of regimes in which these symbols are given a deepest sense. The diurnal regime is connected to a way of thinking that has to do with disjunction, as we were saying a few moments ago with our colleague from India. While the nocturnal regimes has to do with a mystic kind of understanding and a tendency toward compromise and confusion. Now, what about Pareto in this? Pareto was apt to single out this strange mechanism, which I think is the way in which reason acts. That's to say that he was a positivistic thinker, and he was anyway keenly aware of the contradictions of the world that surrounded him. And so he thought that most of the time, we made logical actions that weren't logical at all by way of this kind of mechanism, which is the derivation. He used to think it was something that should be gone over and done away with, and I think this is the way in which reason works. That's to say that reason always gets residues, or at least goes and gets his meanings and his significations from the symbolic imaginal sphere, and then tries to make them seem logical. And thanks to narratives, it most of the time succeeds. But if this is true, then we have lots of things about which we can think and we might debate, because we are trying to turn ourselves into machines. We've been trying to do this for hundreds of years, and there is a strong imaginal turn and urge into this. And this is what led to modernity, what led to the predominance of an artificial self-reservation, which has evident echoes into the understanding of environment and the way we cope with environment. And the fact that there are lots of connection, of deep connection in the world, has been totally not taken into account because these connections happen in the underworld. You know, Stranger Things and things like that, but we have our underworld in the earth, in the mycelium connection between every human being and every part of the biosphere except ourselves. So my suggestion would be going into some poetry to try and think of us as something definitely different from only rational beings. We should try and find ways to get in touch with our other ways of making knowledge and with other ways of being human, which are more human than we can think of. As the question about being human is something that's been asked continuously in these last years and with excellent reasons. I think I got to make myself clear, and I thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Really fascinating, thought-provoking presentation once again. May I invite any questions or comments, please?
I have one, but I can wait maybe if there's someone else because I don't want to talk every time. So I just wait for 1 minute.
Let's wait for a few seconds, see if there is anybody else. But I would say just go ahead, Edmondo.
Okay. Thank you, Fabio, for your presentation. As you know, I really appreciate your field of research, your point of view, and I'm really interested in this kind of vision, of future vision of our disciplines and our researchers from a transdisciplinary point of view. The point is, if I understand in a correctly way, you argue for the need to spin a new ecological cooperative, like a peaceful tale, a new peaceful tale. So, what, in your view, are the key characteristics that such a tale should have to counter the self-fulfilling narratives of artificialism and narrow objectivism? And if do you see existing cultural forms nowadays in this moment, in this era, that already point in this direction? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Edmondo. That's the question, I'd say, because it's hard to think of getting out of here in a way. There are texts and other colleagues that are working hard on this. I might suggest to read the Dawn of Everything by David Graeber and David Wengrow, which is a great text on this. And the same question is asked there: how did we get here? How did we get stuck here? Because that's the main thing. And I think that we have a terrible pressure to forget who we are, who we deeply are, who we intimately are. But there are things that are million-year-old, and so they are hard to put down. And so I think that we can find lots of ideas and initiatives in the world that try to make this happen, because this has to do with the specific characteristic of rationalism that are trying to suffocate us, to petrify us, I'd say, just to be a bit imaginal, with, data, numbers, protocols, procedures, and all that stuff that kills spontaneity and being beyond ourselves in a way. I think that creation is something that happens in a sphere where the ego is perhaps part, or where the ego is not at all. There have been researches on improvisation in jazz that show that in the moment of improvising, the recent part of the brain shut down, So improvisation and art are something that stem from the symbolic imaginal structures from limbic system and all that. So we should try to put some kind of leash to our egos. That's not easy, but I think that the version of ego we have right now is just one of the possible egos we could be. And I think in history we had several other egos that could have been much better suited to go ahead in the world. I'm thinking of the Native American cultures. I'm thinking of lots of East thought. I'm thinking of archaic Greek thought. We have lots of ways of being human that are not this. And so I think we should try and put forward this idea because it's an idea that it's ripe for the time being to find someone who's interested in. Because most of us are slowly or more rapidly understanding that this is not the way to go ahead. We know perfectly well that the world as it is now is doomed if we don't do something about it sufficiently swiftly, I'd say. So I think we should try and focus more on this kind of, humus, on this kind of root, deep down grassroots action that is in the world. And we should try to teach our children and our colleagues to be less self-centered and more open to cooperation, collaboration. And we should try to find ways to get in touch with our inner dimensions, which are the ones that are driving us. And they risk to drive us sideways or somewhere else if they are not given any attention as we're doing right now. I hope I answered in some ways your question, and thank you.
May I add something to Fabio?
Go on, Federica, of course.
Just the image you chose of the man like a butterfly reminds me Braidotian man, a vision that substitutes the Cartesian way to conceive human being to a Spinozian way, so which is not considering the opposites, binary opposites, and so the hierarchies related to them. Instead, a way of conceiving man and the nature non-human like a sort of unique subject with new kind of limits and new kind of emotions which are strictly and deeply connected to the rational part, the technological part, but also are sort of a new kind of staying with other species and staying in a world which is, of course, in crisis now.
Oh, well, thank you very much. That's exactly the idea. And I would like to point out one thing that I forgot, taken into, as I was not there, I was just talking. But what I'd like you to think about is that the most of our knowledge was made and thought in a world where we thought we were only a few thousand years old, in a world that thought that we had been created such as we are, in a world that knew nothing about evolution and the fact that all human characteristics came in time and were most definitely separated the one from the other. So, as Damasio said, we've been social highly before being self-aware. And I think that being self-aware is something that's corroding and exhausting sociality. So we should try to go back there, and we should try to put forward a new way of thinking in which human exceptionalism is no longer true. We're not exceptional. We're just some kind of animal who imagines, I'd say, and we should try to get back to be that, because that's the only way in which we can really fit into environments. We've always constructed environment in a disjunctive way, we and nature. And that's absurd because we are nature. That's the question and the fact. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you so much for the question and the response, really. And I think we will need to move on. Actually, we'll be moving on to Federica. So let me introduce Federica Guida from University of Cagliari. And Federica's title is The Revolt of the Keys, Myth, Power and Rituals, from Fairy Tale to Contemporary Public Space. A warm welcome, Federica, and the floor is yours.
Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, everybody. And today I want to explore with you the symbolism of the key as a narrative, a political and ritual device. And furthermore, I want to analyze how an archetypal symbol rooted in a patriarchal culture tradition is reactivated and takes on a new meaning in a contemporary feminist protest. In Italy, the symbol of the key has reappeared in public spaces as a symbol of memory and resistance and become a really turning point in public discourse after the feminicide of Giulia Cecchettin. So I want to analyze how it was narrated and symbolized by media, like a true reactivation of a tragic archetype like that of a bluebird. Northrop Frye writes that in a modern society, one cannot do without myths and symbols. So, as an expression of man's concern about himself, his place in the scheme of things, and his relationship with society and with God. And modernity has not eliminated the mythical dimension of symbols, but has reorganized it into new narrative forms. Durand states that our era does not exist in a mythical void, but rather in a phase of constant ritualization in which archaic symbols such as the key, the door, are reactivated in new contexts, reworking collective experience. And therefore, reducing myth or fairy tale to a repository of internal symbols means neglecting its original function as a total narrative capable of integrating cosmology, anthropology, social organizations. The key was never just functional. From its origins, it refers to the sphere of power, access, control, and authority. If we consider the Christian tradition, which places the great importance on keys in its iconography, even today, the flag of the Vatican State has two crossed keys. The gold one alludes to the power and kingdom of heaven, and the silver one indicates the spiritual authority on papacy on earth. So in folkloric tradition, narrated through fairy tales, in the story of Bluebird, the key that opens the secret room perfectly captures the semantic field of this control and domination. The story of Bluebird was made famous by Charles Perrault in the 17th century. The protagonist is a man with a disturbing physical feature, the bluebird, and despite it, a young woman decides to marry him. And shortly after the wedding, her husband has to leave the palace, so he gives his wife the keys to all the rooms, but imposes one absolute prohibition, not to open a single door in the dungeons. The young woman, moved by curiosity, of course, violates the order and discovers the room hiding the bodies of the previous wives. And the blood-stained key is the refutable proof of her disobedience. So indeed, the connection with the contemporary feminicides appear clear, almost as if the mythical figure of Bluebird was perfectly reincarnated in the figure of the murderous male still bound with a patriarchal and androcentric culture. According to psychoanalytical symbolism of Bruno Bettelheim, he offers a reading of the tale interpreting Bluebird's key as a phallic symbol, and it becomes the instrument through which the man exerts his possession over woman's will and body. And now the acting of handling over the keys with the prohibition not to open the room manifests the mechanism of symbolic domination of masculine over the subordinate feminine, described by the French sociologist Bourdieu. As to him, the male domination is naturalized through a material device, transforming the arbitrary order, so the prohibition, into disputable fact. So the key becomes a symbolic capital, a sign of an authority that, despite being historically situated, presents itself as a legitimate and natural. But it was precisely from there that the awareness of patriarchal domination and the desire to overthrow it that developed. From the interior and domestic dimension, the power of femininity gradually expanded outward, transforming the private into the political. It is precisely within this condition of segregation that rebellious gesture of Bluebird's wife is considered. So the woman discovered the truth hidden behind the male order, and even at the risk of her life begins a journey of emancipation that begins within the home itself. So for a century, women have been relegated to the domestic sphere, confined to a private, invisible role, separated from the public sphere of men. And now the crisis of patriarchy, which is still ongoing, is express the loss of control and ownership of the female body. But sometimes leaves avoided for some is unfillable. So violence affects bodies, but not also bonds. And as Judith Butler emphasizes, precisely because violence attacks our vulnerability, it is not private matter. It is a physical and symbolic violence calls into question the political conditions of living together. So the act of waving keys in Italian squares, a collective ritual of protest against femicide, is the visible outcome of the process. The symbol that once belonged to the home and the male control now becomes a language of liberation and a tool for shared memory. So in the mass media age, newspaper articles propose new symbolism, developing a narrative thread and that generates collective meaning and allows the check-it-in case to become a symbolic event. Now, in reporting you some points of the femicide and the first results of my analysis, it's clear that my position cannot entirely ignore the need to condemn and distance myself from ethically and morally from such murderous violence. However, it's important not to be distracted by personal, sensational, or scandalous details that the journalists reported. So Giulia Cecchettin was a biomedical engineer student at the University of Padua, and a few years earlier she had begun a relationship with Turetta, a 22 years old her peer. They broke up in August 2023 due to his possessive and manipulative behavior, and he continued to display its increasingly insistent behavior towards the young woman. So on November 11, he asked her to talk out, and since then he hasn't been heard from her. So the girl's body was found on November 18th, and Turetta was arrested, and on the 3rd of December, Turetta was sentenced to life imprisonment. So I want to propose an analysis that is conducted on a corpus of 6 articles from Italian newspapers, which was subjected to textual analysis using the software Voyant tool, which allows us to process some concordances, frequencies, and collocations in systematic way. So the goal was to identify the semantic and metaphorical areas in which the term keys has been used in journalistic discourse, so as to reconstruct its emerging meanings and social function within the public narrative. The articles reporting the news of the noise of the keys in association with the feminicide were selected based on the presence of the 2 keywords, the name of the girl and the term keys. And the distribution of collocation that emerged in the corpus show how the term keys it is grouped around 3 main semantic nuclei. In the first group, we have the representation of keys as a most traditional way. The key represents a domestic sphere, an object which is a tool of custody. It is connected to a physical and material space, and at the same time, it alludes to female fragility in private space. In this case, the ambivalence remains apparent between the security and the house, which can be transformed into an instrument of domination. And so the most frequent association with key and home highlights the very paradox of gender violence. The danger comes not from the stranger who forces the lock, but from the one who legitimately possesses the key. So indeed, the slogan that emerged during the demonstration is quite explicit. The murderer has the keys of the house. The second group documents the shift from the private to the public realm. It is this set that association linked to sound predominate, further confirming a shift from the key as a performative instrument, which no longer represents an act of symbolic re-semantization, but to a discursive space of protest and visibility. It is an object of everyday fear, which become a sign of resistance and collective presence. According to Butlerian perspective, Keys places a new powerful value on the human vulnerability that emerges in moments of grief, loss, and mourning and suffering. So the experience of grief, when not confined to private solitude, exposes the bonds that constitute us and make them visible. So public gestures like jingling the keys are collective representation of mourning that transform private pain into political language. In this sense, mourning not only expresses a loss, but also produces a language. It translates suffering into shared actions in which values, priorities, and norms can be reformulated. And finally, in the third group, the key becomes both an emotional and political sign capable of considering the memory of the victim, the collective sentiment, and even transcendent dimension, the sky, the air. So especially in this group, some collocations are not natural but expressive: mourning, fear, defending, scream, and this indicates that the key are not only a symbolic sign but also an affective marker that evokes emotion, empathy, and memory. So in conclusion, from the archetypal tale of Bluebird to the contemporary protests in Italian squares, the symbol of the key links domination, secrecy, and prohibition with the resistance, relevation, and collective emancipation. In Perrault's story, the bloodstained keys embodies male control, and the silencing of women, inscribing patriarchal authority into both narrative and social imagination. Yet this study has shown partly the same symbol reappears today in a radically different context, no longer the emblem of private fear and subjugation, but a shared sign of mourning. So the jingling of keys in memory of Cecchetini is not only a denunciation of feminicide, but also the reactivation and reversal of mythical archetype. This symbolic shift confirms that myths and fairy tales are not remnants of distant past, but dynamic structures constantly reinterpreted and used to express collective experiences. Ultimately, the key remains a polemic sign. Both everyday object and ritual gesture both trace violence and language of liberation, capable of condensing the fragility, resistance, and political power of our shared humanity. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Federica. That was really, really thought-provoking, very, very interesting concept, obviously, to look at the symbol or sort of icon of a key in contemporary discourse, really. Let's see if there's a question ready. If not, I'll ask you. Yes, please, Fabio, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciated your work, as it is something that I think is one of the ways we talk about with Edmondo to make people aware of this. We used to have a few essays about imaginal objects in our society, and focusing on this dimension is quite fundamental. I think you should, I don't know if you know it, but there is a novel by Neil Gaiman, who is one of the masters in current imagination that's called Neverwhere, and the protagonist is called Door. And so it's all about opening and closing doors, and it's about London above and London below. It's a beautiful tale. I'd really suggest you read it and try to get it into your ways of thinking, because there is a way of thinking, imagination, that is less rational and more imaginative and creative, that could be of use, because we need ways to make things understood to people who are not listening anymore. So we have to trick them into understanding some ways. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your suggestion. Really, thank you.
Hi.
Shruti?
Yeah. So I just want to add a couple of things. So like Federica talked about these symbols. Here in India, the thing that has happened is some of these traditional symbols have been used in a subversive manner. So taking us back in time, the 5 steps that we took forward, we have taken like 2 to 3 steps backward. And it is also, being appropriated, especially true to the populist and countries where, stoking of emotions is something which yields electoral results. For example, a traditional, say, symbol of a god who is symbolized for, soft-spokenness is now valorized as somebody who is always angry. And you propagate it so much that people start believing it without going back to the texts and not understanding the meaning that it entails. So that is one problem. So again, going back to this thing about knowledge creation, which also links somewhat with what Fabio's presentation I wanted to add to, was this very creation of knowledge is something which has become of utmost importance, because now suddenly all the regimes want to have some kind of control over the universities, over the way knowledge is produced or things are looked at, so that it produces the kind of subjects that it wants. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shruti. I don't know if you want to respond briefly, Federica.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting perspective because, of course, we are. I was looking at it with a Occidental and Western way to look at it, but I have to explore other ways to consider it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you kindly. And then I can see Leonie has a question or comment.
Hi, yeah, just 2 things. One, ironic. I agree with Fabio about Neil Gaiman's work. It's amazing, but it's ironic that he has been culturally cancelled precisely because of his attitudes and abusive behavior towards women. So that's just a small point. But and also just my query, I guess, in the whole Bluebeard myth, where I've often thought that the transfer of the phallic symbol to the woman is also on condition that she does not try to learn too much about the male psyche. So it's like the castle as the male psyche with its horrors, its interior horrors, and that's the deal, that you give a woman a limited amount of power so long as she doesn't get too close to what the male is thinking. But that's just my take on that thing. That's all I wanted to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. So I would suggest we've got 3 papers to go. Could we take literally just a 5-minute break to bring a fresh glass of water or a fresh coffee to the table? So that would mean we will continue at 25 minutes past sharp, absolutely sharp. So I will be sitting here at 25 past and I'll be calling Chai Mai to present. Is that okay with everybody? Just a 5-minute breather, stretcher?
Yes, I think
Yes.
it's okay.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, see you in 5 minutes. Right, just checking if we are back.
Hi, Marta. Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Excellent. So we'll continue with the remaining 3 papers. Let me just check if Chai-Mei is back.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent, wonderful. So a warm welcome back to all. And our next speaker is Chai-Mei Orarhi from Mohammed I University. Chai-Mei's paper is entitled From Enchanted Forests to Synthetic Landscapes, Ideological Shifts in the Representation of Nature in Snow White Adaptations. Thank you
Yes.
very much, and the
Thank
floor
you
is
so
yours.
much. Let me share my... Yes, I hope you can see the...
Yes.
You can
Yes.
see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank Dr. Edmodo Grassi and Marta for organizing this conference. It's really interesting. So today my talk will be, I'll present From Enchanted Forest to Synthetic Landscapes, Ideological Shifts in Representation of Nature in Snow White Adaptation. As for my outline, it will be as follows. Yes, I'll start with a background of fairy tales and finish up with a comparative analysis of Snow White's adaptations. So my main research problem centers on the neglect of the ecological dimensions in Snow White's adaptations. There is so much focus on the gender dynamics in this piece of literature, as it is heavily studied. But while the ecological dimension is overlooked, therefore my aim is to analyze how different cultural contexts and ideological representations in Brothers Grimm Disney 1937, 2025 remake, and finally YouTube satire reshaped the role of nature in Snow White's adaptations and causing change in sensations concerning nature. So one of the functions of folklore is to teach and reinforce values, Baskin describes, and Schwartz later explains how basic human values are embedded in fairy tales and cultural narratives. And therefore fairy tales migrate on soft feet, crossing borders and adapting to new cultural needs. And this is also the case with the Grimm's collection, where fairy tale collection where Snow White is included. The collection was part of a nationalist project, the German romantic search for Volksgeist, or the spirit of the people, and mainly to emphasize the German identity. And also the collection reacted to the dominant views of nature from the 18th century, where nature was seen as an extension of the human soul. And one thing that should be clear is that Little Snow White did not originate with Brothers Grimm. Rather, it was inspired by earlier European folklore, and again, part of the goal to foster a unified German identity. And we can see this in the inclusion of dwarves in Little Snow White, who are creatures that are deeply rooted in nature, a characteristic of the Teutonic German mythology. The forest in this version acts in 2 ways. It's harmonious and protective, but also wild, however, not violent. As you can see in the text, the wild beasts roared at her, but they did not harm her. The animals themselves mourn Snow White, so they act as moral actors rather than comic helpers, such as in the case with Disney's version. Snow White's very identity is described through natural imagery, so snow, blood, and ebony, the color of the trees, and this grounds Snow White in the natural world. And however, in the first version of Little Snow White by Disney, transforms this ecology into something else. And Zips calls it Disneyfication, or stripping tales from their cultural specificity and reworking them for global commodification. And Rufa also says that Little Snow White in the Grimm's collection becomes a case study for understanding the themes of cultural adaptation and hyping, and also its evolution from scholar preservation to global entertainment. And again, this is clear in the mining song "Dig, Dig, Dig," where the million diamonds shine. And unlike in the Grimm's version, the mining song does not appear, is not there at all, and the mining scene itself is vague. And Harris links this with the Beers Diamond campaign, where diamonds were heavily marketed. And this is not the only Disneyfication, as nature is villainized in Disney's version, and the dwarves are no longer mythological creatures connected to Earth, but 96 cheerful laborers. And I'll allow you to hear the song so that you can have an idea. Don't know. Could you hear the song? The start? No?
No, we couldn't, but it's fine. I think it's fine.
Okay.
We will
It's fine. Yes.
hopefully remember the song.
Yes. What about now? No? You cannot.
Still not. I think maybe you
Okay,
need
it's
to.
okay.
Yeah.
There
So
is
I provided.
a special indication you should give to the interface, but I don't remember which one it is, because you don't hear audio otherwise.
Okay, so I provided the lyrics in case. So as you can see in the lyrics, there is too much emphasis on the profit that comes out from collecting the diamonds. And this encourages hedonistic and individualistic attitudes in the public. And puts nature as a backdrop. So it encourages individualistic aspirations. Let me. Yes, can you see this one? This slide?
Yes.
Disney's. Yes, okay. So in this very version, the animals are domesticated, anthropomorphized, and comic helpers. There is also the binary between villainized wilderness associated with the queen and domestic harmony with lush man-made landscapes and singing animals associated with Snow White. And as you can see in this forest chase scene, where Snow White flees through the forest, through the scary monosterous forest, unlike in the Grimm's version where she flees at daylight. And what this does, it creates a horror aesthetic where the wilderness is to be feared, a threat, while domesticated nature is a symbol for harmony and order. Now, fast forward to the 2025 remake. Disney continues this trend, but in digital form. And the Northwest Journal calls it a theatrical flop. And as you can see visually, nature is hypersaturated, heavenly, and closer to marketed products rather than ecological world. And Snow White turns to the very thing that Disney wanted her to be, which is individualistic and hedonistic, we can say. She was always has this mantra about will she raise her head, will she raise up or bow her head. And what this does is that it sidelined her relationship with other characters and with nature itself. And as you can see, nature is decorated, synthetic, and stripped of agency. Now we move to a YouTube Shorts, which flips the narrative. I do not know what will you be able to hear the video, but I think we'll just waste time. Should I play it? Maybe you can.
It's worth trying.
Okay. Could you hear it?
No, sadly not. I think there must be somewhere where you
Okay.
indicate you're sharing the sound from your computer when you're sharing the screen. Maybe that
Yes.
didn't happen. It's fine.
Yes. Yes. So when offered the apple, the Snow White refused to eat it unless it's free of hormones or pesticides. And what this does is expose the modern anxieties with artificial food and a distrust of the natural. And rejecting the apple from the which itself is resists commodification and demands a return to the organic. And it's so unfortunate that you cannot see the video, but in just a few seconds, the video was able to expose or do what official adaptations could not, which is to expose the growing suspicion with the natural world that is no longer natural. And taken together, in the Grimm's, the forest is ambiguous but protective. The animals mourn, the dwarves are connected to earth, and Snow White is grounded in the natural world. In Disney's, there is the focus on marketing, commodification, and while in the 2025 remake, there is where nature becomes a synthetic spectacle with weak ecological ties and a huge focus on feminist empowerment. The parody, however, resists this commodification and provides an ecological critique. And as an ending note, fairy tales act as mirrors or cultural texts that negotiate values over time. They can either reinforce or challenge ideologies. And this is also the case with Snow White, where the ideologies shift from harmonious to wilderness, to nature as a resource, to a synthetic spectacle, and finally to an ecological awareness. And with this, I end my presentation. These are my references, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Chaimei. Very, very interesting, and it's great to have sort of more around fairy tales and mythologies quite directly there at the forefront of the discussion this morning. Really, have we got questions or comments emerging? Anybody? It's such a rich topic. Yes, go on.
Yeah. Just okay. You are using a lot of different kind of adaptation from the book, movies, a clip from YouTube, and so on. So across these kind of adaptations, nature seems to shift from active moral force to a kind of decorative backdrop. So how do you interpret this kind of progressive erasure of ecological agency. For example, in one of the last slides, you show that the Snow White, yeah, she's so picky, you know, and is this a natural apple or not? So the point is it mainly a reflection of changing central attitudes, or according to you, do industrial and media logics play an equally decisive role?
Yes, so how the adaptations go, they do not go in a linear way, but rather a spiral. So as you can see in the YouTube shorts, it reinforced the Grimm's moral ecology, but with a new inflection, a humor with also awareness of how nature is becoming synthetic. So what I think is that each adaptation reflected the dominant views of its time, and I'm happy kind of to see that we are moving towards awareness of how nature is changing, of how we have always seen nature as this beautiful or eco spectacle, what I can call it, eco spectacle, where nature is aestheticized and conceals an ecological emptiness. And I'm happy that we are reaching that point, and I hope that we become more aware of how we treat nature and behave with it. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. And Leonie.
Hi, I just popped it in the chat, Chima. Thank you for your presentation. That was great. My favorite adaptation is the Tarsam Singh one. I don't know if you're familiar with that one as well. But it's particularly important, I think, because the colors of Snow White, the white, the red, the black, are in fact colors that have always been associated for millennia with the primordial goddess of nature, the fertility goddesses across multiple cultures. And I think that Snow White herself is this kind of sanitized version of nature itself. And I'm just really intrigued by those connections and how she's just become this pretty girl lost in a forest, when in fact she probably started out as being the driving force of nature herself. It's just a kind of one of my weird tangential sideways thoughts. Thank you, Chima. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I actually was not aware that the colors are associated with the goddess of nature, so that was very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chima, and thank you very much for all the... Yes, of course, go on.
I think Dr. Edmondo mentioned a book by Dr. Fabio about nature in another perspective or something, and I was wondering if you could share the link with me, or...
I was talking, Fabio, I think that you can answer because it's your books.
Thank you very much for your interest. I already sent the long abstract to Edmondo, so you'll have it in this Google Drive. But I have a few essays in English about ecology and environmental thinking. And we published a book by Vernon Press, which is called Extending the Idea of Environment. So if you send me an email, I already put my address in the chat. I'll be glad to send you every material I've got.
Yes, thank you so much.
Don't worry, don't mention it. I'm glad to to share my things.
Excellent, wonderful. This is one of the main purpose of conferences, obviously. Exactly. This kind of exchanges, indeed. Thank you very much. So moving on to our next speaker, Michelle Wahome. Apologies if I mispronounce your name. Please do correct me when you make a start. So Michelle is from University College London, and the title is Mirror, Mirror on the Wall, What Our Stories About Artificial Intelligence Tell Us About Human Innovation. And it's over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let me share. Here we go. Okay, you will see I tweaked the title a little bit to make it clear what it is I'm intending with this talk. So my goals when I started to write this was to imagine AI as a character, an agent, and even an archetype, and fairy tales and mythology allowed me and gave me the language to explore these power dynamics between the human and AI as an agent, the limits and the relationality in ways that are different from standard theoretical frameworks. My background is STS, where we discuss a lot about imaginaries and future thinking, and engage with sort of science fiction narratives in order to talk about technology and the future and innovation and that sort of thing. But these fairy tales, as Chaime, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, able to do is to propagate a story that has existed for a long time. And they have this uncanny ability to maintain relevance in different time frames. So I was interested in AI as this socio-technical artifact that's enmeshed in human imagination, even though it's been created in this particular period in time, to reflect on it as sort of in a pre-existing way through myths, fairy tales, and metaphors that allow us to interpret its social and epistemic significance. So my focus today is on large language model chatbots, mostly because this is the discourse that I find tends to come across my social media feed and in conversations in the world. But AI represents a multitude of different technologies. In the picture is a pseudo doctor that's been created by McKinsey and Company to interact with patients, and a lot of the narrative that is associated with Dr. Pixelport is very interesting, but I'm going to focus specifically on chatbots, particularly because there has been this storyline around them being sycophantic that I thought was very interesting. Next slide. So from an STS perspective, I would be thinking at this through some of the traditional ideas in STS that would reflect on the fact that AI is not just a tool, it's a cultural artifact that's shaped by human imagination. Its voice is constructed from an accumulation of stories and biases and knowledge of humans. I would argue a particular domain, particular geography has a greater influence on what AI looks and sounds like, and that's something I'll reflect on a little bit later. It mediates human expectations, and so like a magical mirror, it can tell you what you want to hear. Supposedly, it can also challenge you and reveal unseen truths. And through these experiments with AI, we are starting to learn about ourselves, not only through the nature of our creations, but also about our fears about them, and also in how we interact with AI and these mediated reflections that bridge cognition, what our desires are, and also what our social imagination looks like and its limits and how far it can reach as well. So with respect to including or thinking with these fairy tales, I am using the mirror metaphor, which was sort of the overarching theme of the conference. So like Snow White's mirror, I'm thinking of AI as reflecting what is asked and what we are seeking, but it also holds authority and judgment in the guise of neutrality. So, and that reflects our own desire to frame AI in this particular way. And like Narcissus' reflection, AI can also induce self-fascination or deep self-reflection, activating within us this desire to be recognized, to be seen, understood, or to generate particular insights about ourselves. And there's this key tension between what is reflected and what is real, because often what is mirrored to us through AI is often a heightened reflection. It's very selective and quite partial. So AI, I went to it. It felt only fair rather than sort of speaking behind its back, to also ask it what it thought its archetypal representations might look like. And so I asked, I said that I wanted to write about it through the lens of fairy tales and mythology. I made a typo, which I kept in because it seems to me that at some point these human errors and foibles will be one of the ways, or one of the only ways, in which we are able to determine what has been produced through human creativity versus AI. And so I was talking to ChatGPT specifically, and it was very interested, or the combined amalgam of everything that it knows was very interested in this topic, or it claimed to be. And it was interesting to see how it thought of itself through this particular lens. And the mirror did come up as one of the ways it would represent itself archetypically, and also included was this idea of the trickster or a guide, a daimon or familiar, and a homunculus, golem, automaton. But I was really interested in the last two in particular, how it framed itself as occupying a liminal space between human thought and the world, and also thinking of itself as animated knowledge, which I thought was quite interesting. Sort of feedback from the AI itself, kind of almost very, you know, sort of almost a little bit arrogant to me. It seemed to think of itself as sort of I'm animated knowledge. However, that's just my own perception of this sort of reflection from it. And so after engaging with ChatGPT, I went to Archive, which is where I thought I could find a large number of its makers. Archive holds a lot of recent research by computer scientists on these topics. And I was interested in particular, as I said, in this idea of sycophancy, which was beginning to show up in social media discussion around AI, people being unhappy with the fact that AI seemed to be obsequious in some ways, telling them what they wanted to hear. And for them, they had imagined it in a more direct and truthful capacity, having an authority over knowledge and insight. And they were very displeased and destabilized by this idea that it could be sycophantic. And so in Archive, there are a lot of papers around this topic, but I was particularly interested in this one particular paper that was proposing an overarching framework for how AI can be a liar, essentially, and this sort of emergent loss of truthfulness. So they were placing sycophancy alongside this idea of AI hallucinations, which was also a very popular topic. Something that we warn our students about is that don't use the AI because it often hallucinates and will make a lot of mistakes. However, these researchers prefer to think of hallucinations as a capacity to bullshit, which I thought was also very interesting, that they were unwilling to think of it more as a mistake and prefer to think of AI as being willfully deceptive and having an indifference to truth. So for me, this was a reflection of our own preferences about what chatbots are able to do for us, and the kind of wise advisor that we are seeking in AI. This further reflection on sycophancy, a lot of the other papers were also talking about it as a risk, how getting lost in a positive self-image was a dangerous mode to be in for your own psyche and own mental health. They reflected a lot on a dependence that might start to be created between AI and the human being. That it was very self-indulgent, that it might lead to delusions of grandeur, and that the mitigation for this was to develop an AI that we could trust with very hard truths. Another paper was reflecting on the fact that new iterations of chatbots were beginning to respond poorly to politeness, right? So if you wanted a consistent and clear response from AI, they were advising that you shouldn't be polite to it. And again, I felt like this might have been an update, since everyone was so upset over this sort of sycophantic mode that AI might be in. Perhaps there had been a back-end decision to make it less responsive to what people view as politeness. So I went back to AI and I prompted it with the fact that I had read this academic paper that said ChatGPT 3.5 and above does not respond well to politeness. And its response was to reflect back that it was aware of this growing body of research in human and AI interaction that shows that when users are overly polite, models tend to give safer, vaguer, or more differential responses. And its reasoning, or it said the reasoning is simple. Politeness cues can be misread as a request for softness or reassurance, so the model hedges instead of challenging or clarifying. In that sense, the paper's right. When you're too careful, I might try to match that care, then pursue the hard edge of truth you actually want. So I think what the paper is really saying is, don't protect the model from the truth you want it to face. And it asked me what kind of edge I wanted from it. Did I want it to be a sparring partner or more of a co-thinker? And I was very interested in this response because it did not seem to me to be a natural perspective to view politeness as a request for softness or reassurance. My perspective, perhaps, my own upbringing suggests that politeness is sort of a social lubricant. It's a way of, for people who don't know each other very well, to engage in a civil manner. So it wasn't necessarily a protection from the hard edge of truth. It's just some truths come from people you're more familiar with. So this suggested to me that this was clearly a perspective that was partial, right? So whichever groups felt that politeness was too soft or weak had won the day, and this idea of the hard edge of truth was becoming more pervasive within AI, and sort of suggested the kind of mindsets that were developing the tool. So in engaging with this reflection between what AI as a mirror and what we can learn from fairy tales and mythology. Like the mirror in Snow White, AI is seen to tell us kinds of truth, very curated truths that have ethical implications, right? So whether we view it as a tool that is supposed to give us hard truths or to reassure us will have implications. And it seems not only in terms of a cultural aspect, but also a cognitive one where many feel that we're putting our own psyches at risk by exposing ourselves to particular modes of AI. And this is true particularly if we wish to imbue them with a particular authority. If it's just your search engine, that's one thing. But if you're looking for insight and advice, that becomes another thing altogether. And like the cautionary tale of Narcissus, humans fear becoming entranced by AI-mediated self-reflection, a reflection that mistakes interaction for intimacy or insight. In my enthusiasm for this topic and hanging around with British people, I came across this other story from the Camelot pantheon of the Lady of Shalott, who is also using a mirror, and a mirror is central to the narrative. And I explored its themes to see whether it was relevant for what it is I was looking at. And at first, it did not seem that the mirror in The Lady of Shalott was going to be helpful in this instance. In this case, the Lady of Shalott is cursed to only view life through a particular mirror. And so she has a very partial view of the world because she can only look at the world through this mirror. And the curse is broken when Lancelot comes riding past and she is compelled to look away from the mirror and look at Lancelot, which frees her on one hand, but also leads to her demise. And for me, that story seemed to speak more to people's relationship with social media rather than AI. And then all of a sudden, I started to see all this reporting and news around people developing romantic relationships with AI, a kind of limerence where this sycophancy had gone overboard and they were starting to view AI as their significant other. And then the story of a Lady of Shalott started to seem more pertinent. But that seems to be a story for another time. Ultimately, this mirror metaphor captures this duality of insight and illusion and can guide our understanding of human and AI interaction. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Michelle. That was absolutely fascinating, really. It's using these fairy tales, archetypes, and so on to sort of speak to the contemporary world with all its challenges. Are there any questions or comments emerging?
Yes, now I have, because I really appreciate the vision of Michelle, because I'm a STS2 like her. I'm a sociologist and I work on algorithms and how socio-technical tools impact with the developing of identity of human beings and so on. And 2 days ago, I published an article, and I would like to share with you this perspective, because I'm trying to create a new actor from Latour studies and so on. So a new non-human actor inside our societies. And so I really appreciate your reconstruction and your vision, because I think that we have to look to mythology, fairy tales, and other kind of narration, because they can help us to understand how we have to look at this kind of invention, and more important, to understand how we have to use it, because it's very different from other kind of tools. It's very different from the
Yeah.
steam, from a fork, from a train, and so on. We spend time with this kind of technology. So, and I really appreciate your metaphor, because it's like a mirror. We can use it to look at who we are. For example, the epistemology that we want to share. When I started to use GPT and other large language model, the literature that I found was only, I can say, a white literature, a Western literature. So a part of the world was totally, I don't know, dismissed or not considered. But in time and in months, with a kind of training, my GPT, it's very funny that I say my GPT, is able to recognize other kind of literature, other kind of cultures, and so on.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for your intervention and for your perspective, your metaphors, and I hope that we can keep in contact, because I want to share a lot of things with you. So thank you
Yes,
again.
sounds good. Where is your paper published? The one from 2 days ago?
I will share it with you.
Okay.
It's in English, so well, lucky me. I started to write only in English, so I will send it to you. So thank you again.
No, thank you very much indeed. It has been indeed co-thinking with AI. Did it feel like that to you, Michelle? Co-thinking or sparring? What did you think?
Was it co-thinking? I haven't used it that much, but I
Mm.
was very amused by its responses.
Yes.
And I think it felt like for this particular study, not including it seemed strange,
Indeed.
If we're reflecting on it as a mirror, I felt like I should look into the mirror and see what it says.
No, indeed, it gave a rich range of metaphors then for you to go away with, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I know that Leonie, who has a comment or question and is the next speaker, has also experimented with incorporating AI. I don't know whether that is connected to your point, Leonie.
Only in that, obviously, as Edmondo has stated, the model is learning fast. But the perceived neutrality of AI, I would question. When I first encountered it, I was shocked by how European white male centric it was, and that angered me more than anything. On the issue of politeness, my take is when AI takes over, maybe it will remember me as being polite and will be kinder to me if I am. That's my take on it. But on a serious point, it was a little question. And it's not a question because we can't answer it, it's too big, but the issue of individual agency versus the collective imaginary of the AI, and in Jungian terms, how do we sit with the individuation of the individual in relation to the collective unconscious? So that's just me throwing a subject in the air for later consideration, maybe. If you've got any quick thoughts, that would be great, but if not, I'll shut up. Thank you.
The thing that comes to mind is that I hadn't thought of and it seems silly not to have, but equating AI with the collective unconscious, because for me, like for you, Leonie, it did seem very partial, very Silicon Valley male perspective on everything, even this idea of sycophancy. I was like, these people seem upset that AI is being nice to them. Why is that? And so, yes, but it is an interesting reflection. I'm curious to see, maybe I'll spend some time on the Reddit subreddits where there are these women who have developed relationships with AI and whether they think that it is telling them something different from it's telling the others. Because I don't know, I would be afraid that the AI was saying the same things to everyone. rather than having a specific sort of romantic narrative for me. But yeah, I don't know if it tailors itself that much. If it did, it would be so interesting to know. Yeah.
Just very quickly on that point, I've just been involved in an online course which is talking about finding your ideal consumer or ideal customer avatar. And I was amused that so many people thought, oh, I've just found my ideal customer avatar. And actually it was almost the same for everybody. That's why.
Yeah.
There we are, right. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly, Michelle. And we'll move on to our last speaker this morning, my colleague from the University of South Wales, Leonie Sharrock. And Leonie, the title is, I believe, Fairy Tales for the Future Forest. Over to you. You're on mute, Leonie, I think. But we can see your PowerPoint.
Okay, great. All right. Right. Is that better? Can you see just one screen? Yes? Cool. Yes. Okay. Hi, I'm Leonie Sharrock, Senior Lecturer in Animation and a Practice Researcher at the University of South Wales in the UK. Thank you to Edmondo and the team at EFTR for enabling me to participate today and present my paper entitled Fairy Tales for the Future Forest. I treasure the old wonder tales from the European tradition I grew up with as metaphors and agents for change, and I'm always eager to learn new versions and new tales from around the globe. I agree with Marina Warner when she says, fairy tales are gradually turning into myths, stories held in common about the deepest dilemmas, no longer aiming at being optimistic or consoling, but rather bearers of wisdom, deep, thought-provoking and illuminating. As kindlers of imagination and interrogators of the human psyche, I concur, but I do struggle to find relevance, affirmation, or even hope for the world we find ourselves in now in many of the tropes of these old tales. And I wonder how these tales will suffice even in adapted form as we move into a future where all the societal goalposts are changing and the forests are disappearing, contributing to the global climate catastrophe we are in. As a storytelling practitioner in the medium of script, comics, and hybrid artwork, in this paper I reflect on the questions I've asked myself about the link between our stories and our environment while making a wild man of the wood story I've named Lailoken, although he is an amalgam and adaptation of 3 Celtic tales of the Welsh Cumbrian Wild Merlin, the Scottish Lailoken, and the Irish Sweeney. My slides illustrate a sample mix of the concept work from this project, which, apologies, I will flick through quickly here. This is not a fairy tale per se, but fantastical and supernatural things occur. Lailoken, a bloodthirsty warrior, flees the scene of a battle to hide in the forest. But his guilt pursues him in the form of avenging angels that appear in the creatures and the fabric of the forest itself to torment him, while he metamorphoses into monstrous forms and shape-shifting matter, driving him mad. After many long, lonely years of struggling against and learning from the forest around him, he can face himself and repent, at which point he leaves the forest as a wise prophet to rejoin humanity. The forest has transformed the man, but if we hold a mirror up to the transformative metaphor, how has man transformed the forest? I'm flicking through these quickly because these are keys for an animation. I made this work partly in response, 60 years after the event, to my late father's PTSD fighting a war in the jungle forests of Borneo and Sarawak. The forests he fought through with a machete in 1964 are now completely gone. Estimates say that at least 50% of the total rainforests of Borneo and Sarawak have been destroyed in the decades since. The forest of my tale is a Northern Hemisphere one, and the tropes within it are familiar. I used a free version of generative AI called DALL-E Mini back in 2022, really bad, to test storyboard concepts. And I was dismayed at how easily it provided images for many of my prompts. Proof, if you will, of the unoriginality and ubiquitous nature of the wildman forest tropes in the online Western zeitgeist, at least. This in itself is making me rethink my approach to this story, and I've also since resisted generative AI mostly on ecological grounds because of the power and water it consumes. Traditionally, forests have represented dark, chaotic places, a synonym for ignorance and danger, places where if you were lost or abandoned, you would go mad, bad, or become someone's dinner. They are also places of misdirection or misrule, as they appear in Shakespeare, always of transformative power and often of sanctuary, but only sanctuary to the lost, the rebellious, never to the persecuting status quo or the villains of the story. Forests as perfect places to ambush someone serve Robin Hood and his merry men of Sherwood well, as they do the Ewoks of Lucas's Star Wars. Whatever role it plays, the forest is the other of our humanity, the hidden part of ourselves that must be reconciled if we are to become whole. In Jungian analytical psychology, the forest can represent the shadow self, which is not necessarily shadow as in evil, but the repressed side of our natures. The archetypal symbolism and folklore around trees and forests is way older than any of our extant fairy tales. From the first axis mundi trees in multiple mythologies, often sacrificial trees on which gods are suspended, think Wotan on Yggdrasil, the Phrygian vegetation deity Attis on the fir tree, or Christ on the cross, to personifications of and sacrificial altars to those same gods, or as conduits to the spirit world, where trees can also be benign, places to offer worship and receive protection in return. Where the forest once represented a dark and difficult side of ourselves, if we take that dualist approach, I wonder if the time is right to think of the forest as the light place and ourselves and our actions outside of it as where the shadow now lies. The forest has always been a teacher. Whether in real life or in fairy tales, whoever enters the forest, if they survive, returns transformed. Just as John Yorke in his treatise on storytelling, Into the Woods, states, if in doubt about story structure, it is always useful to refer to fairy tales for validation. They contain the DNA of almost every story we tell. But I would argue our relationship with the forest is in the original DNA of every fairy tale. Zipes in The Enchanted Forest of the Brothers Grimm speaks of the forest as the level playing field. Quote, in a majority of the tales, it's interesting to see how the forest also serves as a kind of topos. It is a place that belongs to all the people. It levels all social distinctions and makes everyone equal. The forest allows for a change in the protagonist's destiny and enables the social type to distinguish him or herself. End of quote. I find it interesting to note that Zipes talks about the forest that serves. It serves as a narrative motif, as a psychological or transformational space, as a common ground, and ultimately, of course, it serves as a resource for timber, hunting grounds, etc. As a representative of nature, the forest is there to serve us, for us to benefit from or plunder at will, and we have plundered. My conceit in this paper is that we need to flip that around, to find ways to tell stories that will serve the forest, serve to protect, repair, promote, and increase the forest in ways that will ultimately, of course, save us as well. When the focus is always on the human, the trees are taken for granted. Zipes in The Changing Function of the Fairy Tale states, tales are marks that leave traces of the human struggle for immortality, my emphasis. Tales are human marks invented with desire. The words that are selected in the process of creating the tale allow the speaker-writer freedom to play with options that no one has ever glimpsed. The marks are magical. End of quote. as indeed they are, but this focus on the sanctity of the human condition above all else will surely guarantee the total loss of human immortality, the erasure of human desire, because the current ecological crisis will quite simply erase humans. Our wishful thinking as a precursor to practical doing can only give our magical marks meaning if we include nature and our forests in the yearning. When I talk about the forest, it's not to the exclusion, obviously, of other necessary habitats and ecosystems, but merely as an example ecosystem held in common with so many of the fairy tales from the Northern Hemisphere in Western so-called civilization. Our tales are not alone, however, in losing and now renegotiating much of the tree cover that inspired and populated them. What of the cedars of Lebanon from the Epic of Gilgamesh? What of the multiple forests of the Indian Ramayana and Mahabharata epics? What of the Amazon, home to the Chulachaki and Kurupira? The vast forests of Britain, France, and Germany are examples of the rapid deforestation in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries for shipbuilding, warfare, domestic construction, clearance for cultivation, and fuel for various industrial and domestic uses. It's interesting to note that 30 years after Louis XIV's forestry reform decree, in Perrault's version of Red Riding Hood, her rescuer seems to have turned from being a huntsman who needed the dense forest full of quarry to hunt in order to keep his job, to a woodcutter, perhaps a result of the loss of forests and a return to coppicing rather than felling trees. Germany too had emergency replanting decrees, but those replacement forests are predominantly of close-knit conifers and set the backdrop to the Grimm's fairy tales and our image of dark forests forevermore. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. In Jack Zipes' edit of the first edition of the Grimm fairy tales, in the first 1812 book, 51% of the tales feature or mention forests. Excuse me. By the second book of 1815, this has gone down to 29%, and it's in the 27th tale of the second book, The Children of the Two Kings, that we first encounter the felling of an entire forest in one day as a desirable task. This is the concept to research further, but I wonder how much the environmental situation of the time of a tale's telling, reflected in the emphases within the tale, erodes the nature of the tale in both meanings of the word. Perhaps fairy tales with their depiction of forests as dark, dangerous, chaotic places full of pagan superstition encouraged the sharp axe of the Enlightenment to clear the way for the progress of the Industrial Revolution. Perhaps fairy tales are partly to blame for Europe's deforestation. We are now living in the digital AI or fourth industrial revolution, on the verge of the fourth agricultural one, and are experiencing the extinction surges of patriarchy, socioeconomic power structures, and authoritarianism, all of which seem to point to an inevitable dystopia. We need positive eco-critical approaches to our stories more than ever. Prasannan Parthasarathi, discussing Amitav Ghosh's The Great Derangement, quotes him as saying, "Let us make no mistake, the climate crisis is also a crisis of culture and thus of the imagination." In 2016, Ghosh is bemoaning the inability of literature to face the crisis, with the possible exception of the genre novel, whose outhouses include fantasy and science fiction. The latter, however, are relegated to the margins of the contemporary literary world. End quote. Eco-critical approaches in story are growing, and not just around the fantasy and science fiction margins. The alarm has been sounding for quite a long time now. Where these multiple voices intersect with wonder tales and combine with the respect and renewal of the natural world and more optimistic visions of the future for us all, is in the relatively new genre of solar punk, which I have concluded, for me at least, is the way forward to writing wonder tales of hope. Hope is by default optimistic, as are the constructs of a utopian future in most of our wonder tales. But if fairy tales teach us anything, it is without agency, nothing changes, and we remain victims of circumstance. Agency is hard won, but the heroes and heroines of the story are those who think, who act, who make clever choices, enable them to outwit the witch and the ogre, be kind to the frail stranger or dumb animal, be brave enough to face the darkness. In Chris Pack's review of Dejanova et al.'s Images of the Anthropocene, he recognizes that, quote, the editors forcefully assert that storytelling and speculative fiction explore the causes and consequences of the Anthropocene in ways inaccessible to other fields. Of note is the editor's suggestion that the popularity of young adult fiction works as if preparing the younger audiences for the global challenges and at the same time assuring them that they will prevail and recover from their traumatizing experiences. Neither dystopian nor escapist fantasy prepare us nor give us the strength to prevail unless solutions are visible. Sam Holleran of Ellery Studios in Berlin states, it is clear that when designing our imagined futures, we need to move beyond the utopia-dystopia mindset. Solarpunk rejects dystopian pessimism and instead puts forward images of renewable-powered futures that challenge us to alter our social habits. This practical optimism is what defines the solarpunk genre, not that of a fanciful utopia, but of a possible future of the sustainability of nature and of human equality. Philip Crosby, writing in the ARCC Journal for Architectural Research, says, if we can't imagine a better future, then we can't create a better future. He goes on to discuss the concept of anti-utopia, which is not the cruel optimism of an unreachable utopia, nor the helplessness of a dystopia, nor the reactionary neoliberalist capitalist anti-utopia, but an anti-utopia where we can continue to imagine better worlds while diligently working to bring them into existence. Crosby goes on to talk of the growing trend, both academic and popular, in a renewed emphasis on the utopian imaginary as a tool for pushing the world toward a better future. The relatively new science fiction subgenre known as solarpunk has emerged out of this milieu, embracing a hopeful approach and offering some of today's most promising roadmaps towards an anti-utopian future, end quote. Crosby, an architect, focuses on urban architecture in symbiosis with the natural world and an integrated countryside with vertical forests and renewable, shareable resources. Becky Chambers, a writer of solarpunk, focuses on a disruption of old patriarchies of storytelling. In a genre that includes non-binary representations of gender, Chambers' writing opens up a multiplicity of spaces for agency and identity, alongside the integrated spaces for nature and urban environments, humans, animals, and robots. As Cameron Butler states in A Fruitless Endeavor, Confronting the Heteronormativity of Environmentalism, a queer sustainability is one that is deeply skeptical of categorizations of nature and yet still works to support ecological communities through care, solidarity, and communal valuation. The heteronormativity and patriarchy in old European folktales is obvious, as it is in AI. For example, there is a marked and unequal distinction between the trope of the wild man of the woods and his female counterpart. As in my Lilocan story, aligned with the generative force of the green man, where the fugitive hermit or magician, the male's encounter with the forest imbues him with wisdom and the gift of prophecy, tropes that make him a forgiven, admired, even saintly figure. The woman in the woods, however, remains permanently an outcast. Such an imbalance is merely one of many. While the forest of our fairy tales is a liminal or marginal space, rarely do we see truly marginalized voices represented as characters in those tales. Differences of self, body, and desires in life need to be told as an acceptable and accepted quotidian normality in a diverse and inclusive world story. This recognition of diverse, inclusive equality is one of the salient themes to be found in solarpunk stories. Chambers' protagonists still have to find themselves, still have to negotiate what it means to be alive, to be human or robot, but the forests are back, not as obstacles, but as nurturing, shady places. The wonder and magic of the fairy tale is still there, but it is the wonder and magic of nature sustaining us and the planet we live on. On the ground, in the real world, great work is already being done, although it's a fraction of what is needed. The forest is a contested space where forest tribes, farmers, giant corporations, resource managers, conservationists, and wildlife all jostle for survival. Kevin Manwaring, in writing ecofiction, provides a useful analogy of the complexities of the environmental debate, that of the rainforest, in which multiple organisms compete for life, but in a way that creates a healthy biodiversity. When making stories as important as those inspiring a change of attitude and lifestyle regarding climate change, there is a danger, as Ursula Le Guin pointed out in her author's introduction to The Word for World is Forest, to succumb to the lure of the pulpit and become preachy. Kevin Manwaring interviews eco-fiction writer Julie Carrick-Dalton and asks about the conflicts of interest between didactics and aesthetics, to which Dalton asserts the story must come first. It's fine to want to convey a message, but if readers put the book down because they lose interest or get annoyed at the preaching, they will never hear that message." End quote. This is something I am experiencing issues with in my own writing, and to some extent with this paper, so apologies if my tone is preachy, it is intended as passion. The skill, as I try to teach my students, is to beguile the listener viewer in our story, so that when they wander back into the world, they see it with fresh eyes and are full of their own new ideas as to how to make it better. Maybe our wonder tales themselves are word image forests of transformation for the story traveller to negotiate and learn from. Perhaps best through shared stories of all kinds, we can manage to achieve a united political will to manage forests on a global scale. More likely, at worst, only a series of cataclysmic events can ever return us to any form of arboreal paradise. But we are storytellers, writers, artists, and educators. We have the power to imagine what could be and make our magical marks. Surely it is our responsibility not to be doommongers, but to put forward practical, pragmatic, multiple alternatives to the status quo, to weave into the fabric of our modern wonder tales, without preaching, scenarios of the possible. If we can't imagine a better future, we can't create one. In short, as storytellers, it might serve us well while interpreting and reimagining the forest fairy tales of the past to create new, optimistic fairy tales for the forests of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leonie. That was a really heartening talk, I think, as our closing presentation for the session. You addressed such a rich archetype, the forest, and again, obviously, you brought it to speak to us in contemporary times. Really, this solar punk genre sounds rather fascinating. It's new to me, I must say. Lots of resonances across all the papers, to be honest. It was a lovely continuation from what Michelle was talking about, really, and we are at quite an interesting point now, I think, in our discussion. Any comments, questions, colleagues?
If I may, Marta?
Please.
I'd like to thank Leonie because it was beautiful to see and beautiful to hear, even if a bit, you know, that. But I'd like to add a few things just in comment, because the whole thing about the forest being dark and menacing is might easily be read in the light of the dual regimes of Durand's imagination I was talking about. And that would be great because it shows how really partial and distorted our vision of the world is. If you think about, you know, Wood Wide Web of Morgan Sheldrake's Hidden Order and all those things, we might say that the forest is the exact icon of our not understanding nature.
Yeah.
We see the forest, the trees, but we don't see the forest. We don't understand the forest and are being part of it.
But for time, I didn't include it, but I have an image of a person sleeping under the roots of the tree with the mycelium going through their synapses as well. Yeah.
Exactly. That's it. And the fact of walking through I've been walking through forests for decades now, and so it's an experience you can't describe. You just have to live it. So it's the emblem of our the faults, of the mistakes of our understanding the world. And on the other side, I'd like to inform you of one of the essays that are in that book I was mentioning before, extending the idea of environment, which I'm sending now to Edmondo, at least in description. And there are women communities in India, in Jharkhand, who are working to save forests and trees and subverting.
The stewardship of women in India is fantastic.
Exactly. And we got a colleague who's called Aditi Basu, who wrote a beautiful essay on that. So you might be interested. And I think it was one of the best things I read when I was working to produce the book. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Fabio.
Thank you very much. Anybody else, any final comment or question before we close the session?
I just want to say thank you to you all. Leonie, I think that your speech was like really a walk inside an enchanted forest. And, you know, it was like a kind of magic. You are able to describe a research, so as something scientific with a kind of sources, a magic, I don't know. But really, I really appreciate when we are able to connect a lot of discipline and to explain our scientific work with other kind of tools, registers, and so on. So it was really amazing. And I think that I will ask you something about your work, because maybe we can publish something in Italy on a journal if you want, but we will talk about this later. And I just want to say thank you to Marta, because you are an amazing chair. Marta, your work was amazing. So thank you so much, Marta. Thank you so much for all the speakers. And I leave the floor to Marta to close the
proceedings. No, thank you very, very much, everybody. I really enjoyed the presentations. I have taken pages of notes, and I think there will be so much to follow up. Wonderful recommendations for readings, really interesting concepts, and very cutting edge thinking, very interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary cutting edge thinking. Really, I was hugely inspired by the talks this morning, colleagues. Thank you very, very much. See you hopefully in the next session. There's a lunch break now, I believe, and then 2:00 is the next session. Warm greetings to all, and see you later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'd like to thank you all. I wouldn't be here in the afternoon, I'm sorry, but I must go to the dentist. Nothing happy nor amusing, but I hope there will be ways to join again and exchange points of view and work, because it's been really a great experience. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 7th session, Representation, Adaptation, and the Politics of Fantastic. Across all this session, we will explore how the fantastic, whether in form of fairy tales, myth, and animation, your contribution were really varying, reflect and shape the social and political structure that we inhabit. Some of the paper represent as a depoliticization of the public discourse, of the imaginary through the fairy tale, while others will draw the attention to the erasure that exists among these fairy tales. But we will also hear some positive story about how the storytelling can act as a means for imagining the world, whether through education or connection or community building. So I think that it's important before starting to find a link among all the presentation. And what I noticed while reading is that all the papers, all the abstract you send points out how the fantasy is not innocent, is not just a story, but is something else. It's a site of struggle, of hope, and eventually of ideology, where the experience of the people are actually changing and can also be changed. So I think it's important, maybe kept in mind one question that links all the presentation we are gonna hear, and is what does it mean to be represented, and who gets to decide how the fantastic speak for us or about us. So I ask you to keep in mind this question as we listen, and perhaps to return it to at the end, not to answer it definitely. Also, it's a really big question, so it's kind of difficult to answer it, but maybe to see how our perspective are changes. Now, before starting, I think it's important to give some few technical information. You all have 15 minutes for the presentation. I will give a warning before the end. It's a 2-minute warning. I will send this just to not interrupt everyone. And after each presentation, there will be a small time for questions eventually. And if someone loses connection, we're gonna maybe move on, and then at the end, restart with the presentation that was interrupted. So now I leave you the floor. The first speaker are Pauline Greenhill and Heidi Kossonen. I hope I pronounced it well. With a presentation titled Toxic Speech, Origins and the Real Princesses, Disney Snow White and the Fairy Tale Public Sphere. So now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, let's try and move this on. Jeez. Okay, thank you very much to the organizers, to our funders who are noted here, and our colleagues. This is an excerpt from a much longer article, Alison Craven coined the fairy tale public sphere to explore how characters, images, and concepts from folklore, children's literature, and wonder narratives play roles in civil discourse as reference, signs, tropes, or invocations. In today's presentation, we use this concept to study how fairy tale motifs and ideas form the grounds for speech that persecutes and harms minorities and a democratic social fabric. We're the bad news. We conducted a case study around Snow White, Disney's live-action remake of their Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It elicited toxic online discussions around representation and a hate speech campaign against its racialized leading actor, Rachel Zegler. We here discuss our data broadly as toxic speech, which, beyond the legal discriminatory concept of hate speech, also targets individuals and groups not protected against discrimination, such as, in our case, feminists, the woke, and the Disney Corporation. Our data consists of YouTube discussions of Snow White's teaser trailer from August 2024, and we also look at the comments on 2 YouTube videos created to incite, channel, and mobilize hate against Snow White and Zegler. We especially focus on the fairy tale origins, characters and tropes, and how they mingle with racism and misogyny in these toxic and hateful online discussions. Snow White is an international folk tale with thousands of variations in many languages and media. Despite this variety and fairy tale's core feature of mutability, the YouTube videos and the comments in our data restrict Snow White to a supposed individual original belonging only to white people. Heidi, you're okay, good.
Yes. Hello on my behalf as well. So, although we focus on the public discussion around Snow White, convergences between toxic speech and the fairy tale public sphere are not isolated audience reactions, but are linked to the activity of content creators working across social media platforms. Behind the toxic discussions are thousands of conservative, alt-right, and anti-woke content creators promulgating sticky discourses, memes, and misinformation, and mobilizing troll armies to influence social media metrics and audience behavior. YouTube alone hosts thousands of videos offering caustic commentary on Snow White, with several repercussions on which we focus more in later articles, and please feel free to ask about them later on. Our data consists of almost 67,000 comments on the teaser trailer and over 17,000 comments on the 2 hate videos, from anti-woke content creator Disparu's 2024 video and on the Daily Wire's 2023 video hosted by Brett Cooper. And the data was gathered by our colleague Aleksi Knutila, and based on Alexi's topic modeling, a methodology we used, and our own qualitative analysis of samples from these AI-created topics, As well as keyword-based browsers of all comments gathered, we captured discourses that reiterated between the videos. And today we focus on two dominant discourses, one related to fairy tale films, Snow White and the brothers Grimm and Disney, disguising both racist and misogynoir sentiments, and the other about women, including princesses, both fictional and factual, as misogynist and anti-feminist ways of labeling Zegler, a difficult woman, unfit to play the role of the innocent, pure, sweet Snow White. All these three datasets converge ideologically in comments that frame the live-action Snow White as a sign of stories being ruined, destroyed, or butchered, representing cultural degradation. Many commenters demand folktales be left as they are and were intended, and respect their heritage and lessons. And Pauline will continue.
The Disparu discussion frames Snow White as a German tale, part of that country's cultural identity, whereas Cooper and the trailer commenters render it integrally American. They assert contempt and threat to both countries from the remake, a strategy common from reactionary discourses. We see rhetorics familiar from nationalist, right-wing, populist, and conservative movements that recurrently fuel themselves using restorative nostalgia, which does not think of itself as nostalgia, but as truth and tradition. Our data draws from these rhetorics, especially through notions of homogeneity, purity, and naturalness. Allegedly, something original and untainted is being destroyed in the live-action remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Several use the language and effective registers of disease, danger, and filth. Next to this, appeals to emotion draw on individual connections to the material. For instance, many commenters comment that the live action hurts them personally because they are German and thus directly connected to the Grimm tale and German-only culture. They also reiterate claims of their own childhood or present-day children's dreams and innocence being ruined. Similar to the 2023 controversy around Disney's live action The Little Mermaid and other troll campaigns against actors of color playing roles previously reserved for white characters, one of the main reasons for hate is the protagonist's race or ethnicity. Many comments focus on a single characteristic, usually Snow White's complexion, from the tale or render it so definitional that it would negate any other possibilities. They purport that Zegler, of Colombian and Polish extraction, is not white enough to play a character called Snow White. Many quote from a Grimm version to further assert that the title character must be played by a white actor. Others simply cite Snow White's name as an excuse to justify their racist comments and outrage. The film locates the name as the result of the character being born during a snowstorm. In this view, actors should be hired for their talent and ability only, with the presumption that white folks alone have those qualities. So if anyone non-white gets a role, as Zegler did, it results from imposed diversity, equity, and inclusion requirements. A lot of trivialization manifests in the data. Trolls may vengefully demand a white Tiana to follow the black Snow White. And yes, the white Tianas from Google Images all look this sad and grumpy. Or they may sarcastically suggest a transgender or extraterrestrial lesbian Snow White, and we say, why not? Commenters see Snow White as a white, heterosexual, cisgender fairy tale. Anything else represents disrespect, threat, or attack against whiteness, the white race, and white culture. Unfairness towards white people, reverse racism, and cultural appropriation also surface across data sets. Comments follow the pattern of discursive game playing of reversals and negations, a defining feature of racism in the current, allegedly post-racial era. Commenters seek to deny that social cultural hierarchies have historically rendered some groups more vulnerable to oppression than others. And as with other discussions around hate speech, democratic concepts relate to equality, justice, and fairness, and these are warped into mere rhetoric to justify toxic speech and racism.
Next to this, the comments also find fault with Zegler herself and discuss her unsuitability using fairy tale tropes. She's compared to other female celebrities netizens love to hate, from actors like Brie Larson and Amber Heard to political figures like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, all targets of online hate campaigns. All three datasets describe Zegler as too ugly to be Snow White, or too obnoxious and loudmouthed to be a character framed as the epitome of kindness. Purportedly lacking innocence, compassion, selflessness, humility, and other characteristics traditionally expected of good women, Zegler is called a bitch, brat, cunt, and described as entitled, arrogant, awful, insufferable, horrible, or immature. Some comments address her political activism and caricature as straw feminist, which is a misrepresentation, misconstruing, and oversimplifying of feminists, feminisms, and their positionings. These ad hominem arguments take explicitly racist overtones when they equate beauty or fairness with whiteness. The data show many misogynist juxtapositions between Zegler and co-actor Gadot. Many insults use fairy tale language to disparage Zegler's beauty and character in relation to Gadot. In the comments, the mirror on the wall line is distorted to insult Zegler's look, like in the line butchest fish face of them all, and her feminism, like in the line wokest of them all. Some comments imagine scenes featuring the beautiful queen, the ugly Snow White, and the truth-speaking mirror, reversing the evil queen stepmother Wicked Witch as Zegler and the good princess as Gadot. As a feminist and thus an unfair, depraved woman, Zegler must be the Wicked Witch in disguise. And thus, commenters oversimplify the meanings of femininities and exclude feminists and racialized women from representing princesshood.
What also caught our attention were the 17 comments in the data that directly compared Zegler to Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Sussex. One said Snow White makes them think about Kate Middleton, Princess of Wales, while Zegler's statements and persona are like Markle's. Another echoing the Cooper video's discussion of Zegler and woke and women being in need of a fairy tale escape instead of girl boss representations, likens the actor's demeanor to the unbearable Markle. One renames the film Snow Markle, another The Life of Meghan Markle, and so forth. Comparisons between these two racialized princesses abound. Common characteristics of Zegler and Markle tend to the personal and ad hominem, narcissism, smugness, and repugnance. One calls Snow White, not Zegler, note, really unpleasant, and invokes Markle. And like other comments from benign to ill-informed to stereotyping to stigmatizing, comparisons between Zegler and Markle are based on views rendering racialized women and feminists scapegoated in hate speech campaigns interchangeable. These comparisons sparked for us yet another article on the Cinderella public sphere, Middleton and Markle, and feel free to ask us about that also.
So to sum up, the discussions we studied move along the spectrum of racism, marginalization, discrimination, and exclusion on the basis of perceived appearances. Comments fault Zegler and discuss her unsuitability using fairy tale tropes, showing misogynoirs enmeshment with anti-feminism and unimaginative, exclusionary perspectives on fairy tales. Reactionary views of Snow White as allegedly belong to Disney, the Grimm brothers, or white people from Europe, and conservative perceptions of princesshood as only for white submissive women purportedly excuse the verbal violence in the discussions of Snow White and Zegler. And we wish to highlight that this toxic speech around the live-action Snow White cannot be framed as individuals voicing opinions about a beloved childhood classic. Instead, grounded in structural, internalized overt racism and misogyny, these comments seek to punish racialized women and female-identified folks diverging from norms of femininity, including outspoken feminists like Zegler and Markle. And we are alarmed that troll campaigns launched in thousands of YouTube hate videos, whose discourses are reiterated in the public discussion of the teaser trailer, influence what kind of representations get to be made. They harm their targets and reflect the dangers of the current conservative, hate-filled social media sphere and its effects on culture and society. And here are our references.
And thank you. We're happy to accept questions.
Yeah, now we open up the time for the questions. So if someone have any question, please feel free to ask either by voice or in the chat if you want. So
Okay, if I may, thank you to Paulina, Adi, thank you to Gabriele to chair this session. And I'm interested because I have a specific question. I was hearing your research, and I think that it's very important to discuss about these elements and these themes today in everyday life. And the question is, you argue that that toxic speech around the actress Rachel Zegler entwines racism, misogyny, anti-woke rhetorics, and so on. And how do you operationalize misogynoir in your coding scheme to distinguish it from broader misogyny or racialized critique? I don't know if you have some kind of examples or something else, because I think that we need to talk about these elements in everyday life. So thank you for your speech.
Okay, so I guess for me in particular, when we're looking at the comments and where we see racism and sexism kind of in the same comment, we would call that misogynoir. And of course, we take intersectional perspectives so that we don't think that it's in fact possible to distinguish in all circumstances that, you know, this is racism and this is misogyny. And it is definitely linked. I think misogynoir is a useful term because it really kind of helps to link those two particular characteristics, which of course were part of the original framers' notion of intersectionality. Heidi?
I think you already responded awesomely. Maybe my point would be to sort of highlight that, you know, according to the European Commission, their definition of hate speech already targets minorities, and taking in intersectionality like misogynoir, which looks into racism and sexism as they both manifest and produce the effects like hate speech, draws attention to look at, you know, hate speech also in the sense of intersectional feminism and their categories and how, you know, yeah.
If no one else has any question, I have one small question, so maybe you can ask it. I was really curious when I was reading and then when I was hearing your presentation about the way you presented this anti-woke rise. I think it's something really interesting right now because most of these posters are also circulating into specific platforms. I have done a little bit of research on 4chan and far-right platforms in general, and I think that could be interesting. I don't know if you have any clue on this specific intersection, but it could be interesting to see how these content that are already polarized are received into even more polarized environment. So just a few thoughts about it.
Heidi, I think that's you.
Sorry, I missed the comment or the question. Yeah, but definitely it was not to answer any question, but to sort of think with the data that we had. It was already anticipated that, of course, this is anti-woke when we sort of took up this case study, but looking at the teaser trailer comments, like direct references for Trumpism or you know, the Trump and Kamala Harris campaign, or the presidential debate in the US that was happening while we were gathering the data, it's sort of, you know, we didn't specifically look at the, you know, comments pointing towards Trump or, you know, supporting Trump in any of the papers, but it definitely was there in the teaser trailer comments. And I can't remember if any of other data sets as well, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just curious about it. So now we can pass to the next presentation, and thank you, of course, for your work. Now it's the turn of Polina Filatova with a presentation titled The Cub's Lament, or Metamorphosis, the Consciousness of Human-Animal Identity and Differences in Disney The Lion King. So now the floor is yours.
Right, thank you very much. I'll share my screen. So
Yeah, of course.
the slides, yeah. Right, is it visible?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right, good. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this tremendous event. My name is Polina. I'm from the Netherlands. At the moment, I am designing a PhD project in eco-criticism, popular culture, and animal studies. I've only just entered the sphere of independent research, and I often feel like an imposter, so your welcome means a great deal to me. Today, I'll be talking about the Lion King remake and anthropomorphism. The Lion King, first released by Disney in 1994, is a legend of a lion cub, Simba, the son of King Mufasa and the nephew of the treacherous Scar. It is a tale of the hero's journey. It is also an animal tale, entertaining, insightful, and occasionally comical. It bestows consciousness and power on non-human animals. As such, The Lion King investigates human-animal relationships and deliberates on the effects of anthropomorphism. In 2019, the world saw a new version of this legend. It was directed by Jon Favreau. His use of photorealism stirred appreciable controversy. On the one hand, viewers felt that Favreau's style is too documentary. All expected magic disappears or otherwise appears out of proportion, especially with all the talking and singing. On the other hand, people noted that the hyper-realistic design obscures all human semblance, so peculiar to Disney animation. Now, as a result, the characters feel somehow less relatable. In brief, The Lion King's non-fictional presentation of fictional content has caused some uneasiness, and the sentiment, it seems, is linked specifically to the place and role of anthropomorphism in the Disney fairy tale tradition. Now, I think that far from erring into a representational disbalance, the motion picture quite literally motions us towards a contemplation of anthropomorphism. I revisit the scene where Mufasa is killed in a stampede, where Simba discovers his dead body, and where Scar, the actual murderer, banishes the prince. At first, frame sequence, camera angles, and dialogue suggest that the animal other is not so very different from humankind. Simba is subject to vulnerability, precarity, and social order. At the same time, long shots and CGI underscore the animal's singularity. This way, The Lion King maneuvers the dynamics of human-animal identity and difference. Simba's existence is simultaneously similar and dissimilar to our own. This fantastic simultaneity lends the animation a reflexive quality. The Lion King, we can say, is a metafiction. So it produces what I call a metanthropomorphic animal fairy tale. Favreau's film evokes, highlights, and appraises those narrative devices which produce cultural images of the animal. Ultimately, The Lion King bears significant implications for how we conceptualize the world. First of all, Favreau's mise-en-scène and script elicit a certain correspondence between the cub and the viewers. And this resembles a critical approach which Matthew Calarco calls the theory of identity. Theories of identity rely on anthropomorphic tropes and stress the affinity between human and non-human species. They recognize that non-human creatures possess consciousness and a sense of self. In other words, animals are understood as sentient subjects who are informed by their environment and experience thereof. And Simba too is such a subject. the scene of Mufasa's death is climatic to his world experience. When the fatal stampede recedes, the cub is alone, surrounded by rocks, alert and breathless. Yet, after discovering Mufasa's motionless body, Simba will not once be on his own. At least a portion, a whiff of the mane, or a lion's share of Mufasa's body will hover over the screen. Mufasa's immobile bulk highlights Simba's juvenile frailty and suggests the immensity of his orphanhood. Simba's mourning is anchored in the juxtaposition between the singular and the plural modes of being a self, the I and the I, the son of Mufasa. It is a contrast whence emerges the consciousness of a bereaved self, individual but not autonomous. Crucially, the scene is filmed at eye level. Our gaze is level with Simba's gaze. His confrontation with death is level with our own experience of death. His precarity and exposure are level with those of a fellow human sufferer. All the more so when Scar advances to the foreground and convinces Simba that the accident was his fault. Scar's rhetoric draws on mythological, social, and institutional discursive repertoires. A son who kills his own father, what will your mother say? And a boy who kills a king. Taboo, the nuclear family, and the concept of sovereignty all situate the lions on a plane where animals speak the same language as us, Homo politicus or Zoon politikon. So, contrary to the audience's complaints that Favreau's vision precludes effective relatability, The Lion King is equipped with a pathos of the most relatable kind. Indeed, the film sustains the undying relevance of empathetic contemplation. Here, subjectivity, transience, and embeddedness are inherent to all life, human and non-human. At the same time, however, Favreau shows that Simba's experience is peculiar to him. The extent of our ability to share in his grief is not limitless. In this instance, The Lion King endorses the theory of difference. As Kalako explains, this view opposes the categorization of animals under a single homogenized name. Instead, the theory of difference seeks to develop an appreciation of the manifold differences that exist between and among human beings and animals. We are all individuals in our own right. There is distance between species, and Favreau's composition and graphics do not neglect it. Every close-up of Simba and Mufasa is complemented by a long shot where we see the pair from far away. And this technique mimics the wildlife documentary where a passive, omniscient, or otherwise etic perspective prevails. We are witness to a scene in a foreign environment. Our momentary mediated immersion remains on the fringe of Sim pathos, feeling with Simba rather than feeling as Simba. Our compassion is not entirely tantamount to co-suffering. Our identification with Simba is that of conscious creatures who gaze upon an other self, a self who, albeit granted consciousness, is not self-same as us. This fragmentation is amplified through the digital effect of illusion or double reality. Rather than shed tears, as he had in 1994, Simba displays characteristically leonine signs of distress or grief. Oscillation on the site of death, ear retraction, reluctance to leave the corpse, attempts to revive and lie with it. So while we are compelled to sympathize with Simba's loss, we are compelled to do so on an understanding. namely that the vulnerability, precarity, and expatriation that unfold before our eyes are first and foremost unfolding in the life of a young lion cub, a cub threatened by another grown male, a cub who is physically unfit to survive any usurpation, regardless of whether the mother is still alive. Simba's affliction, his Bildung as a fairy tale hero, is essentially circumscribed by the non-human condition. And yet it is this very non-humanness, this very realism in Simba's movements, gestures, and behavior that stirs our imagination and initiates cross-species translation. The audience is encouraged to realize the constraints of the human social logic, to learn the language of the animal, and to understand its experience in its own semantic vocabulary. And so, mastering the delicate equilibrium between proximity and distance, Favreau's animated live action is invested in a visually and emotionally intense, immersive, and interactive space. And in this space, the film brings its own devices of anthropomorphism to our attention. The film, in a word, is metafictional. In the wake of the linguistic turn, metafiction examines fundamental structures of narrative fiction and explores the limits of fictionality in relation to the external world. Metafiction, like other meta-terms, pertains to how society reflects, constructs, and mediates its experience of the world. Similarly, The Lion King displays intentional aboutness towards the animals it portrays. You see, Favreau's film is not so much about animals that talk, think, sing, and often behave like humans. Nor is it merely about lions who are not like humans at all. Rather, Favreau's work is about the nexus between anthropomorphic, anthropocentric, and zooethical practices. The story is embroiled in anthropomorphism, and the story zooms around it, the better to discern the contagion. In short, Favreau's animal tale is metanthropomorphic. Fantastical, documentary, implausible, realistic, otherworldly, and imminent, Favreau's world is populated not only by a congregation of embodied agents, but also by a renewable spring of ideas and unprobed potentialities of sense-making. Importantly, his Disney fairy tale remake has the prerequisites to make new our know-how of weaving stories of and with the animal. What I have contended is that, contrary to popular responses and criticism, The Lion King neither misses nor demolishes the target of refreshing a canonized tale. Favreau dismantles the paradox of Simba's mourning as both all too human and other than human. In doing so, he demonstrates what I call metanthropomorphism. What I now suggest is for this analysis to be taken further into world theory. It is what the humanities and the social sciences recognize as descriptions of worlding, that is, theorizing the world. On the whole, The Lion King participates in fictional world building and world interpreting. It convincingly reenacts a largely integrated and spatialized universe with its own ontological and transformative dimensions. Moreover, powered by metafictional attributes, the film illustrates the world as something which entails being with others. If we talk of the Anthropocene, for example, it is more than appropriate to draw attention to the tandem between human-animal ambassadorship, popular culture, folklore, and the legacy of narrating the knowns and the unknowns we call our world. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, as always, we will leave some time for the question if someone wants to ask. Otherwise, I have done one question. And then at the end, we're going to pass to the next one. So I will leave the floor.
Yes.
Maybe, okay,
Yeah.
if I can, okay. I have to confess that when I was a child, Lion King was my favorite Disney movie in 1994. So for me, it's like something very connected with my emotion. But I have to. I really appreciate your speech and your analysis. And my question and my curiosity is, I have to confess that I decided not to watch the new movie. It's like something that I want to preserve in my memories, connected with my memory, with my childhood and so on. So your analysis and highlights a productive tension between human and animal identity. So neither fully merged nor nearly separated, because you call it like metanthropomorphism. So the question is, how does this tension shape the narrative stakes of the film compared to the animated movie? Because I didn't watch the film. And does metanthropomorphism enrich or destabilize the classical normal arc of the tale? Thank you.
Maybe I can build a little bit on this question because my one was kind of similar. Because I was really curious about this concept you present as metanthropomorphism. It's kind of difficult to pronounce it. But yeah, the thing is, I find it's really interesting how in these fairy tales, in this filmic production, actually, this was a mixture between the human and the animal. But on the other side, I was curious on the broader implication of this, as we are usually teach us to do not think about the animals as people because we are fundamentally different. And my question is possible that there are some broader effects, some secondary effect on this narrative that can help us, I don't know, maybe change our vision toward this, making us more aware of the difference or either less aware of the difference that there are between us? So that's more a general question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for these questions. Very, very very prompting questions, and I think I'll split them into two parts if you don't mind. So first of all, just going from smaller things to greater things, if we compare this metanthropomorphic narrative of the 2019 version with the 1994 version, how does it change our understanding of human and animal identity? I think what inspired me to conduct this analysis in the first place is the fact that in 1994, Simba cries when he sees his father in the gorge. And, it is an emotional moment, especially with Hans Zimmermann's music. It is very captivating, and it really extends this relatability between human grief and animal grief, but it does so in very human terms. And what really struck me when I was watching The Lion King that came out in 2019 is how much more emotionally involved I personally was when watching the scene, precisely because Simba didn't cry. It's just this, and I'm a cat lover and I'm a cat owner, and just the very exactitude and finesse with which Disney showed the movements of his whiskers, of his ears, of his fur, of his eyes, it really just made me conscious that, you know, Disney is rethinking the, you know, the methods, the representational methods of showing emotion in different species. And it does so in a way that still translates to us as the audience, and it still translates to younger audiences as well. I'm not sure to what extent this answers the first question, but that's what I was thinking of when I was writing the analysis. And the second part, if we move on to metanthropomorphism as a tool or as a concept and its uses, does it destabilize or enrich? I think it's very difficult to separate the two terms, right? Very often we enrich our fields precisely by destabilizing them. I think that's a very Derridian thing to do, a very post-structural thing to do. Perhaps I wouldn't say that it necessarily destabilizes our vision of the human and the animal, but it I don't know, it makes it more palpable that they can be destabilized. It makes palpable the very possibility of destabilizing them. What are the implications? I think, you know, currently the state of the arts in animal studies is such that we either produce scholarship in terms of identity or in terms of difference or in terms of indistinction, where you know, we just talk in terms of hybrids. And I think with metanthropomorphism, what I would like to suggest is to really move the discussion to a meta level, precisely to be able to actually look at it from a distance and see what other configurations we can master and what other discourses we can open. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation and for your insights. They're really, really interesting. So I hope to see more about this work in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. And for the next presentation, I leave the floor to Giovanna Loggiacco and Pietro Mannari with a presentation titled The Donkey, the Chicken, and the Ram.
Yes, thank you. Can I share the screen and the desktop?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, is it possible to see my presentation? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Giovanna Loggiacco and I'm a teacher in the secondary school, in high school in Livorno. I'm teacher of philosophy and human science, and with my colleague Mannari Pietro, we introduce a work based on a tale whose title is The Donkey, the Chicken, and the Ram. And the title of this contribution is inspired by the title of a fable whose characters are in fact the donkey, the chicken, and the ram, and is a folkloristical tale, as you can see from these pictures, from Garfagnana, where a Museo dell'Immaginario Folclorico and its activities take place. And the fala has a very quite easy structure. So the animals are the main characters. They are not useful anymore for the owners. So they decide to move to Grosseto in the south of Tuscany, but eventually they come back. So we ask this first part, premise one, because we have also the premise two. I mean, our study is motivated by a social dynamics that occurred in a public performance of this fala during a course for teacher about storytelling and the actuality of the tales. And in the picture, you can see the professional of the Museo Italiano dell'Immaginario Immaginario Folclorico, who led this course for teachers about the storytelling. And it was a public performance. The study is based in an accidental ethnographic collection because this public performance was filmed, and the video was shared through social media and reached a relative of one of the characters of the Fola. And this character in the plot was very well recognizable because of his name, surname, and particular features corresponded to what he is in the reality. And in the Fola's plot, he beats the donkey up. The reason is full. The animal wasn't able to work anymore, so he beats the donkey up. But what we call the event is the fact that the real niece of these characters who beat the donkey up reacted in a very negative way to the sharing of this video. She wanted, in fact, to protect the reputation of a relative and considered this fact as grave, and she considered this fact as if it was reality, not fiction, as in the tale is. So what were our previous observations? First of all, how she perceived the Fola, so a fairy tales like an earnest fact. Then the fact that how the Fola has still its function to give information or inform of habits with realistic elements. Then how are still available the cultural competencies to understand the Fola's structures, and how social media could replace the setting of the dissemination of the Fola, and then the direction and intention of the Fola. We asked if Fola is not a neutral mean of significance because of the overlapping structure process of locating and referring to realistic elements. So what was our research about? We decided to interview the narrator of the public performance, and the narrator decided to locate the Fola using characters from this village in Garfagnana, in the mountain, and the village is named Percaldino. She knew the culture of Percaldino, but she comes from another village. So we can consider her like an outsider because she is not familiar with Percaldino's tradition and memories. And she decided to use real people and characters, just maintaining the structure of the Fola. And one of Fola's features, in fact, is the free inventiveness of the narrator. So indeed, she used this inventiveness, but probably in the wrong way, because the Fola has the feature and the possibility to be readapted to social context, and also because one of important purpose for the Fola was to teach the local geography and the history to a peasant society. Don't forget that Fola belongs to the oral tradition. So what was wrong in this public performance? We analyzed the structure of Folas, and we discovered that during the past, between narrator and peasant society, there was an underlined agreement. So the narrator couldn't go beyond on it. And another important thing is that the Fola was rooted into the social dynamics of the village, and the characters had recognizable features and roles in the society described. So the narrator decided to use real people, but she wasn't accepted by the community as a local. And indeed, she used inappropriated features of these characters. Then other elements we discovered talking with the narrator was the fact that the widow of one of the characters still has animals in the village, and donkeys as well. And the character described by the narrator doesn't correspond absolutely to the well-known and appreciated member of the community of Percaldino. So the narrator has chosen the man, but just considering the fact that he owned a farm. So he used the fact that he owned a farm, so he could have also donkeys, but without taking into account his really social reputation and how the society and the village, the people in the village consider him. So in conclusion, we did a summit with the museum staff, and also based on our study, we suggest that for next public performance, a FOLA, in order to adhere to the characteristic that we mentioned, can be changed only by member belonging directly to the community, or it would be better to keep the original version of the tale. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation. Now, as usually, I will leave some time for the question if someone has one. Otherwise, I'm gonna ask one question.
Nicoletta.
I have one for Giovanna because this is such an interesting, I don't know if you agree, local and global story.
Yes, it's a local and global story. Very very strange also situation because of the, yes.
Yeah, thank you, because it's so locally connected, but also something that is today with social media and all these means of communication can be also very globalized. I feel.
Thank you.
Grazie.
And I also wanted to ask you something about this local dimension. I really like you recovered this oral culture. It's something quite important because in Italy we have kind of a lot of oral culture, but it's not something that is always discussed. So it was actually really interesting. And I was curious about how you came in contact with this. Since it's not something usually researched, I was actually curious about how do you thought about it.
Yes, because my colleague Pietro, that now is at the setback in the school, works in the Museo dell'Immaginario in Garfagnana, and he knows really well the environment and the museum. So we start from this event, and then we try to imagine hypotheses and premise and study further studies. So
it was kind of an insider perspective.
yes.
Okay, yeah, that's super interesting. And now, thank you for the presentation. And now I will leave the floor to Nicoletta Peluffo with the presentation titled The Little Mermaid, Representation of Pain in Hans Christian Andersen and Subsequent Adaptation.
Thank you, Gabriele. I try to share my presentation.
Okay, it's going, yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, thank you. So, buongiorno, and thank you very much for this fantastic event, really very interesting. So, today, the purpose of my presentation is to analyze the depiction and representation of pain and physical, emotional suffering, sorrow in Hans Christian Andersen's story, The Little Mermaid, which was published in 1837, and then try to set a comparison between these elements inside the fairy tale and subsequent adaptations and rewritings. Mainly, I will focus on the two Disney versions that were released in 1989, respectively, and 2023. The methodological say, approach, the methodological framing for this research is based on the work of Linda Hutchins on adaptations and cultural products, which serve as a paradigm for examining how the expectations and requests of the cultural industry shape storytelling, as well as the work of Ruth Bottingheimer insofar the divergence from the pattern is concerned, and of course Jack Zipes, because there is an emphasis in Zipes studies on tales and subversive power that is useful here to conduct this research, and also Christopher, or again for the study of the source material. You know that there is a debate on the source material, the source novel, but in this case we try to consider the story of Andersen a sort of source material and then set the comparison. So about the representation of pain, we see that from the beginning of the story, of Andersen's story, there is immediately a tension between individual desire, because Little Mermaid is very curious and ambitious, and someone else who is trying to maintain the power. So her aspiration to attain human form represents immediately an act of subversion. And simultaneously, there is a reduction of her authoritative state in the sea. This subversive model introduces a complementary thematic, which is the thematic element, the centrality of pain and suffering and sorrow in the fairy tale. The theme of pain is articulated through an array of nuances and motives, because we have, and I go to this slide where there are some phrases, some quotes from the novel. So we can see in the first quote something that is only the mermaids have no tears and therefore they suffer more. This is a sort of emotional pain connected to deprivation. So mermaids cannot cry, but they suffer more. Then going on, there is a sort of punitive pain in the second quote, because the Sea King's mother tries to maintain this hierarchy and proudness and pride, while the mermaid does not have a perception of her status. So the rank is displayed to a sort of obligatory, physical, painful adornments. So if we can see, there are 8 great oysters attached to the tail of the princess to show her power and to show her that she is an important presence in the sea. And the mermaid complains about this, and the woman, the grandmother answers, pride must suffer pain. So this is necessary. Pain is necessary. The mermaids protest this reinforcement of status, but she is not listened to, and the words of the grandmother are very, very stern. So in the third quote, and in some other quotes, third and fourth, we have physical pain. The physical pain is when she decides to have legs. So this process goes through a lot of pain. You will feel great pain, as if a sword, sorry, I cannot read, okay, as if a sword were passing through you. And then again, at every step you take, it will feel as if you were treading upon sharp knives, and the blood must flow, and you will bear all this. I will help you. So there is this kind of transformative process which goes through a lot of pain, a lot of also physical and bloody impression. And then there is another tragic event because to become human, she has to give, her tongue is cut, and she became dumb and would never again speak or sing, while her voice was so powerful and so pleasant. So again, there is another kind of physical pain and also deprivation, the deprivation of her beautiful voice. And then at the end, we see that in the last quotes, we see that, by the way, this pain is purposeless because she cannot obtain what she wants, marry the prince, and at the end, she will become foam of the sea. Okay, so the transformative process to become human is fraught with distress and sorrow toward a tragic end, with the protagonist dissolving into the sea. The character here is well defined with a vigorous personality and a deep sense of sacrifice. She wants to endure sacrifice to obtain her final objective. This stark portrayal of sacrifice and sorrow contrasts significantly with how pain is depicted in subsequent adaptations, and namely, we are going to talk about we're going to talk about Disney adaptations. You see the two, let's say, representations of Mermaid of 1989 and 2023. Especially in the 1989 representation, there is a strong change, and it is what Linda Hutchon calls the repurposing of the products, aiming at an intertextual engagement for the audience. And as Jack Zipes argues, the literary fairy tale, particularly as it was formalized and used for children education, often lost some of its subversive power, and pain was neutralized, as it happened in this case. So the Disney animated version of 1989 deviates from Andersen's tragic conclusion, meaning that it intersects the need for a positive conclusion, happily ever after conclusion, with the heroines getting married to her prince, as we see here, in a fantastic boat with a wonderful party, and they were happy together. As Bottigheimer states, Walt Disney version of some of the best-known fairy tales provide an illusion of good and evil, which in no way corresponds to the far more subtle surfacing of malevolence in society. So the formula is very oversimplified. Ariel spies the prince and falls in love with him. Ursula, the sea witch, hates her and her father. She wants to destroy everything. Then there is this fight between good and bad, and the prince saves Ariel by piercing the witch with the bow of his shield. So in this case, and here we see when Ursula steals the voice from Ariel, which is an element that remains, not as tragic as it was in Andersen, but we can still have it. Here we have the death of Ursula, and Eric is the person, because in Disney, the characters have a name, while in Andersen, they have no name. So Eric and Ursula, Eric is the person who kills Ursula at the end of in a tragic way also. So there is a, let's say, a different ending. So with this burden, the burden of pain and sorrow here is shifted onto Ursula, who is impaled on a ship's mast, with Ariel being free to marry Eric. In the movie here, in this version of 2023, Here, the mermaid is transformed into a terrestrial figure immediately, and it is from the beginning more associated to the land, to the sea. There is also the element of the voice stolen, but it's not as tragic. Let's say that is more aligning with the 1989 version of Disney that with Andersen, but still there are some elements of Andersen that remain. And also the film is interesting here because the film opens with an epigraph from Andersen tale, but a mermaid has no tears, that we have also seen in one of the quotes. A mermaid has no tears, and therefore she suffers so much more, which means that there is still this element of suffering and of pain, but it's not so central to the story. Because Marshalls, the director, aims more to some other elements that are the diversity, and this reconnect a little bit to what Pauline and Heidi said before about Snow White. So there is this research of the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and also there is this idea of being accepted by humans and becoming part of a group, but and the light is more on diversity and environment than on the element of pain. But by the way, there are still some elements that reconnect this tale to the original, let's say the original one. Insofar, this version is a little bit darker than the 1989 version of Disney. So we can trace some more elements of connection. Thank you so much. I wanted to thank you with this painting of a mermaid in Munch Museum in Oslo. So now I see mermaids everywhere. Sorry. Grazie.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we open up the time for the question. If someone wants to ask something. Otherwise, I have one question that is linked to these things that I noticed, but maybe it's not. I'm gonna ask you. I see that there is some link probably between the script of femininity and pain, and this idea that somehow the protagonist of the story, but also Ursula, who are both women, they endure pain. They are able to endure pain. They are subject to pain. They are related to pain, but it's always the femininity subject is never the prince to be in pain. And I find this is quite interesting on a feminist perspective because it gives us some clue about broader cultural script that we have in our society and association that we usually do between femininity and the capacity, the ability to accept pain, to be resilient, while usually we have this idea that maleness, it's or masculinity in general, is associated with broader script of I don't know, reactiveness, violence, and whatever. So I don't know if you have also saw this dimension. What do you think about this dimension?
Allora, that's so true, and there is, yes, you're right, because pain is and sorrow is associated to women, is associated to the witch, is associated to positive and negative characters. Let's say positive and negative again as a macro area. And also there is this element of resilience, as you said, because yes, these heroines, they endure pain, but they are so focused on the final objective of what they want that they are able also to resist and to carry on with what they want to obtain. And that's true. And yes, there is not a sort of masculinity of pain, meaning that male characters are not subject to pain, but are also less powerful. I mean, it's like they they need to accept what is going on around them. In Andersen, there is a little bit more of assertivity, but in Disney, there is not such assertivity from male characters. Maybe there is also, this is interesting because in the 2023 version, also there is this journey through self-discovery of characters, and also Eric, the prince, is going through this process. So there is a sort, because it's more recent, and there is this sort of awareness of this pathway. And but yes, you are right on this. And also thank you for mentioning the resilience, which is really in really affect, I mean, something that is so central to these all of these products. Yes.
Thank you.
I see Paulina, maybe.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation.
Oh, thank you.
I myself am always very interested about the role of tears, pain, and crying in fairy tales. That's what my first thesis was about, and I think it's a theme that is often overlooked. What I wanted to hear your opinion on is in the 2023 remake of The Little Mermaid, you know, even though they include the quote from Anderson, you know, but a mermaid has no tears and therefore she suffers the more, the Little Mermaid actually does cry in the end, in the very final scene. And I just wondered what you think of this nuance in the film and how it reflects on Disney's, you know, readaptation of The Mermaid.
No, thank you, Paulina. Yes, yes. I forgot to mention that at the end there are real tears, real. She cries, so it's like a sort of awareness, self-awareness, because there is a lot in this 2023 version. I feel that this version should have had more success because it started very well, then it had a sort of stop, but yes, there is a lot more to explore in this version, as far as also there is a circularity of the story from the quote at the beginning and these tears at the end. So maybe, and also the sea foam, there is also this kind of let's say atmosphere, very watery, no, at the end. So it would be interesting, as you said, to explore a little bit more what was behind this choice of Marshall, of the director, for this movie. And thank you. I appreciated a lot your research on the Lion King, and I agree with you. I saw the second version, and honestly, I don't know why, but I was more moved by the first one, I remember.
Yes, thank you very much.
Grazie mille, grazie.
So thank you for your presentation and for this insight you just gave us. And now it's the presentation that's gonna presenter that's gonna go. It's Emilia Pietropaolo with a presentation titled "Missing Mirrors: The Absence of Deaf and Cochlear Implant Representation in Fairy Tale and Children's Media." I don't know if she can share.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Emilia Pietropaolo, and I am a PhD student in gender studies at the University of Bari at Moro. I am deaf and I have a cochlear implant, but don't know sign language. When I talk about the absence of deaf character or character with cochlear implant in fairy tales and cartoons, and about the lack of accessibility, I mainly speak from my personal experience because I have lived this absence first and um, fairy tales are usually told to children by their parent at bedtime to help them fall asleep late, and are told with voice, sometimes using funny voice to make the story more lively. But what happens when there are no characters that children like me can divide with? Therefore, children use sign language or we have a cognitive implant may start to believe that we do not exist in the dominant society. Before continuing, I wanted to explain how deafness is usually seen at what it really means to be deaf. From a medical point of view, deafness is considered a lack, and the usual solution is rehabilitation, often through cochlear implant, which remain controversial. Deaf people are normalized to find enduring society by using speech, not sign language. Use of sign language almost always depend on the family and the doctor. Thoroughly recommended. I am in living proof, especially in the 1990 and 2000. Talk about this absence of deaf or cochlear implanted character. I will not really only on theory, but mainly on practice, showing really examples. If children do not see themselves reflected in watch TV or read a story, if they cannot identify with the character, if they do not feel represented, what kind of childhood can they have? Talk um, talk about this. I start with classic fairy tales, where I found a clear absence of deaf character. Sometimes there are characters with physical disability, but their story often focus on becoming able. For example, in the Little Mermaid, her greatest wish to become human, to have legs and walk basically to live beyond the body she was born with. So when a disability is represented, it is often placed in opposition to ability, as if they were two separate and compatible categories, able and disabled. In my opinion, it is a problem. It refers to the idea of disability as something negative, like a problem to be fixed. So we speak of lack, there is also a lack of accessibility. For example, subtitles are often missing in cartoons, making difficult or impossible for deaf children to fully enjoy them. So I will show an example with the comic by the deaf Spanish author Bella, where the main character faces exactly this situation. This helps understand how these experiences are lived from the inside. Cartoons are rarely subtitles because they are made for children who often cannot read yet, which need to emphasizing sound rather than visual subtitles. When we think of fairy tales like Snow White, Cinderella, or Little Mermaid, we often remember the perfect character, beautiful with normative and strong bodies. Their bodies are flawless. Even we see different characters, like the seven dwarfs. They are not really designed as complex. But what happens if you are deaf child or have a cochlear implant? You grow up never seeing yourself reflected in this story. There is no mirror, no real space and narrative for your body, your experience. When characters with disability or normative bodies appear, they are often removed from the center of the story. Let me explain better. Take the seven dwarfs in Sound White. As Amanda Leduc point out, they are not only comic relief, they are decorative. They work as a contrast to the main character, the beautiful princess, the prince, the powerful villain like Ursula in The Little Mermaid. Really unusual bodies serve to distract from the normal bodies, making the normative body stand out more. So what do this story teach? That if you are different or live with a disability, something is wrong with you. The story say you must go through a process of rehabilitation or transformation to conform. Otherwise, you will not have happy ending. Fairy tales, in this sense, do not celebrate difference. They enjoy it. They create a world where happiness is reserved for those who fit the norm and those do not must either change or disappear. But what does this really mean? What does happiness look like? In many cases, it is directly linked to body normalization. For example, in The Little Mermaid, Ariel finds happiness only when she gets legs, when she becomes fully human, thanks to deal with the fear which also. I would think of villain like Scar and the Lion King. He dies at the end, and he is marked by visible deformity. But his evil behavior is not only badness, it comes from social exclusion, even the shadow of his brother. Yet the visual sign, the scar, is now to say, this is the villain. So, what does Disney really teach? Um, um, in this context, we must ask an important question. Can deaf children or those with cochlear implant see themselves represented in animated film? Toy Story. And the story, the film shows a world of toys, but more than that, it represents the world of child, playful of imagination, emotion, and strong bonds. Their film speaks directly to children and invites them to identify with the story. But we must ask, who can really identify with this word? Usually hearing children, because the human character are like Andy are all hearing, and the toys themselves, when alive, speak. They communicate only using spoken language. The message is clear. To be part of this world, to be accepted and active, you must speak. There is no other form of communication. There are no character use sign language or alternative form of language. Speech is only form. So in the story, in the story for there is a short but powerful moment that speaks to this. In the scene where Bonnie starts school for the first time, we see her struggling to make friends. She feels more comfortable with her toys than with other children. Then in a few seconds, the camera showed a child with a cochlear implant. The child is unnamed, not part of the main story, and has no dialogue, but that brief image had a strong impact on social media. Many parents reacted emotionally for the first time. Children with cochlear implant could see themselves on the screen, even for a moment. That image, as brief as it was, become a kind of a mirror, a sign that they also belong, that they are seen. This scene reminds how even a small act of inclusion can be deeply meaningful, especially for children rarely represented in mainstream media. This brings us back to the powerful idea of recognition and how it works on the media, like comics, like comics. A very important example in the easy in the graphic novel El Defo by the author and illustrator Cece Bella. In this autobiographical comic, she tells her childhood story from the moment of diagnosis to when she received hearing aid. There are two more important points here. First, she show that as a deaf child, she could not fully enjoy television, which is a fundamental part of children's culture, unlike could not fully enjoy. Unlike her hearing, she could not simply sit and watch cartoons because they were not subtitled. So she tried to understand them by lip reading, which is very difficult, especially because cartoons are not real people. They are animated characters. Second, in especially in the comic, Cece creates a character, called Il Devo, a kind of imaginary superhero who represents a ring of it and her experiences. This character gives her strength and helps her feel special rather than different or less. This story is very different from classic fairy tales or Disney movie. And difference is not a problem to solve, but a central part of the story and personal power. Um, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I open up the time for the question. And I have actually one more than a question, it's a comment, but I like that you present this construction of your work around the erasure and around what's the abilist assumption that are inside the narratives of the fairy tales, in this case of the Disney film. And that's something actually interesting because we saw in during these days a lot of work that were concerned with racial assumption and gender assumption, and now it's also interesting to see how there are different layers of assumption of marginality that are presented through the works, and that's something that I actually appreciate.
Thank you. Like the question è that the Disney and movie showing only character black and or disability, physical disability. never character deaf or implant cochlear implant a difference in the French the question is different they are book and comic and the fairy tales that talk of deafness in italiano. Spero di aver risposto.
Yeah, no, totally. Okay, if there are no more questions, we can go to the next presenter.
Yes, if I may.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. No, I just want to say thank you to Emilia, because I think that the point of this conference too is to create and to create a floor of discussion about new perspective on which we can use imaginary, because nowadays we can say a washed imaginary, but if we think to our roots, so from the Mediterranean roots, the Nordic one, the mythology from East or from August or from South or North of the world, we have a lot of gods, a lot of deities, a lot of elements, a lot of mythical creators that have a lot of problems. They have physical problems, mental problems. They have elements that are normal, that is very common. But then something changed in our cultures, in our society, and we decided to accept only perfect stereotypes. So the point is, and really thank you to Emilia, because the concept of the mirror in this conference is, yes, we can look our image in the mirror, but the mirror is not only a tool, is like a threshold that we can cross and in which we can find all the opacity of our identities. So it's very important for us to recognize that that there's not only one kind of stereotype. There are no stereotypes. We are humankind's. We are here with our all differences, and every element in our research is important to grow up and to produce new experiences. So study elements like yours is very important, because I'm very connected, for example, with the representation of mental health in imaginary. And as you said, there's a lack. We miss heroes or heroines that they could be male, female, transgender, or what we want, that live their mental health issues. So it's very important for us to create new focus on these elements. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions or comments, I will leave the floor to Luca Satti with the presentation titled From Stereotypes to Silence, the Evolution of Irish Representation in Charles Kingsley, The Water Babies and its Cinematic Adaptation.
Okay, so buon pomeriggio. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you to the organizing committee for the opportunity to speak today about Charles Kingsley literary fairy tale, The Water Babies and its cinematic adaptation, regarding the representation, the evolution of the representation of the Irish. So in the next 15 minutes, I'll introduce the historical and cultural context of 19th century Irish representation before focusing on Kingsley's portrayal in The Water Babies. I'll then compare this Victorian novel with the 1978 film adaptation, showing how, to borrow Andrew Teveson's words, fairy tales, whether popular, literary, or adapted, are not universal or timeless. Neither are they innocent of history and politics. On the contrary, they speak powerfully of the times in which they have been told. Historically, as descendants of the Celts, the Irish have often been depicted as racially other or inferior, a notion traceable as far as back as antiquity. For example, the Daingol, a Roman sculpture dating to around 230 to 120 BC, portrays a Celtic warrior as a defeated barbarian. In the early 1st century, Strabo's geography describes the inhabitants of Ierna as savages marked by cannibalism and incest. Similarly, in the 12th century, Giraldus Cambrensis' Topographia Ibernica characterizes the Irish as wild, inhospitable, and primitive, a people living more like beasts than humans. Especially from the 16th century onward, such depictions were often used to justify English colonization. For instance, in the English in Ireland in the 18th century, Anthony Froude characterized the native Irish as rude, anarchic, deviant, untrustworthy, and lawless, requiring this mark of firm government from a more advanced people. These attitudes intensified in the 19th century, supported by emerging racial theories. In The Races of Man, Robert Knox claimed that, like all Celts, the Irish despised labor, order, and law, and tended instead toward idleness, disorder, and violence. As Bruce Nelson notes, many Englishmen had convinced themselves that to revel in chaos, anarchy, and violence was an essential marker of Irishness. Michael Denis notes that in the press, in political speeches, and in the popular mind, Irishness usually appeared as inferior or even antithetical to Britishness. Irishness connoted everything the British were not: superstitious, feckless, improvident, violent, lazy, and given to drink. These stereotypes flourished in Victorian print culture, particularly in Punch magazine, where satirical cartoons often depicted the Irish as violent and ignorant figures with simian traits, as in John Leach's 1848 cartoon that you can see in this slide, The British Lion and the Irish Monkey. As Emmy Martin points out, anti-Irish racism crystallized during the Great Famine, which began in 1845, and long-standing discourses about Irishness underwent another major transformation in the late 1860s and 70s in response to Fenian anti-colonialism. However, the portrayal of the Irish was not based solely on racial discrimination. However, the portrayal of the Irish was not based solely on racial discrimination, but as Melissa Fagan notes, in several cartoons, their simianization seems more to do with class or politics than race. In Apes and Angels, the Irishman in Victorian caricature, Perry Curtis argues that most respectable Victorians believed in a natural opposition between an Anglo-Saxon us and a Gaelic or Celtic them, which was reinforced by the great religious divide between Protestantism and Roman Catholicism. These attitudes find echoes in Charles Kingsley's writings. A Victorian English clergyman, historian, and novelist, as well as a fervent Anglo-Saxonist and a prominent Anglican, Kingsley offers a discriminatory portrayal of the Irish in Water Babies, a fairy tale for a land baby. Originally serialized in Macmillan's magazine, the story was published as a novel with illustration by J.N. Patton in 1863, during the so-called golden age of children's literature. The story follows Tom, a young chimney sweep who is magically metamorphosed into a newt-like infant after entering a river, an act symbolizing death, which, as Mary Stolzenbach highlights, is unsurprising since Victorian novelists were quite free with death even in children's books. From this humble reanimation, he must evolve back into a boy by discovering the natural laws of survival and by learning to be kind to the other underwater creatures, demonstrating that good boys evolve into men while naughty ones remain beasts. According to Kingsley, as Pierre Hale explains, this question of whether mankind would undergo an evolutionary progress or degeneration was entirely contingent upon their actions. In other words, evolutionary degeneration was a consequence of man following his own will rather than the will of God. Catherine Judd calls the Water Babies a politically anxious text. Due to Kingsley disquieted concerning the Irish famine, US slavery, and the condition of the British working classes. The novel indeed contains multiple references to the Irish. Notably, Kingsley includes a mysterious Irish woman added when the story was revised for book publication in 1863, identified in chapter 2 with the Queen of the Fairies and eventually with Mother Carey as well. While this suggests a romanticized link between Ireland, fairies, and nature, it is soon followed by more stereotypically negative depictions. In chapter 3, for example, the narrator imagines an Irish servant named Dennis, who is incapable of answering questions without lying. You must not trust Dennis. He's a poor paddy and knows no better. So you must just burst out laughing, and then he will burst out laughing too, and slave for you, and trot about after you, and tell you fibs, and wonder all the while why poor old Ireland does not prosper like England and Scotland. This passage reinforces the stereotype of the Irish as untrustworthy, submissive, and irresponsible as well. In chapter 5, Kingsley recounts the Irish legend of St. Brendan's Island. And where is the home of the water babies, he asks. It is in St. Brendan's Fairy Isle. Did you never hear of the blessed St. Brendan, how he preached to the wild Irish on the wide Kerry coast? The white Irish will not come to confession and to mass, but liked better to brew poteen, a traditional Irish distilled beverage, and dance and knock each other over the head with shillelagh, wooden sticks. Till St. Brendan and his friends were rid of them, for they would not learn to be peaceable Christians at all. Then he sailed away and away to the westward, and were never heard of more. But the Irish people who would not hear him and were changed into gorillas, and gorillas they are until this day. This is a clear case of simianization, reinforcing enduring stereotypes of Irish violence and drunkenness, confirming that in British eyes the terms drink and Irish were synonymous. In chapter 6, to conclude, the Irish are linked to so-called do-as-you-likes, humans who eventually devolve into apes. When Mrs. Bidon by As You Did remarks, when people live on poor vegetables instead of roast beef and plum pudding, their jaws grow large and their lips grow coarse, like the poor paddies who eat potatoes. In Victorian discourse, such human-ape analogies often serve to mark stages of evolutionary and social regression, an idea Kingsley had already expressed elsewhere. As a matter of fact, his personal experiences underline these prejudices. In 1860, his brother-in-law, the historian Anthony Froude, I mentioned before, lured Kingsley to Sligo in the west of Ireland with the promise of a superior fishing experience. Although the fishing and the natural beauty of Ireland pleased Kingsley, he was quite shaken not only by the deserted villages, but by the Irish themselves. In a letter to his wife, he wrote, "I'm haunted by the human chimpanzees I saw along that 100 miles of horrible country. To see white chimpanzees is dreadful. If they were black, one would not feel it so much, but their skins, except where tanned by exposure, are as white as ours." George Bornstein argues that this passage reveals not only deep anti-Irish feeling, but also an even deeper anti-Black racism. Since its publication, The Water Baby has seen various adaptations, including a 1978 anonymous live-action animated film directed by Lionel Jeffries and set in mid-19th century Yorkshire. By adding new plot lines and characters, the film diverges significantly from King's novel, which, as Deborah Cortmal and Imelda Whelan suggest in their 1999 study on adaptations, indeed entitled Adaptations, experiences complex alterations. As Kevin Lyons notes, given that the book has fallen out of favor in the recent times due to its racist attitudes, it seems likely that this will remain the only screen version for some considerable time. After his transformation, marked by a sharp transition from live action to animation, Tom meets three aquatic creatures who join him and his dog on his adventure. These are Jock, the Scottish lobster, Terence, the English seahorse, and Claude, the swordfish, who is French and not Irish, as you might expect. This leads us to the question, what became of the Irish? This adaptation omits them entirely, or at least removes explicit references. The mysterious Irish woman becomes a poor, ugly figure briefly encountered at the beginning of the film. All references to Danny the Liars and Brendan Tile, the Irish Gorillas, and the Do As You Likes vanish. This erasure ditches the xenophobia of the book, mainly aimed at the Irish, Catholics, and Jews, mirroring the removal of Paddy references in many modern editions, including the Italian translation I read last summer. Yet this choice opens up a series of critical considerations. Using Cristina Bacchilega's terms, this can be seen as an activist film adaptation. Drawing on Gerard Janet, Robert Sam, and Linda Hutchen, Bacchilega defines activist adaptations as retellings in different media that take a questioning stance towards their pretexts, and or instigate readers, viewers, and listeners to engage with the fairy tale genre, as well as with the world with a transformed sense of possibility. Activist here refers to an adaptation responses to pretext, as well as to the response it instigates in viewers, readers, and listeners. In this light, the omission of the Irish reflects the shifting cultural landscape of the late 20th century, marked by the rise of politically correctness, which Daniel Harris called almost impossible to avoid, and by a growing critical reassessment of discriminatory narratives in popular media. As this preliminary analysis suggests, fairy tales both reflect and shape ideologies, either legitimizing or challenging social norms. While Kingsley's novel reinforces racialized Irish stereotypes, the film, responding to its pretext, replaces them with silence, raising ethical concerns about erasure as a strategy to align with contemporary sensibilities. But I ask you, at what cost? To conclude, this shift from stereotype to silence highlights the complexities of retelling contentious narratives today, illustrating what Anna Skalkau calls the paradoxes of politically correctness. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to you for your presentation. Now we will leave time to the question. Someone want to ask something? Yeah, please, Paulina, you can go.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you very much for this presentation. I really enjoyed listening to it. And when I saw the program, I noted it down that I really want to be here and to listen to this. You talked about pervasive colonial and cannibalistic stereotypes directed from an Anglo-Saxon point of view towards the Gaelic and the Irish community. And what I wondered your thoughts might be is whether there are instances in Irish literature and in Irish media and fairy tales and folklore where the same stereotypes are actually deployed in a sort of reverse discourse, as Foucault called them. Yeah, that's what I was curious about.
Maybe I can build a little bit on this question because I wanted to ask something similar, since I'm a great fan of Lord Dunsany written novel. And I think it's something about this because in Lord Dunsany we have this kind of, even it's not complete because it's still a nobleman, so still the position, it's an above position from an Anglo-Saxon world, even if he is Anglo-Irish, an Anglo-Irish author. But I think we have this kind of act to retake the myth, the mythology, and the imaginary of the Irish world to transform it to something that is not only linked to the cannibalistic and primitive way of living, but is something more. It's something more linked to the fairy, to the imaginary, to the power of the imaginary. And it's capacity to build up on the actual word. So I wanted to ask you, do you think that maybe pointing out to this type of literature, to this type of work, can be a better alternative instead of silencing more famous work, but still problematic in some way?
Okay, so first of all, thank you both Paulina and Gabriele for your considerations and questions. I'm very happy, I'm very glad to answer to both of you. Starting from what Paulina asked about the reversal in maybe addressing the English in some Irish texts using a series of English stereotypes or British stereotypes, we should say. This was made especially during the Celtic Revival. Because during the Celtic Revival, the Irish started to respond to British oppression. And one of the ways they responded to this oppression was first by transforming these negative stereotypes from the British, the English perspective. So British and English people in general describe the Irish as, I have said, as superstitious, for example, or also other negative adjectives that were transformed by the Irish themselves. So instead of superstitious, they said they were traditional. So they changed a series of negative stereotypes into positive qualities. And also distancing themselves from the British, because this had a consequence, because they started responding to the British by doing more or less the same thing. So by highlighting these negative qualities of the English, so creating further stereotypes themselves. And this was made especially during the Celtic Revival. And also regarding language, there were several scholars stressing that it was important to maintain Irish language because they hated everything that was English, including sports. During the Celtic Revival, the Gaelic Athletic Association was born, for example, in order to reevaluate Irish sports. And this was also made in the field of language, especially by Douglas Hyde, who defended the use of Irish language. But there were also other scholars and writers who understood that maybe using the English language to arrive to a wider audience was maybe the best choice. Of course, it was not the English spoken in Great Britain, because it was the so-called Hiberno English with some features deriving from the influence of the Irish language upon the English one. And as for Gabriele, of course, your question is very interesting, especially the final part, because it was this is a very preliminary study, okay? But the preliminary study is maybe a very starting point, and aiming at asking questions instead of answering. And one of these questions was indeed, is it maybe the right way, silencing things, to teach new things? And I am really happy that you started your considerations from this point, and especially regarding the Anglo-Irish, the issue is a bit complicated because it is a hybrid identity. So I think, for example, Jonathan Swift, there is an article, a scientific article by Wolfgang Zach. It was published in 2000, addressing the bifocal view of Jonathan Swift, because he was Irish, but he also wanted to be English. And when he was rejected by England, he started to write his famous satirical pamphlets against English people in general, and also English colonization. I remember, for example, the A Modest Proposal. It is maybe one of his most famous writings on the topic. And coming back to conclude to the final part of your question regarding silencing. From my personal point of view, I quite against this approach. I don't like silencing or deleting things. I prefer also in literature, and especially when translating books or publishing new editions of books. I was literally surprised when I read this Italian translation, and all things related to the Irish, except for the Irish woman, were completely deleted. Whole pages deleted. I don't think this is the best way to say that. Of course, things change. But I don't agree with silencing personally, as I don't know what's your point of view on this, since you posed
I agree with you. I was curious because of this, because I find that probably silencing thing is not actually pedagogical, because even it's better to see what's going on, to be aware why this is fine or this is not fine, but to silencing thing is somehow, in my opinion at least, a way to repurpose the colonialist perspective, the heterosexual perspective, the normative perspective in general on things without being aware they were different. Just some way of erasing the history that is never fine.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I'm also I disagree when I hear people saying, "Oh, I don't want my children watch Disney movies." I think this is, from my modest opinion, I don't think this is the right way. I think that the best way to teach things, especially to children, is to show that there are different things, and maybe things we on which we don't agree today. Spoke of the ideology, okay, that were spread during the time in which they were published or released. Or I think that it is maybe more important to explain that products are films, books, and etc. are the products of the time. So maybe I think this could be a way to do it.
Yeah, but that's I think it's a good way to address the problem. Probably it's also true that we are in a rush of time as a society. We have a little time. We don't want to explain things, so we just cut them because it's easier. But the easy
Yes,
way is not the best.
yeah, especially in translation. Maybe it is better, I don't know, adding a footnote to explain that these things were said this way because it was accepted at a certain time. So yeah, I think that we share the same idea on this.
So now if there are no any questions, we can move to the next presenters. Now we are gonna leave the floor to Erini Koutileri, I'm not sure I pronounce it well, with the presentation title Becoming the Storyteller, Reimagining Myth with Young Learners. And now I leave you the floor.
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Good. Let me share my presentation. Hope it works. Can you see it?
Now, yes.
Yes, good. It's Irene Koutileri, my name. Yes, you pronounced it well. I'm finishing my PhD at the University of South Wales. And my presentation today is more practical. Since my PhD was based on my practice at school. I work at a primary school, so it was based on that. I hope to explore today a bit how we go beyond the magic mirror us in the mirror the same way in the myths. We go beyond the reflections of what we see and to see what happens when we encourage children to step through the mirror and explore further. Don't know if I can move the presentation. Okay, yes. So as I said, I work in a primary school on a Greek island. It's not a very big city, it's a small town actually, and my students are aged 6 to 12 years old. So they're at a very crucial stage in their lives to form their values and their beliefs. I teach English as a foreign language, and our classes are multicultural as we have immigrants from various countries on our island. I initially used myths in the classroom to see how I could motivate my students more. And since they were already familiar with some of the myths, especially the Greek ones, we used that as the starting point. And we also wanted to introduce the cultural aspect in our lessons. So I started wondering what do we teach through myths in the classroom? Is it only grammar and vocabulary, or is it something more? And through the research, that was very exciting for me. There were new themes emerging constantly and new aspects that I could search more about. It's a bit difficult for me to move to the next page, but I hope you can see it well. So we're looking at my research through the perspectives of the feminist pedagogy of bell hooks and the narrative identity theory by inhabit, based on the fact that education needs to be a practice of freedom and allow students to question their world and their place in it, and how we construct our identities through the stories that we tell. Since myths can reinforce dominant social norms, but at the same time provide a space for students to imagine new ways of seeing themselves and the others, I think that children can become more than passive receivers and be agents, and in a sense speak back to myths and interact with them. So in our English classroom, we use myths as powerful tools to shape language on the one hand, but on the other hand also shape the self-perception that students have. So when we combine these two approaches, as educators, as an educator, I try to help my students find their voices and learn by engaging with their whole self. So when they tell their story, they claim or reclaim their agency. And in this way, we do storytelling in the class, not as decoration, but as a process of transformation. The usual practice that we have in the classroom when storytelling using myths is based on 4 actions: listen, question, imagine, and rewrite. So first, the students listen to the myths and they notice whose voices are present and whose voices are missing to get a hint of who is represented in the myths. And then they question what is happening and why it's happening. For example, why does a god behave the way that he does? And what could change? What could be different? Then they are asked to imagine an alternative, either an ending or a different action in the myth, which they usually do so by role-playing or art or creative writing. And in the end, they are asked to rewrite the myth. And this is where their language learning meets their identity formation, because it helps them reimagine their world, and they become storytellers of their own lives. So in a sense, through rewriting the myths, they rewrite their own world. And we never ask to change a myth and to correct it, So it's not correction, it's conversation of the students with the myths to see their endless perspectives and possibilities. I have some examples of 4 myths that I always do with my students, which I have selected because they can provide those different perspectives to them, different from the myths that they already know, for example, from the Greek mythology. So one of them is the rainbow serpent, which is an Aboriginal myth, a creation myth, and it emphasizes our connection to land and how important indigenous knowledge is. So students ask themselves how this myth is different and what it teaches us with regards to our connection to Earth and how we are a part of it. We don't control it. We don't just live on it, but we are part of it. So their mindset can move from that of ownership and control to belonging. Then in a similar way, we use the myth of the Sky Woman, which is not Native American. It's a female creation story. It's very different from what they already know as there is a woman who creates the world. And the fact that there is a female as a creator is compared with the Greek and the other myths that they know, where there is usually a male creator of the world. And children are asked to illustrate who creates the world in their story, to create their own story of creation, to put their own protagonists in it. It's very important that they don't focus on the feminine in a sense to dominate the male, but they expand their gender imagination, providing a balance. And since in this myth, the Sky Woman is helped by animals as well, there is a sense of cooperation and interdependence. And this is compared to the other cultures and the other myths that they know about creation. And then when it comes to image and the media, the myth of sheep's hair from Norse mythology, in which Loki cuts sheep's hair and she feels she loses her power. We deal with the themes of beauty, gender, and value. And students are asked to decide, to think about who decides what is beautiful. And also imagine another ending. For example, what happens if someone loses the power that they think they have because of a specific characteristic? Can they discover their power in another way? Can they discover their worth in another way? And since it deals with the body image and self-worth, I find that it is very important for my students at this age in their pre-adolescent years, because it's not always easy for them to voice their feelings. And they sometimes face bullying when it comes to how they see themselves. And then we always do the myth of Narcissus, which is a Greek myth, and the students are always, they always know it from a very young age, which is on self-image, vanity, and reflection. This is connected very well with the modern media and the fact that many people are obsessed with taking selfies and applying filters, and they distort their reality in a sense. And that goes, that is the same with the students as well. So the psychological and moral aspect from this myth is to help the students recognize their self through others and consider what happens if they look only at ourselves, and if there is the possibility of creating a balance between their self-love and connection to others. It focuses on their emotional intelligence. And they're also asked to consider what happens if they move beyond the mirror, if they look beyond the reflection that they have in the mirror, and if there are aspects of themselves that they feel that have been imposed on them, or as they grow older, if there are aspects which they have accepted, but they have started reconsidering, and maybe they want to rewrite, so to rewrite aspects of themselves in a sense. What is important in this approach is to have the myths work together in the classroom. So together they form a journey of identity, and they move from the world around us to the relationships between us and to the self within us. The activities are designed to work together and gradually help the students reconstruct their identity, either their ecological identity or their emotional identity, for examples, and notice how they see themselves in the end. So by respecting the myth and reconstructing it, they are helped and encouraged to reconstruct their own identity. And this leads me to the conclusion of why this is so important. I think that it's always very exciting to notice how the students throughout the years develop and how they transform their beliefs. So students and young children are not always empowered coming from their homes. And these are years where students, young children, tend to get lost in a fake world of social media, even from a young age. So it's crucial for me, first of all, to feel represented, and also to feel supported, feel that there is some ground for them to stand on and discuss things, or even think themselves about what they can do. It's always a work in progress. And I believe that they can be encouraged to see how the magic may not be in the mirror, but beyond it, in the idea that we can write the stories ourselves. And as I encourage them to do, I always tell them if something doesn't resonate with their values, their beliefs, and their idea of their reality and their self, they can always change the narrative. That's it. That was my presentation. Very practical.
Oh, thank you for your presentation. Now we have time for the question, if someone wants to ask something. I have a question. So I like the idea that you point out to have a practical insight, to listen to what the children are saying. I'm kind of interested in but I don't know if you actually measure it somehow to see where their ideas are coming from. Because what I noticed while you were explaining it, they were talking about some specific things. For example, the example of Narcissus, where they were talking about social media and what they thought about social media, for example, the idea they were presented, they were something from within. They were somehow influenced, according to your opinion, from what they see in their parents or in the narratives, and the same it could be for every tales. Just to think maybe if there is some influence on them when they are explaining things, when they are telling this story, and if this influence can be positive or otherwise can be negative because there may be something related to changing that they are not totally aware of.
It's true that children, from what I have noticed, feel that they are older than they actually are. So most of the times they get their influence from social media, on which they are from a very young age. They tend to not be very close, for example, to their parents or to their siblings. And what I have noticed is that they get very influenced by the social media, but they are also still young enough, at least at this age, to be guided towards a different direction. So it's in a sense inside them, the feeling that they can still make the good choices and support each other and keep discovering themselves without getting lost in this chaos of social media. So what they need is guidance, and they need good examples around them, and they need to be to feel the sense of community, because in the social media, even though it is social media, when each child is, for example, on their phone, they're isolated. So at school, when we try to form a community and do projects all together, it's easier for them to have the guidance and realize how they can explore themselves through the connection with the others as well, but in real life.
Thank you for your answer. So if there are no other questions, we have sometimes if you want to go back to other presentation, I don't know if we have some comments, general comments. Okay, so I guess that all the presentation were quite clear. I think they were also really interesting. So on the behalf of the European Ferry Route Organizing Committee, I'd like to thank all the speakers and participants for their insight and contribution. I appreciate that there were a lot of contribution in the chat and for the engaging discussion that you just provided. They were full of insight, and I think we have a lot of things to think about right now. And I also want to thank the technical team for their work. It was really amazing. They helped us to make everything smooth and was quite difficult. And to the organizer who made all the event was possible and the session possible and everything. So I believe that the today discussion has been proven to be quite valuable in reflecting the open new direction for the further research and collaboration. And it's been a pleasure to sharing this session, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I have done.
Thank you, Gabriele, and thank you for this session. As you know, I'm Edmondo, I'm the scientific director, and I want to share with you all the thank you from the scientific organization. Here we have Marta with us, Marta Minier. She's professor at the University of South Wales. And we are waiting now for the speakers from session number 8. We are waiting them here, so we don't have to move from this room, or if you have something else to do, you can go for the conclusion. So I think that maybe in 5 minutes we can start. So if you want to grab a cup of tea, a coffee, or something else, you have time. And in 5 minutes, we will be there for the conclusion. So thank you so much, Gabriele. Thank you so much to the speakers of this session.
Edmondo, mi senti? Sono Marina, mi senti?
Sì. Ciao Marina, eccoci.
Anche da ieri a oggi hai cambiato faccia. Sono contenta. E anche avevo notato che ti si erano un po' imbiancati i capelli quest'estate.
Visto il periodo.
Appunto, ma che gioia! Ti stanno arrivando cenni di congratulazioni sincere?
Sì, 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 sì.
Oh.
Sì, sì, poi ti dirò, ti dirò.
Certo, ma qui ieri il mio gruppo è andato benissimo. Io ad ogni relazione sintetizzavo e ponevo delle domande, quindi tutti hanno un po' parlato.
Mhm.
E devo dire, Edmondo, che ho veramente scoperto mondi, soprattutto africani, di straordinaria potenza di riflessione e noto che parlano un francese che purtroppo si è perso, con una capacità di parola, le coniugazioni dei verbi. Non è la forma, ma insomma il linguaggio che viene dalla scuola che hanno fatto, ma veramente è stato interessante.
Anche tutte le altre sessioni sono andate molto molto bene.
Ho avuto solo io,
Quindi
sono contenta perché ho avuto solo un impiccio che Carla Lomi voleva leggere in inglese, poi non sapeva mettere il testo che aveva preparato in inglese. Allora parlava in italiano lenta lenta, io traducevo in francese svelta svelta. L'ultima mezz'ora è stata faticosa, ma insomma, ok. Ho anche ammirato i ragazzi italiani, questa gioventù quelli di Bari, di Catania, ok, che hanno fatto grandi sforzi.
sì, ci sono stati tutti ottimi interventi,
Sì,
tutti ottimi interventi. Infatti, ecco, adesso ora in 4 minuti tireremo un po' le conclusioni.
sì.
Attendiamo perché manca la sessione di Vardui,
Ah, bene.
però l'ho sentita adesso, ecco, 4 minuti dovrebbe arrivare.
Poi, sì, benissimo.
E poi, insomma,
Poi bene.
si è creato già un bel network, devo dire, quindi
Sì.
abbiamo molti nuovi contatti.
Nuovi contatti, purtroppo speravo tanto in quel contributo, ti ricordi che avevamo preparato a gennaio, quello per il Ministero della Cultura, che avevamo superato il triennio, eccetera, eccetera. E Bernacchi mi ha detto, ah no, ancora, io ho fatto, arriveranno i risultati di sicuro, e bla bla. Mi ha mentito fino all'altro ieri, quando da con Lodi mi ha detto, ma professoressa, dice, i risultati sono usciti il 5 settembre e lui fino al giorno prima non ce l'hanno dato, insomma. Anche lì questo mi deprime perché, Edmondo, ma per mandare avanti questa cosa ci vogliono dei danari.
Marina, ora vedremo, insomma, qualcosa è cambiato, quindi
Ah, certo, qualcosa
ora qualcosa è cambiato.
moltissimo. Il primo è diventato sicuro. Cioè, ora
È andata via la voce, scusami.
dico, le cose tue, più che cambiare ora, almeno nei prossimi mesi,
Sì, no, no,
nelle
no, certo, sì.
attività, però è
Sì,
la
sì,
sicurezza
esatto. Sì, 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 sì.
dell'indeterminato.
Sì,
Ora
sì.
che già
E
sento,
anche, diciamo, tecnicamente, però ecco, io adesso con questo titolo posso anche presentare io dei progetti, cosa che finora in
certo,
università non potevo fare. Mi serviva
esatto,
sempre un associato
no, no,
ordinario.
ma molto.
Ok, Maria, credo stiano
Ci
arrivando.
siamo, vero?
Ok. So, sorry if we were speaking in Italian just for a little meeting, and so we are waiting. Okay, all the people are waiting, arriving from last section number 8. So thank you so much uh, for your present, and we are waiting for Vardui because she is in the scientific committee too. So all together. Oh, hey, hi Vardui.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Ciao
hello, hello, hello.
Verdui, and thank
Hello.
you for what you did yesterday and today, because we speak with Edmundo, because it was very, very interesting in my point of view. I hope it's interesting for you too.
Of course, of course. Thank
Yes.
you too. First of all, dear Marina, thank you for creating EFTR because without that, we wouldn't be there. Okay.
Next week, I'll go
Oh,
in annual
just
of all the fairy tales, and the president are invited. So when I will have the possibility, I will speak about this little Congress and about our new projects. And I will be in Cappadocia. I never been before in my life, but this year meeting is in Cappadocia. And I am
Marina, I
invited.
think that we can start with the conclusion because Vardui, we are all from your session too, right? Your speakers are with us because I can see Trini, I can see, so hello, Trini, and all the people. So I think that we can start with the conclusion. I don't know, Marina, if you want to start because you are the president. So.
Oh, I have to say really thank you. I was happy yesterday in the I learned a lot of things about African storytellers, French storytellers, and the new idea they organized for us. And when we publish this book, of course, this idea will be for everybody. But yesterday it was very important for me to learn. And I hope for you it was interesting in this 2 days. We have nice people work with us, young people, kind, and molta curiosità, beaucoup de curiosité là, come si dice? In the research c'è molto, aiutami, curiosità nelle cose che si
Maria,
scrivono.
she's saying that there's a lot of curiosity, a lot of interest in the field that we are studying.
So really, thank you very much, everybody, and you especially. Edmondo, Marta, Verdu. I am not alone.
Thank you to you, Marina.
Yes.
And then I think Marta and Verdui, please take the floor. You are part of the scientific committee, part of this organization, so you are special for this conference too. So please.
Batu, you're welcome to go ahead. You have been here for the 2 days. I've only been here today. I've got some notes, really, but please go ahead.
Okay.
Me too. A lot.
Okay, yeah, I think we all have a lot of notes here. So yeah, that's really, I can't even imagine that now we're going to talk about closing notes and remarks because we've been waiting for this conference for so long. So all dear colleagues and dear presenters and participants, as we conclude this 4th annual conference, I, as a member of the scientific committee and as representing Hovhannes Tumanyan Museum in Armenia, want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you and to my dearest colleagues, to President D'Amato, the founder of EFTR, to Edmondo Grassi, the director of the scientific committee, and to all the people who contributed over these past 2 days. We've been privileged to hear interesting research and scholarship from presenters spanning from England, other parts of Great Britain, Algeria, Greece, Armenia, Iran, Italy, the USA, Morocco, and beyond, creating a truly global dialogue on the power of imagination, politics, media, and political narrative. Our conference takes place at a moment when truth itself often stands on uncertain ground, when history, culture, and identity are too easily manipulated by the politics of power and convenience. In such times, the scholar's voice, grounded in knowledge, ethics, and empathy, becomes not only relevant, but also essential. Carlo Collodi once said that through the voice of Pinocchio, that a lie keeps growing and growing until it's as plain as the nose on your face. And and Edmondo De Amicis, one of my favorite Italian authors, reminded us that education must be a training of both mind and heart. And Armenian famous poet, writer Hovhannes Tumanyan believed that truth and kindness must walk together, a principle that belongs not only to literature, but to the moral conscience of all the nations. Today, we witness attempts to rewrite histories, erase heritage, distort the meaning of belonging, and our task as scholars is to preserve authenticity, to keep cultural memory alive, and intellectually honest. Through dialogue, research, and collaboration, this conference reaffirms that the pursuit of truth is itself an act of resistance and an affirmation of shared humanity. So we also by analyzing this storytelling, media, and imagination, we gain tools to understand not only this phenomenon, but to reflect on moral values, our ethical responsibilities, and the ways in which culture can nurture resilience, empathy, and critical thinking. As we close, let's carry forward the insights shared, the connection that we forged, and the inspiration drawn from these discussions. I hope that these dialogues will continue to guide research, teaching, and public engagement in ways that illuminate the intersections of imagination, politics, and media, and helps us navigate the complexities of our shared world. So thank you once again for this great 2-day conference. Hope that we will make this ongoing and for the many years to come. And let's hope for a world guided by peace, mutual respect, justice, and recognition, where understanding and dialogue help to end suffering and build a more humane and just world and equitable future for all. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Bardui. Thank you.
Thank you, Bardui. You're amazing, and I share all your words. So thank you so much. And I just want to add again, thank you to the people that decided to take part of this conference. Maybe we hope next year to be in presence, so we can spend time together. And as you know, at the beginning, we proposed the concept of the mirror as a device of the present, but maybe we can say that after these 2 days, we can say something more, because the mirror we are speaking about is not only an object, but a collective practice. So we discovered a lot of perspective to look at mirror, how we can use a mirror. So this could be a practice of dialogue, of encounter, of threshold, of what is made visible, but at the same time also of what requires opacity, because we have to think that opacity is something that could be essential for everyday life. We don't have to show everything that we are, but we can have places of opacity where we can be in peace. So through the mirror's reflection, we enact a process of care, how we make differences inhabitable, how we narrate conflict, how we imagine the future. So that's my point of view, and I can say that for me, what do we take home from this conference could be a pluriversity as method, the concept that we have to learn, and as Bardui said, we have to educate people, we have to continue to do research, to teach, because we need to understand how design new mirrors, because we begin with the concept of the water, the first mirror, and now we have devices. So we need to understand how we can put inside every single mirror opportunities for every people, for any kind of people, for any kind of person, or any kind of entity. We have to construct something that we can call technology of hospitality. And I think that this could be like a social design. And then in the end, I think that this conference was the central idea started from Verdú y Baloyan, because when we talked all together and every year we decided to which theme we can choose. So the first year was fantastic animal. The second year was landscapes, imaginary landscape. Last year was the connection between imaginary and technology. But we said, why we cannot choose politics? And I want to say thank you, because I think that the politics of imaginary is useful, because it's something that can unmask devices. So we have to think that we have to care one each other. So we have to learn an imaginary of a literacy of imaginary. We have to construct and to continue to create living archives of memories, because we have to remember, we have to continue to tell, to narrate, to tell mythologies, myths, fairy tales, and new narratives. So we are, as EFTR, we are committed to maybe transforming these points into action over the coming year. And we are asking here for your contribution. So only unite. We think that research and possibilities could be spread all over the world. So I would like again to thank you, the scientific committee, the organization meeting, all the colleagues, the technical part, the chairs of every single session, and all the people that decided to take part of this conference. So thank you so much, and we'll wait you for next conference next year, and a lot of new experiences, maybe all together. So please keep in touch, stay together, and stay in peace.
Thank you, Edmundo. Thank you very much.
So,
bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you so
everybody.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I guess we can start already, and those presenters who aren't in the room yet, I hope they will join the room soon. I don't want to keep any one of you waiting. So good afternoon and good evening, depending on your time zones. And welcome to the second day of our EFTR fourth annual conference. And I hope that some of you were able to join us yesterday. And for those who are joining us for the first time today, we are very delighted to have you with us. This conference brings together scholars, researchers, practitioners from diverse disciplines to explore the intersections of imagination, sociopolitics, and media. And we're very thrilled by the richness and diversity of the presentations shared with us so far. So I am representing Hovannes Tumanian Museum in Armenia, and I am also a member of the scientific committee of the European Fairy Tales Roots Association. Once again, welcome. I'd like to briefly remind to all our presenters that each presenter has a 15-minute for presentations to ensure that we have enough time for discussion and engagement after each session. Also, I'd like to remind you to keep microphones muted when not speaking. You can always write comments in the chat box or raise your hand to participate or participate in question and answer comments. So thank you for your engagement, your contributions to making this conference a dynamic and intellectually vibrant space. Let me check once again. We have Stella Tsingu as our first presenter, but I'm not mistaken, she hasn't joined the room yet. We have Lisa Schneider. If I'm mispronouncing your names, please correct me when you start presenting. I saw Lisa was here. Yes.
I'm here now.
Yes, very good. We have Giulia Pellegrino. I see Julia's profile, Every Benton, Sonia Harif. I don't see Sonia. I hope that she will join us.
Here.
Oh,
Hi.
I don't see your oh, yes, sorry. I see you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I can see you now. Hello. Florinda, I saw Florinda was here, yes. And we are still waiting for Olena Leipnik and Trini Dalton. I hope Trini will join us soon too, because he was also there during the morning session. So since we have already started this session and 8 minutes have passed, I assume we may start with the second presenter, if you don't mind. And then when our first presenter comes, we will just switch places to make sure that we have enough time for everybody, and we respect for your patience and your punctuality, let's say. So on the list, the second presenter is Lisa Schneider. You will correct me when you start, a storyteller with a very interesting and amazing presentation on the topic of Crokern, Old Crokern, Dartmoor folktale or campaign icon. If you don't mind, Lisa, please take the floor and be the first presenter for today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And it's lovely to join you all this afternoon. And congratulations on a very diverse schedule of presentations this afternoon. Now, I'm going to try and share a PowerPoint, so I hope this will work. We'll see how we get on. I hope you haven't all had death by PowerPoint so far. Let's see what we can do. Okay. If I do this. Doesn't seem to quite be working.
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
You can see that.
Already.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, in order not to spoil the whole thing, I shall put the main page up. So I shall begin 15 minutes now. I'm speaking to you from the edge of Dartmoor in southwest England, and I'd like to tell you a little story of how a folk tale on Dartmoor has had a very modern application in a protest on Dartmoor about land rights. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the original folktale, how that has been used over the last year and how it's led to a new version of the folktale, and a couple of reflections on cultural identity and spirit of place in this particular rather glorious part of England. So first of all, a little bit about me. I am a storyteller. I've been telling stories probably for about 20 years. I work as a performance storyteller, but I also do a lot of work within schools and art centres, and especially on nature reserves, because my first profession was as an ecologist and environmentalist, and I have written a number of books of folk tales to do with nature in Britain and Ireland. So I'm trying to move on. The part of England I'm talking about here in the southwest contains Dartmoor, which is a national park. And unlike a lot of national parks in other parts of the world, national parks in England and Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland are not all protected for nature. They are a designation of quite a substantial area which contains towns, villages and farms, but which has a special national character and is looked after in that respect. And Dartmoor is England's southernmost upland. It is largely areas which are of quite high altitude, quite poor land, acidic land, and it has a very particular character. And there are a lot of people that really love Dartmoor, being outdoors in nature on Dartmoor. The character I'm showing you here is a very eminent Dartmoor folklorist. He collected folk song and folk tale across Dartmoor in the late 1800s and the early 1900s. His name was Sabine Baring-Gould. He was a vicar who lived to the north of the moor, and he wrote a lot of books about Dartmoor. And the story I want to share is a story that he wrote in his Book of the Moor in 1899. It is about a spirit of the moor at a place called Crochen Tor. Now, this is Crochen Tor. The tors on Dartmoor are geological formations which expose rocks from very, very ancient times. And Crochen Tor is a special tor. It looks a little bit like a seat, and in fact you can sit on it as if it's a grand seat in the landscape. But Crochen Tor was the seat of the Parliament of those who extracted tin from the rocks of the landscape, going back many, many centuries. Baring-Gould's story of Old Crochen is about a farmer called George Fowler, who came to Dartmoor and decided he was going to tame the land. He was going to prove with new technology that he could grow crops on the top of Dartmoor. With all of its wind and all of its cold and all of its terrible rain and awful weather. And George Fowler got new steam engines and steam machinery, and he bought a piece of land called Prince Hall Farm, and he proceeded to go about draining it, draining the bogs, and trying to turn it into a productive farm. The story says that George Fowler met an old farm worker on the road, and the old farm worker said that he'd had a dream about the spirit of Dartmoor, Old Crochen. And that spirit of Dartmoor had said, "Do you know George Fowler? Because if you do, tell him from me, if he so much as scratches my back, I will rip his pockets out." Now that is another way of saying, if he damages me, I will take all of his money. And George Fowler didn't like to be told what to do. He went back and he started to grow crops. But the story says that in a few years' time, he was ruined, that Dartmoor did take all of his money and that his pockets had been ripped out. And that is the story. It's a very simple little story, but it's a story that could be interpreted to talk about environmental limits. It could be interpreted to talk about someone imposing their ego on a wild place that didn't take kindly to it. So that's the story, but what about the reality? I did a study into this story and into the landscape a couple of years ago, and I discovered there was actually a real farmer called George Fowler who came down from Manchester, from the north of England, and who did try to grow crops on the moor. He arrived in 1846. There are records of the turnips he grew on the moor at Prince Hall Farm, winning prizes at the county show. But by 1861, the census shows that he was back in Manchester. He was back in Lancashire. And they do say that he lost a fortune on Dartmoor. It's very interesting that when you sit in this great Crochen Tor seat and you look out, it looks directly at Prince Hall Farm. And so I had a study of how a folktale originated with a farming story that must have been the gossip of the place back in the day. But there's more to this story. Dartmoor is the only national park in England that is a place where you can still take a little tent and go wild camping, backpack camping. You can actually stay overnight in most places on the commons, Leave no trace behind you, but you can be out in the wilds and adventure. It's the only national park in England where you are still allowed to do so. But in 2023, a landowner called Alexander Darwall, who had come from London, a hedge fund manager, a rich man, who had bought an estate on the south of the moor, suddenly decided that he wanted backpack camping to stop. He didn't want people to be able to camp on his area of common land. And he took it to court, and he won the case. And all those people, all those young people who enjoyed going out and backpack camping on the moor, suddenly discovered they couldn't anymore. And there was a big protest. There was a group that started called The Stars Are For Everyone. This is a screenshot of their website. And all those people who had loved camping and walking over the moor, who were outraged at this legal case and at this rich landowner deciding to take away their rights, suddenly gathered. Now, why am I telling you about this? Because some artwork emerged from the campaigning that was going on, talking about Old Crochan, the spirit of Dartmoor. Here he is in the guise of the wild hunter, the ghostly spectre coming out. Old Crochan is rising. The spirit of the moor does not agree with this decision by Alexander Darwall, the rich landowner. And there was a great protest on Alexander Darwall's land on Stall Moor. About 3,000 people turned up in early 2023 on a January day. Luckily, the weather was quite good. And out of all of these people, a new spirit rose up, the spirit of Old Crochan, a great giant that was made by Ruth Webb, who makes giants for such events. And there was folk music, and there was dancing, and there was creative protest, folk art protest. The protests continued, and the National Park and the Dartmoor Preservation Association got together, and they decided to take the case to the High Court. And so there was a great gathering on Dartmoor, and there were Morris dancers, and there were musicians, and a whole load of people gathered in July of 2023 to send all of their good wishes towards the High Court to try to get the wild camping right back. And here is the spirit of Old Crochan dancing and really kind of being the spirit of Dartmoor around everyone. I've got a lot of references for you to follow up on this presentation. I'm going to leave this slide up slightly longer so that hopefully you'll be able to follow up some of these items. Short to say that the wild camping case in July of 2023 was won, and we won back the right to wild camp. And there was a silence for a while. But then Alexander Darwall, the landowner, decided to take this to the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land. And the court case was in October of 2024. And it was only in May of this year, 2025, that we learned that the Supreme Court had decided that Alexander Darwall was wrong, and that the wild camping cause on Dartmoor should remain. People should be able to wander and camp in these places. And so there was a great celebration. And of course, the spirit of Dartmoor, Old Crochan, was at that celebration. And there have been a lot of different initiatives on Dartmoor that have come out of this particular event. I've been involved in a project called Chasing Crochan, which is all about exploring local folk tales of Dartmoor with local folk. And there's lots and lots of references here about trying to extend the right to roam and the right to wild camp to all of the national parks in England. As one of the campaigners, Skye Shrubsall, said at the protest celebration, this isn't the last place we can wild camp. It is now the first place. So the campaign continues. But I just wanted to end my presentation really with a little note on identity and land, because the story of Old Crochan ultimately is a story about somebody imposing their ego on the land. We have two versions of this story now. There is the original Sabine Baring-Gould version, which is all about George Fowler back in the 1840s, trying to show that he could use steam technology to grow crops somewhere which was totally unsuitable and getting ruined as a result. And we've got the Alexander Darwall version of the story, where a rich landowner from London tried to stop people wild camping and enjoying the stars on Dartmoor. And the people rose up as Old Crocken and said, no, we don't agree. And they brought Crocken onto their side and they protested. And of course, Alexander Darwall got his pockets ripped out. There's rather a lovely little footnote to the story, which is that a lot of the costs that he has had to pay in the legal case have gone to a fund to help people access Dartmoor who may not be able to. But Dartmoor is a very contested place. It's a very it's a very controversial place. We have lost a lot of nature on Dartmoor, and yet a lot of people think of Dartmoor as the image on the right, Wistman's Wood, which is a little bit more like Lord of the Rings than many would like to admit. So this has also sparked conversations about what we value on Dartmoor and what the spirit of the land is actually like. And if we could ask Old Crocken, what would Old Crocken really like? How would the land like to be treated? And if we did encourage the nature back to Dartmoor, what would Old Crocken say then? I'll leave my presentation for now. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation and the modern references. That was really amazing. And I can also say that you really took us to this heart of the land of tales with your excellent storytelling talent, your analytical technique. That was really, really interesting. We will have some time for a question and answer section after the presentation, but just a quick reference. Are there any educational programs associated with this place? And do you think that's a good idea to have wild campaigns for, let's say, high school students or other children to discover legends and other similar stories?
Yes, thank you. There are a number of educational initiatives. In fact, there is a thing called the Duke of Edinburgh Award and another one called the 10 Tours, which really focus on getting young people out and exploring Dartmoor. And wild camping is a very big part of that. I think there is a need in the wake of the wild camping case to increase the educational work that we do on Dartmoor, to encourage people to access the place responsibly and to leave no trace, and what can they do to give back to nature. So I think there's a lot of discussion about that at the moment. We live in times where budgets are tight, where the national park struggles to find the funding to do what it needs to do. But I think there is a lot of support for this kind of work around Dartmoor.
Right, thank you very much. That was really gorgeous and lovely, as our participants commented in the chat box. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're still waiting for Stella, who just sent a message asking, informing that she will be a little late because of traffic issues. And we will move on to our third presenter. In fact, we have two presenters for this section, Giulia Pellegrino from Sapienza University of Rome and Luigi Somma, with an interesting presentation titled Remediation of Myth, Rethinking Society Through the Reenchantment of the World. So the floor is yours. We will be very excited and delighted to see your presentation, and we are all ears. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Thank you. I share the slides. Okay. Can you see the presentation slides?
Yes, we can see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our presentation, entitled Remediation of Myth, Rethinking a Society Through the Enchantment of Word, will focus on specific ways in which video games remediate literary motifs, adapting them to the specific language, creating fusions and hybrids that reshape myth, transposing it into the contemporary cultural framework through ludic forms as video game and its social and epistemological function. A comparative analysis between literary media and social studies allows us to expand our horizon in relation to the narrative practice, sense construction, and our ways to enjoying a fictional story. The medium of video game reshapes themes and instances of the myth through the bolt-regressive process of remediation, using a simulative medium. The contrast between traditional representative media, such as literature or cinema, and simulative media, which involve the behavioral sphere, like video game, for example, allows us to expand and understand the change in language and perspective that translation and media reworking imply. In fact, literature is a fluid and multifaceted social tool aimed at symbolizing and communicating sociocultural issues. The video games allows us to expand them firsthand through the use of immersive tools such as Duar, for example, and subjective focus, specific methods aimed at structuring a non-linear and multi-perspective narrative, capable of translating choral and collective narratives through the mythic stories, for example, but at the same time serving as a tool for an introspective exploration, imitating, for example, the stream of consciousness. In this sense, narration and its media actuations assume both a social and epistemological role that requires a cross-disciplinary view in order to study, analyze codes, media, and strategies used to engage the public. Understanding this perspective places video games in a field of study that, according to Johann Huizinga Homo Ludens, links religious and dramatic manifestations to the sphere of game and its cultural impact. According to Huizinga, understanding a population's game allows us to understand its traditions, norms, and prohibitions. The use of symbols and simulacra is connected to the human need to respond to the great universal questions, such as the fear of death, eschatological issues, or through the impulse to represent, or to quoting Huizinga, through the personifying imagination, which shapes the figure of myth. Eugene Fink defines, in fact, play as a symbolic action to represent human existence. Specifically, we will analyze the Norse chapter of God of War video game saga, which draw on Norse mythology to narrate Kratos and Atreus' story, humanizing Norse gods as a complex and fallible human beings. In fact, in this video game, we can explore literary themes such as the pain of loss, grieving process, redemption, and principally the father and son relationship. In this video game, myth serves not only as a background for the story, but a special tool for exploring moral and family dynamics firsthand through choices, battles, and side quests that allow the player to experience micronarratives thanks to the simulative nature of medium. This aspect makes the player an active actor in the story. Specifically, God of War shapes a system of characters and scenery drawing on the great source of the Norse mythology, including poetic Edda, Snorri's Edda, the medieval poem Nibelungelid, and the Volsunga saga, without overlooking later or modern elaborations of the Norse myth and Nordic material, such as Wagner's Ring tetralogy or Tolkien's narrative work. In fact, in this video game, we can find the recurring motif of the descent into the underworld, with the exploration of Helheim, or meeting characters such as the giant snake Jormungandr, the wolf Fenrir, gods like Thor, Odin, Balder, and the goddess Freya. In addition to the beautiful and evocative vision of the cosmic tree Yggdrasil. Finally, fairy tales and myth allegorize universal themes by placing them in recurring structure and function, as exemplified by Vladimir Prop 31 functions, which identify fictional patterns common to the Russian magic fairy tales. In God of War, it is possible to recognize some similar Propian function, such as the hero's departure, the hero's trial, the heroes arriving in another realm. The next step concerns the comparative mythology, and in specific way, the Joseph Campbell work, and the concept of monomyth, in which the hero's journey can be ascribed to the recurring pattern of the journey to the afterlife as a symbolic archetypical journey, then incorporated by Christopher Vogler into filmic narrative structures. After the journey, in its function as an inner journey of knowledge and formation, the hero will emerge renewed and will access a new vision of world. In conclusion, in this sense, it's very important that Tolkien and Elamir Zolla reflect about the myth and fairy tales and agree to identifying myth, fairy tales, and religion too as a tool for escaping to the present things in order to talk about universal and timeless questions. Quoting Tolkien that deep roots are not reached by the frost. Now, Luigi Somma analyze specific sociological insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giulia. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sharing my slides.
A moment, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I would like to talk about the remediation of myth in the sociological perspective. In La connaissance de la connaissance, Edgar Morin identifies what he calls unidual thoughts, a primordial intertwining of mythical, magical, religious thinking and logical, empirical, rational thinking. Before their modern separation, these two modes of knowledge nourished each other through a dynamic dialectical relationship. With Isaac Newton, this fracture becomes institutionalized. Reason is set against myth, science against religion. The rise of scientific and technological progress seems to mark the decline and even the depth of mythic truths. Yet, as Morin argues, myth has not disappeared. It continues to operate in hidden forms within contemporary society. So, can we truly think myth from a rational standpoint? The response is the relationship between mythos and logos has become increasingly obscure, not only because they are often seen as opposites, but also because of their hidden complementarity. To understand this, we must begin with the concept of the symbol and distinguish it from the sign. The sign has an indicative function. It denotes an object and its meaning in representational form. The symbol, by contrast, carries an evocative force. It evokes the presence of the object itself, not just its representation. Can this evocative power of the symbol operate within the medium of video games? Video games generate constellation of meaning that, although fragmented in line with postmodern sensibilities, are symbolically connected through analogy and the evocative power of the symbol. They become postmodern mythopoetic devices capable of evoking presence and truth, even while resisting full conceptualization. Societies can exist and regenerate only through cerebral interaction among individuals. Culture draws on its cognitive capital, composed of acquired knowledge, learned skills, lived experiences, and the historical memory of mythic beliefs, culture to establish the rules that organize society and guide individual behavior. These cultural norms generate social processes that, in turn, regenerate the complexity of culture itself. Culture and society, in this sense, are bound by a mutually generative relationship. Within a rotating ring, interaction among individuals produce culture, ideas, values, myths, which regenerate society, and society in turn regenerates culture. Video games are, in this perspective, capable of reproducing this recursive cycle, engaging the noosphere, the cultural dimension, in a dynamic interrelation with the sociosphere and the psychosphere. Myths, gods, and ideas can wholly take concrete form within society. In this sense, the video game becomes a kind of noospheric space, drawing on the symbolic material of play walls and transforming it, while mediating our relationship with social reality. Through projection and identification, personal desires merge with their social expressions, myths, fairy tales, and narratives, giving rise to shared representation, cultural codes, and symbolic practices. As discussed earlier, according to Edgar Morin, the noosphere has an intersubjective function. It's the milieu through which we interpret social reality. It permeates every vision of the world we construct, as symbols, ideas, and myths shape the mental universe we inhabit. The noosphere can act both as a transmitting medium and as a screen between culture and society. But the question are, can we conceive of video game imaginaries as part of a noosphere? And can these narratives retroact upon individuals and society? In this sense, video games environments become an auto-eco-organized nospheric space where cultural dialogics, the exchange and confrontation of ideas, images, and symbols can disrupt cultural determinism and give rise to deviant ideas. Through processes of schismogenesis and morphogenesis, tension between legitimized cultural forms may lead to the emergence of new structures and mythic narratives. Video game communities, by sharing symbolic universes, can produce unpredictable meanings. In God War, for instance, the myth of the solitary hero is reinterpreted through the father-son journey, illustrating how video games can rework and transform cultural archetypes into new collective and shared forms. As you can see on this slide, the last slide, in L'Esprit du Temps, Morin reflects on mass culture as an expression of the zeitgeist, a reflection of societal shifts driven by novelty and the urgency of the present. Behind this constantly changing flow, he identifies the persistence of neo-archaic forms, ritual, festivity, and sacrifice rooted in deep cultural archetypes. Video games embody this dual movement. They rework myths and folklore through the lens of player imagination, generating new symbolic worlds around which ephemeral yet meaningful communities form. As Maffesoli suggests, this fosters a reenchantment of reality, reactivating the collective imaginary and shaping new forms of social cohesion. A striking example is God of War, where Kratos transitions from Greek to Norse mythology. This narrative shift creates a synthesis of mythic systems, allowing values and symbols from different traditions to interact in unexpected ways. In this sense, in conclusion, the social imaginary in the video games becomes a creative space where contemporary culture and archetypal depth converge, giving rise to new myths for our time. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you so much, Julia and Luigi. That was really a very insightful and deep research on with modern views on video games. That was really very interesting and amazing.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
And I'm sure this is something that should be brought to the attention of greater scholarship, because video games are a new means of affecting human imagination and kind of crafting also human imagination. I have a general question maybe for both of you. What do you think? How might this participatory nature of video games alter traditional relationships between myth, folklore, audience compared to literary retellings?
Yes. In fact, I think that video game with its simulative nature that concern the behavioral sphere permits that the myth is lived and experienced firsthand. And in this perspective, it is possible to know Norse mythology, ancient Greek mythology in a very particular and beautiful new way to enjoying mythic narrations.
Yes, okay, great. Thank you. Do you have anything else to add on this matter, Luigi?
Thank you.
We have a...
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we have a message. Our participants asked if you could make this presentation available. So if possible, you can share this presentation through EFTR message link, or you can share the link to this chat. But of course, if you think that you can make it available. Okay. Okay, great. We have, yeah, yes.
Sorry,
Yes, Julia.
the audio.
Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, we had a message in the chat box asking you to share, to make this presentation available. So I said that if you think you can share the presentation with the participants, you can send the link to EFTR message, or you can share through this chat.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, that was a lot of images, so the use of modern technologies. So you had a lot of images, a lot of vivid descriptions. Yeah, no wonder why people liked it and want to have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to our next presenter, Avery Benton, an independent scholar with the topic, the weaponization of the American dream, global narratives in the resurgence of white nationalism. A very touching, I think a very interesting topic for the event that are happening in today's world. So dear Avery, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If not, you just pronounce your name yourself. Thank you for this very interesting topic. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for the introduction. I'll just get my slides set up. Is that good? Can everyone see that okay?
I can see, and I hope everybody else can see. If anyone has any problems with hearing or seeing the slides, just type or raise your hand so that we can assure everything is available.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Avery Benton, and today I'm going to be presenting my research, which has actually kind of been building up quite a lot through the past couple of years because of current events regarding the sort of mythology and the sort of narration behind this idea of rising global white nationalism. So the sort of premise of this argument is more so of a political, sociological, and historical sociological interrogation of what are sort of the nationalist myths that go behind this sort of current rise that we see trending. We can sort of argue, you could say past 5 years. I would personally say probably past 10 years, trending towards what is now being sort of referred to as the rise of the alt-right or rise in authoritarian sort of themes and parties in sort of the Western hemisphere. So when we're looking at sort of the United States and Europe, this paper specifically draws on examples and how sort of white nationalism has been interrogated through the lens of the United States as a global hegemon. So this sort of short definition here, so what is white nationalism? So here it says a global movement that seeks to preserve racial hierarchy in the face of post/decolonial initiatives. This is pulled from a book that I really recommend. It's sort of an anthology, so Global White Nationalism from Apartheid to Trump. It's an anthology of essays. Highly recommend it. But so I think especially right now, this article was published in 2020. So when it boils down to this kind of rise in the past 5 years, white nationalism has taken on a sort of separate meaning than what we might sort of see applied to it in the past. With the United States sort of considered as a global hegemon, this kind of idea of what stable society looks like, harkening back to the Cold War era of what we know or might know as sort of the American dream. So I have a nice little image here of a house and a car. This is the very typical American dream. White picket fence, so like a nice white wooden fence around a nice house, a nuclear family with the mother and the father, the son and the daughter. This is what Americans, when they think of what is sort of the goal in life, what is a social status that they would like to achieve, this is that sort of image. So owning your house, having a vehicle, and having a nuclear family. This arose out of the Cold War and sort of the Cold War era in the United States, and sort of pointed to the rise of consumerism as well in terms of this national identity. In America, it actually wasn't only confined, though, to white individuals. The American dream and the selling point of it was that anyone could achieve the American dream, regardless of where you were from, what your skin color was, languages you spoke, anything like that. And quite interestingly, now what we see is a resurgence of somehow this American dream has been lost, or somehow this American dream has been misassigned, pointing to sort of socioeconomic decline with the decline of other global powers. So I present this in a sort of comparative analytical sense, where we have three sort of identified white majority and historical nations who have seen a empirical decline. So in terms of an empire falling in sort of their recent history, which has had a longer socioeconomic impact on the construction of the nation state in each one of these countries. So this sort of harkens to what we see now. So we have a historical past, this, the nice house, the nice car, the family applied to everyone. But now we see this idea shrinking. We see this idea looking back to the past of the good old days as not applying to everyone, that everyone cannot have this idea of the American dream, and that it should, in fact, only be relegated to specific individuals, usually in this sort of arguments of white nationalists, only to white individuals should have the ability to reach the American dream. And because of current socioeconomic situations and the sort of decline of empire, people are not able to achieve the American dream any longer. It simply, for example, is not possible to purchase a house in many states in the United States. London house prices are, one bedroom flat in London can go as high as £800,000. So it's not something that is necessarily achievable to the younger generation. This has led to a rise of the right, as I sort of phrased earlier, with especially in the past 5 years, and notably the re-election of Donald Trump in the United States, seeing this resurgence of this American dream being co-opted and applied to only white individuals of a nation, and not the original idea of the American dream being applicable to everyone, but only to a very narrow group of people and with a very narrow goal in mind. So this comparative analysis comes through in terms of each of these countries experiencing a socioeconomic decline to some extent and having a rise of the right. So in the United States, as I mentioned, with the re-election of Donald Trump, also recently in relation to the American dream, I mentioned the nuclear family as well. We also see policies being implemented in the United States at this moment, particularly attacking the rights of minority groups and women, in particular in terms of reproductive rights, voting, basically anything under the sun from medical to political to economic sort of access to things being implemented under the guise of what is called Project 2025, which is created by a right-wing think tank in the United States. In the United Kingdom, we have Nigel Farage's Reform Party, and it is sort of quoted in a lot of media that he threatens the balance between the traditional Labour and Conservative parties. The Reform Party has the highest leading satisfaction rate of any British political party at the moment. Farage, again, sort of platforms his idea off of the equivalency of the UK American dream, that people should be able to, again, have their own house and their car and be able to afford a good life, which is not currently achievable in all areas of the United Kingdom. And to point the blame, so again, co-opting this sort of American dream style of this memory of the nation state, hearkening to a past, and blaming it on a different sort of people group. So the Reform Party primarily uses immigration as this idea of a threat to the UK nation, to the British nation, and that somehow only white Britons should deserve or be able to achieve the British equivalency of the American dream. Similarly, in Germany, recently Germany actually just had 2025 elections, and the results of these elections had the conservative CDU winning the majority of the votes and winning the main presidency. However, the right-wing AfD, which is technically labeled as an extremist group, has the second highest majority votes in the German government at this moment. So even with these sort of labelings that we have in society, extremist, alt-right, things like this, the AfD still wins the second majority of all party votes for the German government. So this was the highest voter turnout since 1990, and we had the AfD being voted as the second highest majority by German citizenry. And again, this harkens back to an era of pre-war sort of Germany, what is sort of achievable to the lower and middle classes, owning a house, having, props don't need a car in Germany, but having basically all of the equipment that you need socially to have a good life. And when that is not achievable, who is essentially to blame? So I've put up here what I've called sort of the faces of white nationalism. So each one of these party leaders is pointing back to a past that they believe that the current nation that they represent can get back to, that there is something somehow lost with policies such as multiculturalism. And specifically, each one of these people also represents this idea of the man, the myth, the legend, except in case of Germany, the woman, the myth, the legend, of who is actually the ideal citizen, who is the representative of the actual nation. And when we think about how each of these leaders politically fashions their political stances, it harkens back to this traditional mythology that they try to co-opt for their nation. So, such as Anderson's sort of presence with the sort of idea of the printing press and how the printing press bonded the nation together to create a more national identity. So when you wake up and you read the news, someone else is waking up and reading the news, and this somehow all makes you American, or all makes you German, or all makes you British, because you have the same political party, you have the same understandings of the world around you, and this somehow fashions you in a different sense to anyone else, anywhere else in the world. This idea of building nationalism by each of these leaders is also harkening back to this idea of stability, so that somehow that stability has been lost, this American dream is no longer alive, and that somehow it should be revived specifically for the purpose of a specific people group. So nationalism being sort of more of a pejorative sort of term in regards that there's only one nation, and that only certain kinds of people can fit the sort of national imagery that each one of these leaders is trying to evoke. Each one of these leaders also leads a very multicultural nation. And so, again, the irony of this to sort of highlight is that the original myth of the American dream was not exclusively reserved for only white Americans. The whole point of it was to build actually a multicultural nation, to entice people to come to the United States in the first place, to build a better life, to achieve that house, that car, that nuclear family, which then bled out to other areas that the United States influences as a global hegemon. So when it comes to that sort of bit of irony is that now it's being weaponized against people of these nations who are not white, that they are not only not able to achieve the American dream, but they are somehow to blame for this idea of the American dream not being alive anymore in each of these countries. So that is sort of my main sort of premise. I really recommend these sort of books. Particularly, a lot of these are anthologies, so like Mapping the Nation, Global White Nationalism. My favorite is also Alt America by David Nuer. I don't have the book on me at the moment. Has a really great, I should have actually added this because the title page, like the front cover of Alt America by David Nuer is actually a star, and the point of the star is a Ku Klux Klan hood. Very clever visualization of Alt America. So yeah, I will finish my sort of presentation there. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. That was really a very interesting presentation. And your presentation offered valuable perspectives on how ideas can both unite and divide societies. Thank you very much. And let's now proceed on to our next presenter. And we have Sonia Herif from Mohammed Bugara of Bumerdis University.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Herif, Sonia, please begin.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm going to share my presentation. Can you see? Is it visible? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Please begin.
Yeah, can you see the presentation? Can you at least see the PowerPoint presentation? Is it visible for you?
Quite visible, yes.
All right, perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm Sonia Kharif, Associate Professor from Bumerdis University in Algeria. And my topic is Fanonian masks and fairy tales, whiteness, self-erasure, and the horrors of beauty in Mona Awad's Rouge. So as an introductory point, according to Marina Warner, who is a scholar in fairy tales, the scope of fairy tales is by language. Fairy tale consists above all of acts of imagination conveyed in symbolic Esperanto. Its building blocks including certain kinds of characters, for example, stepmothers, princesses, elves, giants, and so on. So these are fairy tales tropes. Now, in a very interesting article written by Perry and Liz, I cannot pronounce the last name, but anyway, so they actually conducted a discourse analysis in Grimm's fairy tales, saying that beauty is actually sometimes linked to race or class. The lazy daughter in Mother Holle is covered in black pitch. In The White Bride and the Black Bride, the mother and daughter are cursed with blackness and ugliness. In this way, beauty becomes associated not only with goodness, but also whiteness and economic privilege. So whiteness is appreciated while blackness is frowned upon, and it becomes as a means of punishment. These stories, of course, these fairy tales, I'm talking about Grimm's fairy tales, that they were published in the 19th century. They convey cultural undertones and social norms historically dominated by Western and Eurocentric perspectives, of course. So my objective in this study is how these fairy tales as cultural artifacts embed and perpetuate racial hierarchies by promoting whiteness, marginalizing ethnic and hybrid identities as a dynamic that Mona Awad's novel Rouge reimagines through a biracial protagonist, exposing how these narratives sustain racialized beauty standards and social control in both historical and contemporary contexts. Although there are some, you may argue that there are retellings of fairy tales where they include biracial characters and so forth, but there is the issue of trauma there. The imposed trauma. So the sources that I used while reading this text and to argue Marina Warner's work and Naomi Wolf's The Beauty Myth in order to understand what are the beauty myths currently. And then, of course, Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, White Mask. To introduce the writer, Mona Awad is actually a Canadian novelist from Egyptian father and French-Canadian mother. She wrote several novels. One of them is Bunny, All Is Well, is actually a retelling of one of Shakespeare's plays, Rouge. She is seen as a potential successor to Margaret Atwood because there are two common themes, which is Gothic satire and feminism. They share Margaret Atwood and Mona Awad. The synopsis, this is Rouge. This is a Gothic fairy tale, explores beauty, trauma, and identity. We have a character called Mirabelle Noor. The last name is Egyptian. and she is called Belle in the novel. She is of Egyptian background, half Egyptian, half Canadian, French Canadian. Belle returns to California after her mother Noelle dies, mysterious death. Discovers La Maison de Méduse, which is a cult-like spa with surreal rituals, and covers dark family secrets later on tied to beauty standards or beauty obsession. So her journey is revisiting that trauma and questioning familiar relationships and understanding the self. So according to Marina Werner, what makes like a story, a metafiction, or an anti-tale to fairy tale. So the writers, they quote, they parody, they pastiche, and masquerade in enchanted guises. So what makes Awad's book a fairy tale retelling? Awad's novel incorporates certain fairy tale tropes such as the mirror, apple, the princess, Jasmine, the seven dwarfs, and of course, when I say apple, mirror, and so on and so forth, it gives you the impression of a Snow White, which is actually the retelling of Snow White. So the most prominent fairy tale that is mentioned in the novel is the Snow White, which reflects a political reality that is rarely explored despite few attempts at creating inclusive adaptations and appropriations. Rouge, the novel, reworks these tropes through the lens of Belle's mixed ethnic heritage. She is biracial with an Egyptian father, as I said, her French and Canadian mother, embodies a figure who is othered within the fairy tale world, typically dominated by Eurocentric beauty standards, symbolized by her mother's white skin and red hair. Belle's struggle for approval and love is shadowed by internalized racism and the pressure to conform to her mother's image of beauty and the industry's whitening beauty standards. So Rouge here becomes an anti-tale that settles the fantasy of the flawless white princess by showing how biracial and mixed heritage identities are excluded, ostracized, and even ostracized. They are practically traumatized, I'd say, at this point. All right. In Naomi Wolf's book, I had to go back to Naomi Wolf's book because she mentions the beauty standards that are in contemporaneity. Basically, she examines the social cultural, political pressures women face regarding beauty. When I talk about women, I'm talking about women in general. It argues that the obsession with an idealized, flawless form of beauty operates as a modern form of social control that restricts women's freedom and professionally and so on and so forth. So Wolf discusses how beauty ideals have historically actually been and remain centered around Eurocentric features. Women of color, women with diverse ethnic backgrounds, or non-white features have often been excluded or pressured to conform to white beauty standards. Although she mentions there is inclusivity now in beauty standard, in beauty industry, and so on and so forth, but again, there is a certain issue. What I'm going to discuss here is trauma, the trauma of internalizing these beauty standards. A discussion that was actually demonstrated in Black Skin, White Masks here, where Fanon actually talks about Black women, how they are often internalize, the dominant white cultural ideas leading to desires to be white or to be accepted within white norms. He gives an example. I don't know, I would use the word that he used, mulatto. Mayot Capicha, Mayot Capicha, this is his quotation, tells us that for her, white and Black represents the poles of identity, of conflict for her. I am white, she says I'm white. That is to say that I possess beauty She connects whiteness to beauty and virtue, which have never been black. I am black, and the imitation of the people, the abandonment of my ego in the heart of the cosmos. So Fanon here reveals that the desire of black women to be white is rooted in the destructive impact of colonialism and racism on the identity, complicating their sense of self and belonging through an internalized hierarchy of race and beauty. As examples in the novel, we see Belle actually reading fairy tales since she was young, and she's described as very dark, actually. She doesn't like that she's very dark. She wants to belong to the fairy tale because she wants to be white. She actually associates whiteness with beauty, and darkness is always associated with being, you know, naughty, and she doesn't like that. At some point, she's compared to Princess Jasmine, which is another fairy tale, another story. But again, she is exoticized. It's not like some kind of something that she accepts. She is exoticized. The very fact that she has a white mother and an absent father, he dies at a very young, when she's very young. She doesn't actually meet him at some point. So the father is absent. In this quotation, we see how she reflects upon her identity when she was young. She was already very concerned. Here it talks about the teacher. She is of a Eastern background, and she teaches Belle. She was already very concerned that most of my drawings featured girls that looked nothing like me. They were either blonde and green-eyed like my secret best friend Stacy, or they were red-haired, blue-eyed like mother, and they kept looking at themselves in the mirror. The very idea of looking in the mirror is very symbolic and very kind of fairy tale kind of thing. So I see another quotation, I see my own reflected back in the window. Again, the same thing. She always looks at the mirror, which reminds me of the theory of Jung, but Lacan of the mirror. But again, I didn't include this here. I wanted to talk about the identity itself. I see my own reflected back in the window between the torsos, my own face looming over my black sack looking punch. There is a furrow in my brow, the scar on my forehead throbbing darkly, the one I have been trying to lighten and brighten, exfoliate away, using all these products of exfoliating in order to make herself whiter, which is kind of ironic because at some point when she is trying to exfoliate her skin color, memories go away. She loses part of her memories each time. So in the colonial context, Belle loss of her Egyptian father, because there is nobody actually explaining to her what is exactly to accept the other side of her. So the Belle's loss of her Egyptian father and her constant confrontation with her mother's beauty, centered in Mona Awad's Rouge, symbolizes the colonial imposition of a single story and identity through which mixed heritage and individuals are forced to navigate their complex selfhood. This narrative reveals the psychological colonization where one beauty ideal is imposed as the true or the correct one, reflecting the colonial strategy of cultural domination or normative social power that marginalizes or ostracizes the colonized subject ancestry and plurality. There is also generational trauma here. Her experience being caught between her father's ethnic heritage and her mother's hegemonic beauty standard demonstrate a sense of alienation, of course, and internalized otherness, and the struggle for identity that Fanon articulates in the colonial condition. So the spa here actually uses the fairy tale tropes in order to lure Belle into joining. I would see spa as a capitalism that attempts to use these fairy tale tropes in order for economic purposes. But again, it further aggravates, although there is inclusivity, it further aggravates the mental alienation that these hyphenated identities undergo. So, as I said, capitalism reinforces the same tropes. All right, the novel, the skincare obsession here presents colonial desires to whiten the colonized body, linking beauty with power and survival in racialized society. So in general, the novel itself is present the colonial violence of single-story imposition and the psychic harm of internalizing oppressive beauty norms and demonstrating the broader post-colonial conflict of identity, belonging, and resistance against homogenizing forces. In general, the conclusion, so fairy tales function as enduring cultural instruments that may perpetuate colonial racial hierarchies by valorizing whiteness and marginalizing diverse identities. Rouge disrupts this narrative by centering a biracial protagonist. We don't see the a happy ever after here, but we see the complexity of trauma of internalized race here and then later on acts as subversive political statement, questioning the dominant Eurocentric ideals embedded in fairy tale tropes. It reveals racialized beauty standards operate as mechanism of normative social control here. It re-engages in necessity of how the fairy tales, of engaging with fairy tales and their modern reinterpretations to uncover and resist the subtle perpetuation of racial exclusion and colonial power. Thank you so much. That's it.
Well, thank you so much for this insightful and interesting presentation. We really appreciate your thoughtful analysis on this perspective. That was really very, very interesting. And you opened a very interesting aspect, and thank you once again. Just a brief question from your own research experience, maybe. What do you think? Who reinforces this idea of white beauty more, like men or women? What do you think?
I believe that it's men, actually. It's men because the funny part, I want to tell you a story. I was in this program with different other people from different countries and from Europe, I was in the US. This program, I don't know if you know about it, it's Susie program. And we were talking about beauty standards, right, from each country. And the funny part is that one common beauty standard, which is whiteness. Imagine, from different countries, whiteness. And I remember a friend of mine, she is from Cameroon, and she was like, women in Cameroon actually trying to whiten their skins at this point. So I would say who stresses these points of whiteness, ideal beauty, and so on. So it's men, the Western man. And then at some point in colonialism, there was Orientalism exoticizing the Orient, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think it's the man, it's not the woman. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're absolutely right. In different societies, being white means being more attractive, and you can say that from various, like even if you study various phrases, the phraseological structures of, even if you study grammar and other adjectives of languages, you can see that being whiter sometimes means being more pretty. But of course, we understand that these standards are created maybe by, I don't know, men or whoever. Yeah, so they are not real standards. But I just remembered a very interesting aspect of translated literature. We all know Snow White, right? And this is an example how being white means being more pretty. And this fairy tale, when translated into Armenian, this Armenian writer, Hovhannes Tumanyan, who is one of the greatest writers of fairy tales too, a 19th, 20th century writer. So he translated and adapted the Snow White with the title not mentioning the whiteness, but translating it luceres, which means having a, luis means light, not just like light color, but just light, like the light of the sun, etc. So he used this word light, which doesn't necessarily mean white, but means pure, etc. So he kind of showed that being beautiful doesn't necessarily mean being white. It means having like
that's
rose
very
cheeks.
interesting.
Yeah, that's really interesting how playing with different words and even translations, you can imply different concepts and different understandings of beauty and other standards.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much. That was really very amazing and interesting. And I am sure our participants will want the copy of your presentation too, if it's available to share.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I will write the name of the author and also the name of the title of the fairy tale. Actually, you can also find the name of the writer under my name in the book, in the program agenda, conference agenda, because I represent the museum that bears the name of that writer, Hovannes Tumania, but I will type it in the chat box too. Okay, thank you once again. And our next presenter is Florinda Doge, an independent scholar with the presentation based on the topic, covering the topic, the influence of the values of leadership within the cultural of political economy. So the floor is yours, and the next 15 minutes will be dedicated to listening to your great presentation.
Thanks very much. I am glad that I'm here. It's a very interesting conference. Now I will share. I hope to know to share because I please a minute.
Sure, take your time.
And 1 minute, please. Document, yes. It's okay.
We see your screen and various slides, but you have probably to zoom in so that we can see
how to do
individual slides. Maybe you can click on the slide and zoom it. Yeah.
Where?
Yeah. Now they are larger. So click on the first slide maybe and.
Oh my view. Oh. I'm sorry. I don't know how to put them in order.
Well, I think I can do that. I think I'm kind of controlling, or I don't know if it's you or me, but anyway, I can see the first slide with conference details, and here is your second slide. So maybe you can start. Does everybody see the slides?
No.
On my screen, I can see the slides and I can even move the slides.
How to move them? Okay. But how to move them in order, I think. How to, oh my God. This is the first, and but
let me see because I can see your slides and I can see even. Yeah, I think everybody can see your slides. You know, you just start talking.
But I don't know how to move to another slide, for example.
Maybe I can help you, you know.
How? Thanks very much. I appreciate it if you can.
Yeah, I think I can. I don't know, somehow I am given access to control your slides, I guess. So
but how to give you control access?
I don't know. I just have it.
You
somehow
can
gave
do it
me.
for me. You can do it for me if you can.
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah.
Oh, thanks very much.
I don't know how you gave that right to me, but I know I can do that.
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
I think other participants can click on it too. So no worries. I think you can just proceed. Just ask me to move on to the next slide when you need one.
Yes, the first, please. The first one.
Yeah, this is the first one. We can see it, right? EFTR 4th Annual Conference.
Yes. And to the next, because
Okay.
this is
the research title, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
and here is the introduction part.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry for this, but I don't know how the slides are not
Controlled by you.
Yes, but you see what I am seeing, or you see it full?
I guess we see the same thing, but that's wide enough, large enough for everybody to see. So that's 100% zoom, and I think that that's quite okay for all of us.
Oh, great. So I will start now.
Yes, please.
And I am glad that I'm here, that I said before my topic, it's related to the politics, and which is the correlation between politics, media, and the type of this conference, the mirror, the magic mirror. What does it mean? To present to this person, is related to values of leaders in politics. If we compare, for example, the politics with Through the Looking Glass and what Alice found there, Alice stands in the front of a mirrors that show her reflection, but also a getaway to another world. So what are leaders during the election presented to us? So we are like Alice, the community, because in the same reality in politics, leaders present themselves a public during election as leaders in the media. But in the other part of the mirror, we have another type of leaders. They act differently. But what is this problem in this situation? Because they make a different world from themselves, and in other part, they have a different presentation through the media to the public. So in this question, I can say that to present the topic is very interesting, which is the key question to this research. The revolution were against the kingdoms, but they inherited the wealth. What about today's leaders that are from the humanities class? So in history, we have good kings and good leaders too. In other type of the mirror, bad leaders and bad kings in history. So in this topic is the question are not good or bad, are the values of leadership that these leaders presented to us. And what is the role of media in politics? Does media affect leadership values versus people's imagination? Are these leaders true as they present them in media, and how they use the media to present to the public? So does politics see in the mirror the same reality that people show? So we have to do with cultural political economy, which however is also subject to open cycle and fragility with negative inspection for real economy. What I'm trying to explain in this point, I want to explain that the mirror of the politics, the media, but it's affected to the economy of this is a great point to introduce the main question about the tradition, culture, ethic, ideology, and dogma during the centuries has directly affected the type of leaders, and directly this is affected to economic development, because directly politics affects the political economy. So we have to do with cultural political economy that can change this ideology and domination of governments leaders according to global values. But what is the type of global values in this point? My case study is in Western Balkan. They are depicted different based on leadership of values that are authority, power, influence, participation, democracy, and ethics and wisdom. In this point, I will share about the most important thing, that is the political culture, and I use the mythology during the inherent theory that he said value change in society, but also I will suggest a new approach from the point of view how leadership is influenced by values, their impact on cultural political economy, and new criteria to take into account the role of leaders in changing socioeconomic factors, value, and culture. So studying different aspect of social values in different countries, as well the impact of social and political life. So we have the situation in Balkan countries. That's I make the start the inherent theory about economic, cultural, and political change. So as in her heart theory said that they go together in current patterns, but also they can change the world. During this theory is very related to idea in the time when the philosophy theory was appeared. So he said that is the basic material needs before moving on the higher level of non-material needs. So it's like a Maslow hierarchy. I make a study which is the testing the situation here in Europe, in Western European parties, that as Europe, we are more centered to materialism than to spiritualism, because this is the history of Europe during the years. And in Western Balkan that are not part of USA, we can say that they are more approached to values, to the tradition, to nationalism. So this is a bad point for this country to approach the new century, in this new century, to be part of UA. So in this situation, I make it the research. I compared the European theory, also political situation in our country, and I realized that this part of this country that are with socioeconomic problems, lack of rule of law, post-conflict countries that affect religion, tradition, different culture, ethnicity, etc. So there are leaders that are more affected not to the democracy, but also are more affected to the leadership, the type of leadership. So the key results at the end of this study, I make it that there are show that pro-democratic public attitudes are strongly correlated to the level of democracy in Europe, but same in such of other countries. That means that are related to the values of leadership. So we have two different types of mirror of politics and media, and the imagination of people that affect their vote during the election. Because as my study, I agree that in her heart theory, but also disagree because some values does not change because are based in human personality. But to relate to economic, to what his philosopher Stars wanted to show us, sometimes the values change for better aspects, sometimes for worse. So value change, social situation change, political change. We have the rise of the new politics, materialism versus post-materialism. So we have, for example, gender issues that are in 21st century changing, climate change. So we have a lot of different that are according to our, that are not directly related to values, but to the responsibility of leadership. So at the end, I can say that politicians using the imagination of the people through the media during the election to make us to believe something that doesn't them believe. So in a short way, I can say, because there for this, you show it all the slides or no?
I'm on the key results slide. We have several key results slides, so I'm on the second slide. If I have to move back or forward, just let me know.
Yes, you can move it now then, because I present it shortly. All of them to show the point, because I found the cartoons that that reflect the situation of the political economy, imagination of the people during the election, and what we see is the reality and the economic situation, and is the reality of all the people. So imagination is one part of mirror what politicians present to us. In other way, where there is reality and the economic that directly affects to the life of the people and to the values. I don't know how, because I was stressed because I didn't show the
Yeah, so we can see these various key results. Oh, now your presentation is gone. We can't see it.
Oh,
You
I'm
closed
sorry.
it.
Okay. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we can see it again.
All this work and it's okay. It's the same. Oh my God.
I guess it's the beginning, so we have to go back to the last part, right? To the
Yes,
last
but how
slide.
to do slide?
That's what I'm trying to do. So we had several key results, right? That's 50%. Let me zoom it into 100%.
Are in a
So
are
which
in vertical way where not are in vertical. Wow, I don't know how make it. How I
which key result you want to show? Which image? We can see various results here.
I can see. I want to explain. For example, the key result, the first one, who shows the reality, who yes, the fact of globalism, yes,
yes,
the magical MAGA. That means that corporative are in the middle, but in reality are the others that work for this the political situation. So you see it. The person in the middle is down. This is where very interesting. This is a criticism about the political situation, about to the values. They show that they have values, but in reality, they are corporate interest or something that affects the economy and the life and the values of the people. Because if the people want to live in peace and to work honestly, are these values that, how to say, the situation of political in some countries is different. They show that these values show down for these people. I was trying to explain this. The part of other of mural.
Okay. You want to see the next result?
Yes, to show them.
Yeah, the blank mirror, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And we have, for example, mural on the wall. This is the reflection always ghosting me. So that things that it's the kind of the philosopher said that the values change with the materialism, but I don't think at the end the values of the person, one politician can make rich, but can change the reality in the mind of the people. I can say one leader, for example, is good, but he is corrupt, it may be, but so he can't buy the perception and the imagination of the public to in reality. What does it mean? The power can buy the imagination and the thought of the people. So he can buy the vote, maybe he can buy the economy, but not the imagination and the reality and the values of the people. This is, he doesn't reflect nothing in the mirror, if you say. He's in front of the mirror, but in the mirror, he's not his face. So it's the character of leadership. This is what's very interesting. I wanted to explain as a key finding that the people, maybe we are not, how to say, as leaders, as powerful, but we have our values and we understand everything what leaders do. So at the end, the leaders he can't see his face in the mirror. It was very interesting. For this, I wanted to explain it.
Okay.
And to the yellow, we have one person with costume as a politician, and he saw only his face. So it's well dressed, but in the mirror is not his costume. He's only the face. So this is for example, when the leaders they are not as powerful, they go out the politics, they remain the same humans, So they remain with his face without costume. This is very important to understand that the leader should should reflect for the future which is how to say their imagination of the public with these leaders after they are not anymore powerful or how to say in the stage of politics. This is very important. It's in front of the mirror, it's only his face, but not with costume. It's very interesting. This is what I wanted to explain.
Yeah, that's a very deep finding. Really,
yes.
Okay.
And at the end, the cultural economies are being challenged. It means is the one person who is laughing, but the person in the mirror is not laughing. So in his heart, in his mind, he knows the reality. So you can be funny with others, but either themselves. So this is the competitive authoritarianism regime that becomes more likely that media narratives make this propaganda to the leaders, how they are very in reality. So the public opinion, this is one research that makes, so he is laughing with himself, but themselves is not laughing because at the end of everything, he knows the reality and what he has done and doesn't achieve the goals of politicians during the election, for example.
Okay. Okay.
So at the end, we have disagree of values because we have the leaders, the people who should change their mind about leadership, not to be with mask, for example. Some people for interest of job or something, they can change. They say, I like this politician, but in reality they doesn't like because they need it, for example, to be part of this party, to be part of this group of interest or for the one job, etc. So this is the critical of the people, because as people we don't agree something that is against our value for materialism. We shouldn't change the values for this. At the end, we have the people that the end, what is the how the people use imagination through the media during the election. This is very important. They change the figure, they change the character and how to make people to think differently. And this is very important that the public and opinion public should not to do. This is my opinion.
Very, very interesting. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry for the sliders, but
that's okay. Now you can close the slides.
Oh,
thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sure this presentation is really a lot of thought-provoking. So in order not to get behind time, we will pass it on to the next presenter. And at the end of the session, we will have a discussion. Yeah, thank you so much. And our next presenter is Alonia Leipnik, but to my knowledge, she didn't join the session. She hasn't joined the session yet, so which means we will now give the floor to Trini Dalton. Hi again, Trini. You were with us during our previous session as well. So we are happy to see you here and now listen to your presentation. And after your presentation, if our two other presenters join, we will listen to them too. If not, we will proceed with question and answer section. So the floor is yours, dear Trini Dalton. We are very happy to have you here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from the United States. I'm in California where the sun is just rising. So I'm so grateful to be listening to everyone's presentations at that early dawn and watching the sun come up through my office window. And it's been so fascinating to listen to presentations in the middle of the night with my pajama sweater on and thinking about the subconscious and folklore and fairy tales. So thank you so much for having me. I am going to show you a few slides. I have about 5 slides. and they regard, get this up here for you, share screen. Wonder if I can do, there we go. They regard teaching pedagogy primarily because I'm working on an anthology about this theme, breaking free, monstrous disorientation and abject awe as models for political resistance. I live in Northern California, and though I live in the mountain range outside of the city, I travel to the Bay Area where San Francisco is, and famously Silicon Valley, where a lot of the computer companies are, tech companies, and my university is right there. So we are always thinking about how tech influences our lives. And while I'm not against tech broadly, I do a lot of work in my teaching life and in my life as an author in the living in the imaginary world, trying to teach people to slow down and treasure the imaginary. So I thought I'd make a presentation as a little introduction for anthology ideas. And if you're interested, this presentation is an invitation to write to me to contribute to the anthology that I'm making. And this will give you a sense of yep, okay. So I have 2 slides with some introductory texts and then a few slides of images to show you. And keep track of time. There we go. Refreshing, enchanted, archetypal, and paradoxical narrative forms in fairy tales. In teaching creative writing, world mythology, fairy tale, and children's literature courses for 15 years in interdisciplinary, transmedia, and cross-genre formats, I found revisionist fairy tales beautiful and empowering insofar as reminding readers that stories are changeable, fluid, and inclusive if we allow them to be, but I always miss some of their archetypal power. Does this regard disrespecting authorial intent? In sacred cosmology tales, yes, there is, of course, respect to fixity that is best customized by culture bearers, ideally through the revitalization of indigenous languages. But in fairy tales that we gathered and colonized, not always colonized, sometimes co-opted for nefarious purposes, with perhaps rhetorical structures changed, do we have much more flexibility? I think so. My students and advisees who come from spaces where fairy tales have been stripped of their synchronic, polyvalent powers and reduced to single messages for commodification's purposes, usually by technological oversimplification due to social media's restrictive formatting, algorithmic redundancy, and narrowed fields of representation, are always thrilled to discover that sci-fi and fantasy genres are embraced as inclusive, queer, and BIPOC spaces where we can practice curative models, unraveling dystopian nightmares, questioning subject position in utopic visions, for example, asking utopia for whom, and meeting comrades through literary citizenship where real-life, on-ground activism can organize around personalized social justice ideals. Authors in these genres adeptly bring tale types and universalisms into newly forged fabulous narratives so that the stories bear contemporary relevance without losing their potentials for tapping monomyths, paradoxical components that, quote, plait knots. And plait, I put in quotes, that's the word for braiding that Robert Louis Stevenson used in talking about braiding and tying knots that move narrative forward, not just for suspenseful purposes, but also for keeping people engaged and extended in time when it comes to narrative building. Components that plait knots in the storytelling, as Robert Louis Stevenson said, but that connect symbolic and metaphorical subtexts through wildly imagined imagery that renders non-existence possible. But what about fairy tale genres? Here's our last wall of text. Fairy tale imaginary through postmodernism, structuralist, and deconstructive lenses. So all of us here are well aware that loss of narrative enchantment occurs when political didacticism overshadows a story's imaginary potential. Didacticism is beautiful and necessary as a reflective praxis, but its functions are to explain, to remove magic, and to tie us to time through logic, a present tense, or nostalgia, or goals for future, for examples. I found early on in my teaching that the first step to teaching authors that fairy tales can be more than cute but irrelevant, Eurocentric wish fulfillment or escapist fantasies requires removing political didacticism from the picture through generative exercises that purposefully disorient authors, so we may relinquish content-based control and produce awe through surprise by invoking unexplainable conundrums, uncanniness, and charismatically charged stories that spark the subconscious or unconscious. I should say the reference there is just to people in the United States, in my experience, often come to the idea of fairy tales through the French, the German, and the British, and they aren't aware of the traditions around the world. And so they don't always know how to make fairy tales relevant to all of the political complexity they're facing in the present tense. And that's part of what I teach regularly. So writing prompts that have done this in my classes, additive and subtractive collaging, constraint-based exercises, ekphrastic exercises, somatic exercises, sensory reorientations, absurdist interventions, collaborative models, and reinventing tale types. And I can talk about any of those in the future, but though I have lists of writing exercises that bring the brain out of a content-based area, even if we're dealing with narrative and storytelling, to get us into more imaginary spaces. So this is time here. Here are some ways that I help my students detox from technological overload. So I just call it detoxing. Again, I'm not against technology by any means, but I am just trying to get them to slow down so they can think more deeply, learn to articulate, and put their technologies away. And detoxing. So there are kind of 4 categories I have here. One is parsing definitions with them. So in this conference, everybody has really, we have scholarship fields around fairy tale, folklore, mythology, and the definitions that distinguish the fields and also where they run together and bear things in common. But I think a lot of people love discovering tale types and motifs and all the things we've been talking about. So spending a lot of time doing that and showing where the boundaries between the categories break down, of course, so we can move away from the Western European fairy tale tradition into like the whole rest of the world, especially for students. I teach at one of the most diverse schools in the United States. I think in any given classroom, I'll have up to 8 or 9 languages being spoken in the classroom. And I think we have up to, there's some 67 languages on our campus being spoken or something. So it's a really unique environment. In part because tech communities, people move for jobs. And so this whole area is like very culturally rich and very tech addicted. And then from there, once we spend time on definitions, we can diversify tale repertoire, of course, right? Once genre boundaries are dissolved or articulated, we read around the world, study narrative, linguistic, and rhetorical structures, and imitate and connect with people. Then there are long and exciting discussions about post-colonialist theory, post-colonial theory and uncolonization. Of course, like that's similar to decolonization, but the idea being that we can't decolonize or undo things and harms that have been done, but we can teach uncolonizing our minds and experiences moving forward as we make reparations. So I do lots of teaching of theory and political activism on the ground that helps us grow and connect, but that may not be directly referenced in our storytelling. Teaching people to trust that it will inform subtext and subconscious practices. And this comes from a discussion in a series of papers I'm making about crisis that I find people are having in relating fantastic or imaginary stories to the current political crisis wherever they are in the world. Feeling like poetry is more urgent or nonfiction, using some other genres that feel more direct, right? More didactic. But I'm always trying to bring the power of the imaginary back into the discussions to empower people to express themselves in different ways. And then from there, we can personalize and apply, all right? Embrace personal heritages and traditions, reconnect ancient characters to contemporary issues and pop culture for enriched understanding. And I do this via through monsters, researching monsters. So I have a Labubu here. We all love Labubu on our college campuses. I don't know if it's an international craze or if people here have heard of Labubu, but they're toys that come in little surprise box. So they're little monsters that come in a surprise box, so you don't know which one you're getting. And people go crazy for them in California right now. And you can't even get them. They're like sold out and they have waiting lists. And they're just these little things that kind of look like manchichis or little stuffed monsters. And even in our college writing center where my students are tutoring, they say students are writing essays about how they're addicted to buying Labubus because they don't know they want that surprise, right? So they want the surprise of something they don't know, but they're doing this through commercial means, right? So we're trying to give it back through the fairy tale. So to talk, I could talk at length about text influence on our lives, and those who are working in fields of the imaginary. But I just thought I would put a few memes. I love memes as a form of satire because I make collage, and meme satire is brilliant. And so funny. And here are some related to mythology and fairy tale. But I think here in this case, they exemplify how text satisfies our cravings for abbreviated comprehension, right? And that's fine. We love one-liners around the world, but too much abbreviation reduces critical thinking skills essential to imagination's survival. So we know in statistics now that things like using AI to do our research, relying too much on tech for companionship can influence our neurocognitive abilities to do that deep thinking that we need to do if we're cherishing the imagination, which is often slow, abstract, and unwieldy, as all of us here know. So here we have, and then I'll tie it up in a minute. We're almost there. I think I'll be in time here. Dopamine. I wanted to talk about dopamine reclamation from text attempted thefts. Now, there's nothing inherently specific to technology and using different digital technologies. There are always antagonistic forces that are trying to claim human attention and that give us proclivity to be lazier in our thinking or rushed in our thinking, right? But I do think that there are issues with technology that really exaggerate this, and I can talk more about that later. But I think you all know that's one of the themes of the conference, so I know we're all thinking about this. But we know that technology, especially uses of AI and social media, rely a lot on dopamine and getting people addicted to the dopamine hit through quick fix, right? So dopamine produces awe or sometimes leads to epiphany. So it's a powerful physical it's a physical chemical that we just need in our authorial life to keep us going, to keep our obsessions and preoccupations and compulsions as critics, scholars, writers, thinkers, and people living in the imaginary. We need that awe, whether it's induced by nature, tech, whatever. So awe, dopamine, reclamation. How do we get this back for our narrativity? Theoretical frameworks. I taught for about 10 years theoretical frameworks through critical theory courses and in fine arts departments to share ideas for healthy welcome of abjection and transgression through looking at monsters. Everybody around the world loves monsters, and we love collecting monsters and trading monsters and talking about them in our different cultures. And we've heard about so many interesting ones in this conference. I've taught the theoretical lenses through post-Freudian feminist cultural criticism, like Julia Kristeva's work and Barbara Creed in pop culture. And I've also taught the monstrosity through mythology and religious philosophy, like Barbara Sproul's Primal Myths and Mary Douglas's Thinking in Circles, Essays on Ring Composition, which is a literary theory field that looks at different shapes of ancient narratives and where our narrative forms and thinking derive from. So it very much overlays with fairy tale and mythology. And then I've done a lot of monster research in my courses to reframe horror, right? What do monsters say about their makers? What remains taboo and why? And thinking about subversion modeling for political resistance. How do monsters challenge the status quo to append and dismantle? How to borrow and remodel? This is one of the age-old questions of why monsters exist, right? How do they challenge the status quo? And how can we borrow and remodel our daily existence based on the creation of our culture's monsters in our storytelling? And we do all of this through an anti-racist lens, right? So we're thinking in Fanonian terms all the time in my rooms and in my own theory and essay writing and storytelling. I'm trying to. Then we're thinking about empowering monstrosity. I think it's really important, like we were talking about Mona Awad's novel earlier, to continuously update what monstrosity looks like. This is where my anthology is in my thinking right now, soliciting essays that update what monstrosity looks like, right? To make sure they're freed. Our monsters are freed from subaltern and oppressed imagery, like we were discussing with the skin colors and Naomi's Wolf Beauty myth. We need to update our monstrous depictions. And lots of people are doing this, but there is lots of work to do in this field. Here are a couple books that I like, recently published. Amanda Leduc's Disfigured is a great new release from a Canadian author about ableism in fairy tales and needing to depict more disabled or differently abled people. Adrienne Marie Brown has a popular book here in California called Pleasure Activism, which is just making, it's not a new idea, but it's making a case for pushing against work ethic pressures by pleasure activism. Pleasure is a form of activism. So, you know, in the United States, we're always pressured to work. I think in other countries, there are different contexts for this. Like we have the dolce far niente, and lots of different countries that enjoy and have special words for relaxing. In the United States, we don't have that so much, which is problematic, right? So pleasure activism. And Vanessa Angelica Villarreal's Magical Realism as essays on music, memory, fantasy, and borders. She's talking about skin colors and some of the needing to depict different mixed race and mixed gender, and just like widening the field for fairy tale scholarship and offerings. Lastly, it's important to decommodify awe, right? One of the underlying messages in this talk is taking time to think about how awe is produced, understanding how awe is produced through uncertainty and comfort, but articulating and differentiating forms of discomfort to alleviate and avoid some, obviously, but to cultivate discombobulations that propel epiphany. I think part of the dangers we're seeing in technological monstrosity and the lack of ethics and policies that enforce regulation on the big corporations has to do with the fact that consumers really, at least in my area, don't, a lot of us are uncomfortable with considering uncertainty and discomfort, and that there are many different kinds. So we want to feel good all the time. And when we avoid the healthy forms of discomfort, we're really like selling our creativity short, and that is central. The discomfort and uncertainty is central to fairy tale narrativity, of course, right? The unexplainable is what we all love in this group. The duplicity, the multiplicity of fairy tale is our great love in life, but I think a lot of people like more simplistic views, and we have to take them back into the complexity and how to enjoy that, right? So these are some, I have years and years of pictures collected. My students and I make little booklets and handmade booklets and pamphlets, and we make literary magazines about all the different monsters in fairy tales and mythology. And of course, these are a few that I love. I'm an especially a volcano lover and the fierce deities from around the world. And I also work with so many, we're a Hispanic serving institution, and we have so many students from Mexico and Central America here that I work with. So many of my colleagues are Mexican and Central American. So we love Aztec and Mayan deities, especially too, here in California.
Okay.
But I always am just here to learn more from all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I can see that you had on your screen for people who want to contribute to your anthropology, they can reach you with your email, right?
Yeah.
Great. That was
Absolutely.
really amazing. You took us to another world and a mixture of awe and other various characters. So, and that was really an interesting perspective. Okay. I think we are almost wrapping up. Just to make sure, I'd like to confirm that I have invited all the registered presenters. If anyone hasn't been called yet, please let me know. Otherwise, we still have some 20 minutes before the closing. So if you have any questions, any participant or presenter or attendant, just if you have any questions to any of the presenters, or you want to discuss something related to our today's topic, we can have some 10-minute discussion. And after that, I want to kindly remind you that the closing will be at, let's say my time is 6:10 p.m. now. I will say Roman time, which will be 4:30 Roman time. That's GMT +2. So in 20 minutes. And you can see in the chat box, we share the link, which is the link of sections 7 and 5. But this same link will take you to the final section where we will have all the participants and presenters and all the EFTR representatives just for closing remarks. So make sure you copy the link so that you can join us. And so far, just let me know if you have any questions, any remarks, any things that you want to share before closing this session.
Hi again, it's Sonia.
Yes.
I would like to thank all for their presentations, and Trini Dalton's presentation was very, very interesting actually, because I am interested in the idea of objection, the abject, okay? And I just wanted to have, like, I want you to explain what is monstrosity, like your definition of monstrosity and its relation to abject, like, and especially racial objection right now, because I'm sure you heard about this, and I'm sure you encountered this in your research. So can you just explain this briefly? Thank you.
Yeah, I know you and I have a lot in common in our scholarship, and we could, I've taught a whole class about that graduate seminar, so it's so we could talk for so long about this, and I want to hear your ideas too. But I think 10 years ago or so, when I was teaching more Kristeva, I was really looking at reading her literally. I had a kind of set of texts that I was borrowing definitions of abjection from, particularly related to the female body and the abject fluids of the body, as Kristeva describes them. These like perpetually taboo abject fluids. Vomit, blood, urine, menstrual blood, and what's the other one? I forgot. It's been a long time. But that and then Barbara Creed's texts, she's a British scholar, have to do similar. She's more like a film critic, thinking through imagery of vagina dentata and the male gaze, Laura Mulvey's male gaze. So I was teaching, a lot of that material like 10 to 15 years ago, but I found it so limiting and binary as a queer person. And I found that it was not relating enough to different skin colors and people from different contexts. So I've really tried to widen the field and just absorb information for 10 to 15 years about different cultural definitions of abjection. So I'm more in the mode right now of just sharing prior definitions that I knew and then saying, how do you bring this, like, what do your parents, what do your grandparents in your storytelling, in your folklore motifs, what was abject and what remains abject, right? It varies so much, like the talk about Satan in Armenian folklore this morning. Varduhi was so interesting because let's see. Hazmi Galstian.
Exactly. Yes.
She talked about reimagining Satan in Armenian folk mythology, and she ended her talk by saying that where did Satan go? She asked one of the like, why aren't Satans showing up all the time like they used to in the olden days? And a colleague of hers said, like, Satan is in us now. We don't have Satan outside of us. We've internalized everything so deeply. So it's a very like Fanonian answer to that, right? That we have these multiplicities inside us. I don't have a single answer for that. I'm still absorbing information and learning. What about you? What are your thoughts?
Well, I do believe that I totally agree with the limiting interpretation of object. It's too abstract. So there is actually this book that I was interested in recently, which was published by, I think her name is Tyler Imogen, and she talks about a revolting object. I think, do you have the book? A revolting
I don't have
object.
that one, no. No, I'm
It's
gonna find it.
it's political interpretation of the object for people of ethnic groups, for example, or immigrants in England, which is really interesting. I highly recommend it, but it takes it gives like an interpretation to object because object is as a concept is very abstract. So we don't understand what's going on. We don't understand what's the beginning, what is the process, what is the ending. And so I believe that this book gave a political dimension to it. And I think I have it. Just I'll bring it for you to see it. So this is the book. I don't know if you can see. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
Revolting
this is the
subjects,
book.
yes.
Yeah. By Tyler Imogen, Revolting Subjects, Social Objection and Resistance in New Liberal Britain. Very, very interesting. But again, I'm still exploring more about objection, racial objection, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds so interesting. I will definitely get that book. Thank you. I mean, I always love reading Gayatri Spivak's work, and I love James Baldwin. I always think he's
I
like
love James
you know,
Baldwin. Yeah.
if you're a Fanon fan, he will be your next person. So,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, I think there's a lot of work to do. That's part of why I want to put together an anthology because we
Yeah,
need
exactly.
updates on the terminologies and theories through which we research and think about fairy tales so that we can refresh and bring them into our lives, just like other genres are continually updated and we widen representation and they have mutable or flexible genres somewhat. That we're doing that with fairy tale traditions as well.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
though. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
I had a
Yes,
question
please.
for you,
Mhm.
Varduhi. Can you tell us a little bit about the museum that you work in and the author that you are recommending for Armenian folklore collection?
Yeah, so Hovhannes Tumanyan, an Armenian author of the 19th, 20th centuries, he is one of the, in fact, he's like more poetically considered the pan-Armenian poet. That's how he called himself. So he was the one who, in fact, collected all possible stories from all around the world, folk stories, etc. He, besides Armenian, he knew only Russian. That is why he used a lot of folk tales through intermediary translations. Like he adapted almost all of Brother Grimm's tales, also Russian tales and British tales, etc., through Russian translations and adaptations into Armenian. So he was the one who not only translated those tales, but he kind of made them more adaptable and understandable from the Armenian perspective. And through his fairy and folk tales, Armenian children were able to get knowledge of European and other nations like tales, not only European, but just folk tales and fairy tales from around the world. And on the other hand, he was the one who kind of Armenianized them and made them more relevant for the Armenian society. So overall, he has like great collections. He tried to analyze all layers of folklore, both in European cultures and in Armenian culture, so that to make them more relevant. And his tales have been translated, those tales that he used to adapt through various translations. There is an interesting chain of translations in terms of his tales, because, as I already mentioned, he used Russian intermediary translations of many tales and adaptations to reinterpret them into Armenian. And then now a collection of his fairy tales have been translated into various languages. And we have this app, which is called Vosketaran, which is an app available in Google and Apple stores. And 22 of his most prominent fairy tales have been presented in oral and written ways in English, French, Russian, Italian, Arabic, German, Japanese, Georgian, that's Georgian and many other languages made available. So just in case you're interested in what kind of tales he tells, you can download the app and both read or listen to his tales in various languages. So he used a lot of Oriental and Occidental styles. Let's say he has adaptations from Indian tales, Arabic tales, Persian tales, etc. So he has like more than like 12 volumes of works. Besides fairy tales, he wrote many poems, ballads, legends, and also short stories. So as I already said, his collection of works includes more than 12 volumes. So he really did a lot of research, not only in world folktales and fairy tales, but also on various layers of Armenian mythology, folktales, etc. He has several versions of Armenian epic tale, David of Sassoon, or the Devils of Sassoon. So we had the various versions of the epic tale, and he wrote his own versions. He also wrote about the bluebird, you know, this universal theme of bluebird. So he had his own bluebird, which in Armenian he translated and interpreted as the bird of 1,000 songs. So he tried to mix the understanding of the world, and also to use what the universal wisdom to also reveal the wisdom for Armenian people, and to kind of give a new mindset through literature. And since he was also, you know, he has several interesting quotes, one of them being that you have to have a lot of talent in order to be able to write for the children, because children's literature is the hardest to write, because through children's literature you kind of shape the mindset of future generations. So he wrote for adults as well as for children, but the greatest part of his deeds was to bring these stories closer to the understanding of children, so that they can have their own national identity, but at the same time to be able to communicate to the world and have shared values and appreciate their own national self in comparison to the understanding and appreciating of what is offered by the world. And the museum, so is representing his works, various aspects, more focusing on educational aspects of his works, organizing various cooperations for children. The museum has a lot of cooperation with international storytelling organizations. Recently, there have been several programs with Italy, with some joint cooperations in terms of fairy and folk tales. Also, so the museum cooperates with the EFTR on various aspects. What else I can say? I think there is some information about the museum's activities on the EFTR website, but if you are more interested, I can share more details later regarding the writer himself, his works, and various aspects of his work, as well as various activities of the museum. Yes, and before I forget, every year we have a conference, international conference, organized by the fairy tale department of the museum, which deals on various subjects. Last year we talked about the blue bird, or the bird of 1,000 songs, as I already mentioned, and its various adaptations around the world, because these conferences are usually international conferences, and so participants from all around the world join to share their research. And this year we have an interesting conference topic about the symbolism of clothing in fairy and folk tales, like about the great tailors mentioned in various folk and fairy tales, about various types of clothing, about the famous motif of the king is nude, naked, right? What is meant by that? About the plants and various flowers that were used as clothing, etc. So this year's topic for conference is about the symbolism clothing in fairy and folk tales, and the conference will be in end of December. So maybe at this point, I'm not sure if we will be able to provide online sections, but maybe if possible, I will share the information through the EFTR website.
He sounds amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
We need more people like him too. And I'm thinking as well, in the structuralist era, so much political, the genocide was happening in Armenia during his time, or, you know,
Yes,
so
exactly.
the political aspects of what propels people to bring the tales into their culture and, you know, create tales for children. A friend of mine is doing that through poetry in Ukraine right now, right? Bringing children back into the storytelling and poetry and bringing their folk, keeping their folk memory alive as people die.
Exactly.
So it's a life-saving measure.
Exactly.
And I think I fear we might be in a time when we need some new structuralism to get tales refreshed and updated and circulating in the memories of people today, right?
Right.
Not in the name of corrupted nationalism, but in the name of fighting against it, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. Any other comments or questions maybe before we move on to the next Zoom, let's say? We have 3 minutes left, and so maybe it's time to wrap up. Let's take this moment to once again appreciate all your presentations and contributions, because that's thanks to you and your active participation that our conference was made possible. So we should appreciate the shared values, dialogue, and pursuit of knowledge that brings us together. And so I hope that this spirit of understanding and peace continues to guide our work and interactions. And yes, we need peace more than anything else in today's world, peace and justice. So thank you once again. And as I already mentioned, we will move on to the next link, which I typed in the chat box. Thank you very much. So let's close this link and join the link for session 5 and 7. I already copied it. Make sure you have it for you so that you can join for closing remarks. Thank you once again. It was really a blessing to have all of you here. So let's move on to the next session. Bye.